I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Are going to be able to get some gold onto Pepper on the Zaya. Zaltu is going to land the chain on Godtone. He's going to turn around Nature's Grasp. Are they going to be able to find WSL? It looks like maybe yes, as Ariox. Ooh, Corruption Potion burn is not going to be enough.
Raptors, they got
him. No! Oh, the Nature's Grasp would have propped them.
Wow.
Godtone smurfing.
Sun Doors team, they look on to Godtone early. I feel like WSL is not respecting the gravity field enough. He dived into it there, which I think he really had no business, and yeah, looks like it was
the Maokai pit.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Is it the moss something?
I have no idea. It's the green pit.
But anyway, the little green Pokemon triggered it and ended up getting a kill.
Driver here first.
Bruce needs to be careful where he positions though. Needs to get to the back of the pit.
Okay, Baron low. Bruce really is taking up a lot. He's half health already. So much damage comes down. He's found. It's Jimmy who finds it. Driver though, he's trying to turn around what he can. In fact, no he's not. He's running away with his tail between his legs. They might even just have damage to do it in time.
Yeah, they might. But West Point, they're going to try and contest either way.
They can't contest this. Baron's already at half. In it comes the Void Seeker, but it should just be Baron going over. Teleport is going to be committed here as Noodly turns up late, but Nature's Grasp is going to be used here. A lot of damage onto Char. He is just eliminated as Relia now looking for whatever he can. Noodly as well in the back line. Do they have the damage? All three of the ADs have gone into the back line. They've gone down. It's Driver finding a pentakill.
What just happened?
Yeah, I don't think PSG want this.
No. I think probably give this one over. I'm surprised. They want to fight.
They are going in. Solar Flare will go wide and it's flashed away from by 116. And now the engage comes in. Junjia will lose out on that smite fight. What damage can be found? Wako getting zoned out from the Tibbers. But now all attention towards Lakai, who is so low but will not go down. Arzik, one reset comes in from Kongyue. He flashes forward, finds three members. Then he gets a second kill. The W will land in Kongyue with the reset. With another reset, it's looking like Wako next to go down.
J-Team, they're in such a good spot now. They're going to get second drag. They've got the Herald. I think they're already ahead with a much better comp.
Yeah, well, okay, Teleport coming in for rest, but is it too late? That's going to be Dragon already taken down. See if there's a follow-up. Bruce maybe getting a bit too lippy up here in the front line. Lava though, ult does go wide. It's Driver coming in from the back. Finds Xiaoxi. That's Bruce's reset. Are there any more slows? The Emperor is divine. Finds three. And now it's Jimmy and he's going to get that flash away now. But what a play from Minji.
Minji, my hero. Well, I sure hope after that we see a hell of a lot more. Nice flank from Driver. And pay attention, your eyes on Minji here. The flash ult manages to catch Jimmy and just delivers them into Bruce's waiting hands. Gobbles them up.
Wow. Insane. That man on your screen there, he deserves an award.
跟归于回流一样，时间到了就会自己回到故乡。
要刷新一下 buff 啊，buff 半年就已经
用完了，你知道吗？
要刷新了
啊！没有，我是为了明年，你知道吗？这样会越来越强，你知道吗？
那今年在下一代再回来打爆。
对啊。
下一代谁要当院长？
我觉得我们两个都是院长。
我也觉得我们两个都是，现在团队看起来我们两个都是。
感觉不知道怎么输诶，保底前3。
啊，立凯跟车长谁比较强？
厉害。
我也觉得东山比较强。
小子一刚回到 PCS，你觉得你的队友怎么样？
都挺好相处的。
有没有哪一个人很怪的？
啊？
有没有哪个人很怪的？
你们感觉都蛮奇怪的。
还没有体验到 race 的怪啊？
就都挺奇怪的，都很特别。
那你觉得，夏季赛哪一队会是你们的假想敌？哪一队会是你们争冠的假想敌？
我们基本上对任何一个队伍都觉得是很强。
不是，我这边不听官方说法。哪一队会？
为什么？
你们冠军赛的对手会是谁啊？
啊？
冠军赛的对手会是谁？
我自己也不知道。
两位是加入蔡胖的瘦身训练营的是吗？
有一点被他击到，有点被他击到，有点夸张。
我就是跟着空月的节奏来走的。
各自报备一下，现在瘦了几公斤？
我刚从泰国回来92，现在不吃饭的话，早上起床83。
我现在大概瘦了快8公斤吧。真的呀，真的。
8公斤，我只能说应该有加水。8公斤我不信，
我没有加水，因为我本来真的胖超多。
统神目前团练的状况怎么样？
没什么团练呢，只团练了4、5场而已。
那你觉得小老弟们表现如何？
我觉得比较有问题的就是中路跟辅助吧，感觉到。不过其实我觉得没关系啦，因为其实有的时候这样子，因为打比赛是这样子，就是你有的时候感觉一来了，那就是可以赢。
好，那有没有什么想要对冯唐说的话？
没有呢，没有，我要跟他说什么？我不会跟他兑现。没关系啊，明年风堂明年不要跑，明年 PCS 我换中路，我跟你兑现，不要跑。
好，那最后一个问题就是，对地狱猪夏季赛的期望是什么？可以第几名？
我预期最少，我说最少也要拿第4名以上，最少。
OK。
当然如果目标的话，当然是希望能够出国，因为出国前2嘛，对吧？
对，前2。
前2嘛，对。如果你期望的话，能够拿前2。那如果不行的话，因为我看目前我稍微观察了一下，大概 PSG 一定是第1了，对，他们一定是第1了，所以我们目前可能只能抢2，就这样。然后我希望是能够前4了，对。
偶像一起团练的感觉怎么样？
赞。还不错啊。
还不错。
子熙，你现在有在中野联动吗？
肯定有联动的、我跟你说肯定有联动的。
看心情，
现在夏季赛帮我们设定的战术，
跟着老板走。
野区制霸，跟着老板走。
好，夏季赛目标是第几名？
肯定世界赛啊。
肯定抢第2道门票。
我是 WP 的中路努力。
这个这么久了之后，终于有觉得站上 PCS 的舞台有什么心得？
心得。
还有没有特别想要对到的选手？
梅火跟东山吧。
那对你们这个赛季的期待？
能进季后赛就好。
他怎么变队友？
怎么变队友啊？他命中注定啊。
没地方去。
东山冒昧请问一下，这是第几件制的
十几件，
第10件啊
，10吧，第10吧，我也不知道，没去算了。
你们之后是要怎么协调谁打中？猜拳吗？
没有啊，真的格斗啊，打得赢谁打得赢我就是让他打，不要
看版本啊，然后看就是谁团练状况好就谁上。
大家好，我是 JT 的打野拉法。对，今年是第1次先发，有种第1次真正的要展现自己的感觉。第1次拍片头，其实没什么感想，就还蛮新鲜的体验，这样就觉得还蛮有聊的。
什么啦？靠，去读书啦，一样啊，都给我去读书，这根本不会胖。
这导演一直称赞你啊，你觉得就是你有没有治好？
我觉得算公司训练有加，因为我们公司很常拍。
今天的行程就是从澳门打完那个比赛就直接过来这边了，有点赶。拍摄的话，拍片头的话就通常都会找我，或是之前在电脑的话就找我或卡嫂，所以其实都蛮习惯的。团队状况的话，因为本来就是在赛区里都是熟人，就多少都有见过面，然后可能跟挖口还有俊家都本来就还不错，所以比较不会有陌生的问题。新赛季的话，就我们拿第1张票，其他人抢第2张。
被陷杀了，没有在
这边遇到赶紧交了一个万用引力装置，但后面又是一个链子，嘎痛交错闪现，再丢出一个鬼灵之握，
反打吗？
艾利尔看起来战力还挺勇的，又是丢出自己的能量守魂，但交错闪现极限并没有倒地。
可惜，
哎，但是被小鸟给打死了！哇！这里鸟化成了统神的助力。
哦，那个好像是他那个树根盘到那个鸟了，他摸到那个鸟了，所以那个鸟出来咬他了。
哇，隔山打牛啊！我的天哪！结果最后是借力打力，把这个打野给击杀了。
哦有意思，他那个树根摸到那个鸟了。
哎呀，跑出来了，是想不到吗？哎呦喽！直接被6鸟暴打。
这波吉因克斯第一时间没到场，所以吃的比较久哦。
哇，真的是吃的超快。然后后面有一个鬼灵桌进来，但奶哥有没有机会可以来偷？这个8楼却偷到了，这波偷到这个8楼，而且瞬间是打出一波大逆转。Driver 有没有机会可以来创造奇迹，将做自己飞身走线？但这波已经所有成员盯上了他，后面又是一段的飞身走线，但 Driver 只能反身绕跑。
应该是可以直接开的，等对方过来逼团也行，因为在窄口右边的阵容都蛮好发挥的。
而且努力这时候在下路露头的 TP 还没有亮，这时候要往前探这个河道，探索者照到，努力的 TP 也亮了，但巴龙已经要被 JT 给拿下。665往前想要甩冰和龙拉，但鬼灵坐骑限制了整体 WP 的进场，反而勾进去的茶瞬间被秒了。20道兵线的 Raya 在烟雾弹里面，还想要尝试做操作，努力的跳进了龙坑，想要换对方的布鲁斯，上手本能进场，搭配的是努力的一个爆弹，虽然把对方2名成员给换掉，但是已经武力在车长开砍开枪，一枪就送走了。
Penta， 哎呦，默默的 Penta 哎，感觉这条还是不太好争。我一闪想开，但是我116反应很快，直接闪掉了。哎呦，勾回来了！
这里空中并没有被守护者残血给敲走，然后接下来的话变成是空月先拿下这条海克斯飞龙，往前运的话是直接运到了屋顶。接下来的话，鳄鱼身上也被挂了爆弹，李凯掉到残血，但第一时间并没有死亡。然后另外一边卡桑蒂也抵在正前方，在这里要被贝蒂给融化。现在的话，凯莎是拿下人头，所以哥启动了，往前想来变身，这里一个72变，这凯莎热了一个 double kill， 后面还有狙击，交错闪现，空月蓄势待发，一个破镜斩来到挖苦面前，往前与落王之间继续开 A， 这是空月又把人头给收获。刚刚那一波是让吉因克斯打出了3600滴的输出，然后接下来还可以往小龙来进发。
DP 的是想要来接团的，但是龙已经掉了，然后对方的位置也保持的还 OK。
这里进化秒解到了日轮圣芒，让布鲁斯还有机会可以输出。Driver 从后方的一个绕背开出了领域，但是飞之主线伤害超高，现在吉因克斯又准备要来发动了。布鲁斯进入自己神的世界，往前敏直接推了一个扣杀防壁，这就是布鲁斯的 double kill。接着的话，吉米恩直接交出了闪现，但看起来追听已经开始全员晋级。
这里 CFO 的人要直接往前打了，但是有一个阿血在前面看着。其实也很难直接往前做追击。
哇，然后 Driver 这个绕背位置，
哇，这个闪现推
后面还有敏智，这冲杀防壁直接是毁灭了 CFO 团战的希望。这各种的跟进啊，看起来对于敏智而言，这沙皇的掌握度也算是发挥了淋漓尽致。
结束了吗 ？CFO 上野2人 ，A 说 B2 去上野2人要来抽一下防守，但是4个人的推进往前打 ，WQ 锤的是空月，右边的梅亚塔先被击杀掉，这边破球者被小鸡的惊人给躲不掉了。那李凯剩下他一个，重生的 Karis 也是无法阻止 CFO。
感觉他们的整体实力就提升了许多，尤其是在下路线哦，然后他们的团战处理也都非常的好，就感觉变得强很多很多，然后本身他们的中上也本来就没有那么弱，然后现在补强下路了嘛，然后下路对会战的影响又很大，然后团战感觉提升一个档次。
砍下来的同时，看到对方的中野，但马上掉了一个 TP 过来，顺鬼步开了，现在瞄准的目标是 Karis， 但 Gemini 吃到了比较多的 CC， 但上去练。
挺棘手的，我觉得哦，他们今天打的蛮好的，就是拉持轮号，开团也果断，应该算是我们出国的一个晋级。差最多的地方应该是就是 ADC 吧，比较会打输出这样。
玩家
勾到了。
哦，这条路勾到，哇，挂上点燃，被定在原地顺。哇，这是由 BYG 率先开的第1枪。
觉得就是前期有点劣势，就是可能一等就有点劣势了，然后血量掉有点多，就导致我有点慌吧，就是觉得，但是没失误的话，应该能打，一定能打，没失误一定能打。
状态其实都还不错，但是立凯一波壁咚，在没有大局的情况下，瞬间被1-6给踏步踏死，现在变成的差雅空月开始输出，就在输出羽毛的回光，但是反而是飞行扛塔砍死了，是 Jimmy。
今天状况我觉得比我想象的还好很多，尤其是中路吧，我觉得今天打的变很好，他进步的真的很多，就觉得蛮幸运的吧。拿下那2颗头，原本以为我可以 carry 这把比赛，但结果好像也没怎么玩到。
被打成一半的血量，再下回头直接往下掉的，反击晕2个，还有小心再锤2个，哇，贝里被冲了，那对子正往前开枪，又是了 Garrison double kill， 那有没有就再继续往前再锤？空月以及厉害2个人毁灭射击是射死空月，但 Rest 还能再追击厉凯。那下一次坚定不移跟跳斩的 CD 再更快一点，反击风暴再转再晕。
我觉得就是我们团队配合吧，因为觉得最近的那个训练赛也是，就是就算前面劣势了，我们还是能打回来，就团战啊，就是5个人的团队合作吧，就特别好的。
其实还蛮开心的吧，因为大家都有进步，然后也越来越像一个 team 这样子。
感觉整体实力算是有变强吧，因为他们之前就只靠敏智在 carry 的感觉，然后布鲁斯就时好时坏，然后多车长算是一个就是更稳定的因素。
接下来还可以往小龙来进发。
一批的是想要来接团的，但是龙已经掉了，然后对方的位置也保持的还 OK。
这里进化秒解掉了日轮圣芒，让布鲁斯还有机会可以输出。Driver 从后方的一个绕背开出了领域，但是飞之主线伤害超高，现在吉因克斯又准备要来发动了。布鲁斯进入这一神的境界，往前敏直接推了一个扣杀好屁，这是属于布鲁斯的 double kill。接着的话，吉米恩直接交出了闪现，但看起来追听已经开始全员晋级。
就我自己前期中间那边送头了，然后没有把我们的优势继续扩大，因为那波算是蛮严重的失误，不然我们可以滚更多雪球，然后偏稳发育，我们后期比较强。
感觉我们压力比对面还要大。正常来说，对面我们应该很轻松在打，没有啊，就说的话都很急啊，不知道自己在说什么。
我有敏智，伤害很高啊，
而且还有这个2杀火箭在那边超。我觉得击灭就去 BD 了，
听众
远古巨龙这位置降落了谁家？远古巨龙是谁的一个重击？就是追听拿下了远古巨龙。
有机会追吗？感觉没办法，因为对方已经有远古巨龙了，这波要追真的很困难了。
一个 Q 闪先点到了瞬间出发了龙之突袭。
最后小龙蛋就我们太执着于那个远古龙了，没有注意到兵线。
可能我们那边之前沟通比较混乱吧，就没有想到先带中线，然后给他们中线压力，就太想5打5拼团了，然后最后团战打输就比较可惜。
正往下主保是索罗塞买 ，JT 在38分钟拿下了这场比赛。
哇，接听！
丁格尔来了。
这波中线要到哦，要看哦。
来了，
线到了，你们的人都要到。
当然被3-8。
凯南，注意凯南。
我有技能的，不怕。
别在一起。哎，可以再开。我拉好了。
打冒凯。我会帮吃。
还没踢。拉一下。踢啊！我不知道踢哪。
要帮我。
我不知道踢哪，先看踢。
正面。
那现在回你。
别追！我跟不到，别人可以跟，别人可以。
全用了。
一样。你就要一样大龙。
没有，不要踢了。
直接吃。
快，直接吃。
我们直接吃。
卡住他们，别死掉。
亚飞没大，可以吃没有打野的。
我打。
AD 中。
AD 可以逼他母攻。
我先往上走。
哎，这个是这样。
我
打上路，
我打。先把根棒给杀掉，
拉一下
TP 正面了，这边拉一下。慢一点。我把手
可以点，我可以去点。
我一样带我的中啊，你们地方点。
你们去正面吧，当然不用那么多人。我帮倒。
都没线。
他这个红牌刀的。
开禁区，
刚一波了。专注吧，我帮挡 Q。中路
对，还是小龙喽。
小龙吧，先小龙吧。
他们没 AD 啊，我们直接吃。你可以卡吗？
我卡不了。
我们看起来
直接吃了。
直接看，我来，再看。我看杰西。
慢一点，真的，我打不到。
我知道，我不会守。
大刀来了。
我再看。
AD 要来。
凯能。我觉得。
凯能会进哦。
凯能。
我甩 AD 了。
拉一下。
帮东山。帮东山。我可以 Q 闪啊。
慢点，打不到了。杰西也全招都没了。
我想回。
我要回。
拿一波吧。AD 没闪了，确定。凯能也没闪。
不要打。拉扯吧。
没有，我会帮你吸火力，可惜。
没有，你不要去冲别人，听我的，后面是听我的。先走。我们上再推，我这个我到了。他们又想直接开，我可以提耶。你们等下能乱吗？
我可以乱。你平进就踢。
我知道。
哎，我1万。
杰西可能回了。
杰西在正面，9000了，你要快踢哦。
对。
不然就要打架，他们来一波，平马。我的。一波。
不让凯能去，你们打，我不让凯能去。
拉一下。
我踢出来，你慢点，我踢出来。
我不让凯能去。
OK。绕干架。
你踢哪踢啊？
我知道。
我这个
你去。
他们人还没回的，我会断他们回。
我接，我会让他。
我会断他们回。
一个 T 哦。
一波吧。
但杰西没闪。
点塔吧。
我知道。他们能赢。为什么能赢？对，为什么这么难赢？
我知道，拿了帮我绝对不能送啊，因为那很大波啊。
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
myself and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah.
Ashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the final night of the first round robin, and I think excitingly it will decide really where these teams are looking heading into the second round robin. Of course, games brought to you by Riot Games Carry Live. I will be your host, Vestian. Alongside me, an extremely dapper man, it is Shock. Having a bit of difficulty, but yeah, I mean, as Aries was saying, I think it's exciting to work out really where the standings are. In the standings, of course, the first game of the night, we'll see all the schedules on our screen very shortly, but Frank versus J-Team, possibly game of the night. I mean, based on how sort of these teams have looked, I'd have to say it is. And looking back from last split, this match in particular did have solo kill against Driver, but at the moment, Driver looks a bit stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I like Driver, and I think that coming into the split 2, right, he's really revitalized J-Team, and I think that is just, it's crazy how much better they look, right? And it feels like up against J-Team, or sorry, up against Frank, that Driver is just going to be an absolute monster in that top lane, as we're going to look at the previous results. And I think, for the most part, it was those expected results picked up yesterday, but interesting ones, of course. CFO beating DTG in game number 1 and beyond. taking up Frank game number 3. I think that Beyond Frank one, it's one that you have to say Beyond look like a much better team all split long. But, you know, the Frank of last split, as I said yesterday, should really have been able to contest them. And it didn't really feel like they were on the same level whatsoever. And you see that in the standings, right? Frank kind of languishing in that 6th spot, tied with Hellpigs at 3 and 5.
Yeah, and I think importantly, we will see the upcoming matchups very shortly, but tonight, Frank are going to be against Beyond. Don't feel so good about their chances. I mean, last split, perhaps, you're like, yeah, Frank probably looks strong and maybe even take it, but Solo Kill not really finding the form he had, as well as really Eminem and Kaiwing kind of struggling to reach what you expect to be their potential. And Hellpigs are against West Point tonight, which means a real opportunity for Hellpigs to get that 6th spot locked in. Else, it could be West Point getting a win. If Frank lose, we would then have a 3-way tie coming in for that 6th spot, which headed into the second part of the split can mean so much.
That would be pretty crazy. I mean, last split we kind of had a lot of people tied at that sort of upper part of the bracket, you know, in that kind of 1st and 2nd spot. But to have that tie at the very edge of playoffs, I think could be very interesting as well. Taking a look at today's matchups, as we said before, Frank versus J-Team, I think probably the big one in terms of the standings. DCG versus Beyond, you'd have to say that game as well is going to be pretty important if DCG want to, I guess, make a splash as a top team. And like you said, West Point versus Hellpigs could be another underrated one.
Yeah, definitely could. I mean, it's going to be exciting. I don't exactly know where I'm thinking for a lot of these games. I mean, West Point's Hellpigs, I think, might be the closest, sort of in terms of skill level of the teams. And I think that will be a real test here, because at the moment it seems like at least top 5 feel pretty locked in, even though we do have a whole split, like half of the split left. It just seems they're a cut above the rest. But yeah, the sort of 6th spot is very up for contention, as on your screen is one of those teams contending for it. It's going to be Hollow playing again, so his 3rd game in a row after Kenny Chan playing the first 2 weeks, and yet to find a win with Hollow. But similarly, when they did use Kenny Chan, they did lose all 3 of their first week games. And I think a lot hasn't really come down to the junglers for the most part. It seemed like Solo Kill not finding his rhythm in bot lane, as I touched on earlier. But here is a team who truly have found their rhythm. Bruce leveling up from last split alongside with Minji, but then ultimately it's been really the driver show on this team for the most part.
Yeah, do agree, and I like the way that J-Team drafts as well. I think for the most part they've had really solid drafts, and they've also been able to play some of the things that other teams, even the stronger ones, have sort of struggled with, right? I think they're one of the teams that have found success with LeBlanc. Even the likes of PSG opting to ban that away from themselves just because they can't seem to get it to work. But J-Team, they feel very versatile, especially with that addition of Driver. Opens up a lot more comps because he just can, especially on the red side, play pretty much everything. And I think we often do see J-Team on that red side, so most likely are picking it and trying to make use of his kind of 5th pick counter pick coming through.
Yeah, and tonight they will be again on that red side here against Frank, which with the current standings, you have to feel pretty good for J-Team. As you said, like, even there's a lot of teams that can't really pick that AP top side, but Driver able to play the Gwen, able to play the Gragas, and you'd expect there's even more picks in there like the Cannon that if needed, he could pull out. Hasn't had to yet, but here are the mid lane matchups, and honestly, very, very impressive from Minji.
Yeah, Minji, I mean, he's topping the stats on just about everything here, and you have to say he's in the conversation for being one of the better mids, perhaps the best at the moment, top 2 at least. And I think, to Pretender's credit, damage percentage is quite high as well. It can be a misleading stat, obviously, because I think Minji, you know, he's got Driver on his team, bringing up the damage percentage for him, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Pretender feels like most of his team probably isn't doing a lot of damage, so benefiting from that and having higher damage. And I think Pretender, he's had a bit of a lackluster split so far, but last split he was very, very strong. So he definitely does have that skill in him. Just needs to kind of maybe find his groove in the meta, or just Frank as a team need to kind of find what works for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to last split, one thing about Pretender was he, until pretty much the last week, had the most unique champs played. I think he had, like, by the end of it, something around like 15 different champions played. He's sort of tended to stick more to his picks this split, but it hasn't been working out, so maybe we'll see him go out onto some different stuff. It is pick and ban phase now, of course, and nothing too surprising. We finally saw yesterday Nico priority from that blue side, but Frank don't want to play it, so just going to ban that away.
I'm a little worried for Solo Kill here on the blue side, because I think Solo Kill, he's much more of a red side player. You know, he likes his counter picks, but even this split hasn't found success in those either. And I think blind picking against Driver has been difficult for basically anyone in the league. So we'll see what they end up going for. I mean, the Renekton was banned away from J-Team, which I like because it feels like one of the... While it's a counterable top laner, it's not one that's very beatable in the lane phase, right? You can't take a lot of advantage of it. So they do ban it away. And Ivern is the last ban. Now LeBlanc coming through as well. So Jace is open, Tristana, Maokai, Sedge. There's a lot of power picks.
Look at that man bun.
Yeah, he's changed the hairstyle.
He spices it up. Maybe it is. He has to try something. Maybe it's the hair. But we're going to go Sejuani. I do like that takeaway in some ways. It does get rid of that possibility for the Jack Sejuani to come through early, which, I don't know, solo kill does play the Gragas. So it doesn't feel too important to take away that because you can just pick the Gragas into the Jacks. And even that 2v2 may be strong. Gragas tends to survive pretty much everything, but we'll just take it away. Now, Maokai left open. We didn't see these champs left open yesterday a whole lot, so it's good to see them back, I guess.
Yeah, I would expect Maokai Jace to be the lock-in.
Yeah, it does seem pretty natural here.
The thing I'd like about Maokai Jace is not only does it give you, a strong combination, deny the Jace from the Sejuani, but it also means that if Frank go for Sejuani Jax, J-Team can answer with that Gragas into Jax, which drivers made look very good before. So I think having that AD mid would be really nice here.
Wow, look at the presence Maokai has in the win rate.
Yeah, that's
He's
pretty
been
insane.
in nearly every single game as a pick or a ban and sitting very, very high there on the win rates. But Tristana currently the hover.
Okay, so they prioritize the Tristana over the Jace. I think this is a little worrying because it gives over potentially the Jace Sejuani, which feels difficult to deal with. Gangplank a hover, don't expect that to be locked in just yet.
This makes sense.
I'm a little surprised by the Tristana priority over the Jace. I do think that Tristana is a very strong champion, and some of the kind of weaknesses of Tristana, not having the AP on your team, it is solved for sure by having a Maokai. But at the same time, giving over that Jace Sejuani feels a little strange. And Frank, I hope they don't pick up the Jax, because I think it's a bit of a lost condition into Driver specifically. They might do it anyway, but I would not be surprised at all if it's just a Gragas.
I think it could just be the Gragas here.
Yeah.
You definitely will have enough AD damage coming through. Oh, no, I don't. I mean, to be fair, Driver can play tanks, but I don't like watching him play tanks. He's so exciting. Yeah. Definitely feels like a good Gragas game here. Gives yourself some engage, disengage, as well as a favorable matchup. We've seen him solo kill his lane every time he's had this matchup. Twice, he's played the Gragas into Jax. Twice, he's found solo kills. And they're not on any lackluster top laners either. He killed Lakai multiple times in that lane and just completely outplayed Lakai during the game. And so we know Driver really, really can maximize his efficiency in this lane matchup. I wonder if Jax is going to take some more lane-heavy runes here to just get him through that early stage.
I wouldn't be surprised, because I do feel like Frank have the better comp if they can survive that top lane especially. But that's the difficulty, right? It's every Jax we've seen go up against Driver on the Gragas goes down 40 CS, solo kill, losing plates, and what does your comp matter when you're just that far behind? Second phase bans though, Rakan comes out matched by Ashe. They're taking away some of those early game picks. I wonder, side of J-Team, I think they'll probably look to pick up their ADC fourth unless they want a priority support.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to get the AD carry.
Ooh, Ziggs ban. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I feel like Ziggs also has been a bit of a bait, but I guess Frank do feel like they need,
I think,
maybe at least some...
To be fair, I think seeing the Ashe ban responding with the Ziggs ban makes a lot of sense because currently your only AP is that Sejuani, which won't do so well independently, and Ashe pretty much the best AD carry at dealing with the Ziggs. So once you get that banned out, it makes sense just to get rid of the Ziggs and not have to worry about that. And you have the freedom now to pick the likes of the Aphelios, which does seem to be the best AD carry left alongside the Xayah.
Yeah, I wonder what Frank go for now. I mean, the Xayah is kind of the obvious
Probably
choice.
Xayah Rel.
Yeah, but there just aren't that many AD carries left. I think Xayah, Rel, or makes kind of the most sense. Jinx could be something a little different.
Doesn't feel that good to play Jinx into the Gragas though.
No, I think Xayah is the better pick, and I do expect Eminem to pick it up. Really just, ooh, there's a Kog'Maw hover in there.
Little sneaky one, but will be the Xayah. Now, I think what makes most sense is probably the Rel. Everyone really, really favoring the Rel at the moment. Although, Nautilus quite good at dealing with the Aphelios. Rel just offers a lot more in terms of a team fight.
Really feels like you can pick basically any engage support and it's going to be good. Could also be thinking about the denial pick as well. You know, what do you not want Enso to pick? I think Enso has been mainly playing range supports from what I remember. But this game, I mean, will it just be the Thresh to allow the Aphelios, or a Braum?
I do kind of like this.
I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Braum is good, but I do feel like having less engaged to punish the Jace just for poking maybe isn't the best. I'm down for Alistar.
Yep.
Okay, so they end up locking it in. I would say that Frank probably have the better comp, but I think J-Team have the better lanes.
I kind of like J-Team's comp. I think the Gragas really rounds it out quite well, I think, because you do have the Alistar who can look for engages, but Driver as well can look for engages. And now Isaiah, not the easiest to find an engage on. We have seen Driver really good at utilizing his teleport to find nice flanks, and you can look for the Jace, who is just as important to find. And not only that, Alistar can also be used alongside the Maokai as disengaged to try and get away from the Sejuani and away from the Jax and the Rel.
What I do like about J-Team is also that they have some inbuilt sustain, right? Like Gragas has it, Aphelios has it, and the Tristana can get it fairly early.
And Maokai and Alistar even.
Yeah, it's not as easy to just proc though.
True.
But the Jace, I feel like it doesn't find maybe the crazy value that it normally does. It'll be interesting because I think we've seen, at least internationally, the Sejuani paired with melees is very hard to fight back against. But I think a lot of the time in the PCS, it doesn't really get used that much. Either the Sejuani's kind of playing around the wrong area of the map, or the lanes just get exploited before that point. And I feel like we've really yet to see a team unlock the true potential of Sejuani, but it's a very powerful pick. And I hope Frank can turn it around here. I still feel like J-Team, though, are the favorite.
Yeah, it seems like at least this split, J-Team seem to be the stronger team. And what's kind of sad for me between these two is last split, my most exciting matchup to watch was this Driver versus Solo Kill matchup, but Solo Kill having an extremely quiet split and Driver looking phenomenal means it does feel like Driver is probably just going to bully out this lane, especially when you have seen him get this counter pick that he's utilized time and time again to extremely good results. But we will load now. It is the first game here of day number 3, week 3. Frank versus J-Team. Definitely one of the games of the nights. Team compositions are fairly even, all things considered. A lot's going to come down to how everyone is utilizing these picks. As Kaiwing's going to look for a level 1 here. Lalva will have to be careful, but seemingly should be okay. Really interested to see how this top lane goes. We do see, obviously, Driver on this Gragas is taking lane runes.
Yeah, Jax, he's got the second wind, as well as those biscuits. Which is good to see. It's going to make it a bit easier to play that laning phase. Still, though, it feels pretty tough. I am glad he went for the door and shield as well. He's definitely seen this matchup play out.
Yeah.
And knows he's got to get as defensive as he can.
Also, Aftershock here for Sejuani. Oftentimes we do see phase rush, but going a bit more tanky this game. Not so worried about running away or the move speed given by phase rush. Phase rush also for Pretender.
Yeah, there's an exhaust on the Alistar as well. Some kind of interesting things. No cleanse on Xayah, but it does kind of feel like you can get away with it this game. We'll see though. Feels like these solo lane matchups will be the place to look. As Jace Tristana, it's been one that's gone both ways here in the PCS. And of course, we've seen how explosive this top lane matchup can be, which you maybe wouldn't expect. I mean, Greg's obviously a good laner, but it feels like it's really only Driver that's been able to take it to this next level with the Gragas.
Yeah. Is behind in health now, but that tends to happen, and he just sustains back up as Gragas does.
Minji will be getting control over mid. Oh, he gets a nice little jump forward onto Pretender, but nothing really lost here. At least for now, solo lanes feel relatively even. Minji with that priority is going to come in and drop a Raptor Ward in the jungle.
Now, I hope we get to keep our eyes on the top lane here, because this is what's happened every single time as Drivers allowed the Jax to push. It gets almost to his tower, and that's where Driver starts to really put the pressure down on the Jax and get out a lot of his health and almost force the teleport every single time.
Ooh.
Oh, Hollow.
A 3 camp from the other side of mid. Minji would not be expecting this.
Yeah, okay. Pretender going forward. Minji Looks like he's a bit stun locked there, but does get away, and it wasn't very good follow-up from Hollow. In fact, trade goes in favor of Minji.
You mentioned Hollow, but I actually think that's more Pretender's mistake. You need to use the Jace E to cancel the Tristana jump, but he just didn't use it, and he had E skilled, so I'm not too sure what happened there. I think he had the mana, so I'm not too sure. Feels like that could have been at least a flash burn, but Minji is able to get out and doesn't even lose much health for it. Now, critically for solo kill, he does manage to crash that wave. Oh, and he's going to go straight to proxying. I like this. He knows Maokai's on the other side of the map, as he did start topside. And this is going to allow him to just avoid the 1v1 completely. I think that's almost feels like he's practiced this matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really smart adaptation. Will he go behind the next tower? I think he might.
Oh, this guy's fearless.
Yeah. I really like this. He knows no one can be here. Even if he executes, doesn't really matter. Would be a good death, as they say. But no, this is really, really good by solo kill. And it's the kind of thing you want to see, right? Ooh, trade comes out mid. Bone plating there for Minji.
Available, yeah.
I am surprised that Pretender tried to trade back so hard into the bone plating. But it ends up being relatively decent. That being said, though, Pretender is already TP'd back, whereas Minji still has his TP. So it's a trade that certainly favors Minji there, especially if he can get this base off without losing too much for it. But I have to say, this is the best that Jax vs Gragas matchup has ever looked.
Yeah.
He's got magic resist, nice and early as well. Yeah, against double AP topside, so I do like that. I'm a little worried for Pretender now, just because he did TP back by the tier. We'll see if Minji manages to TP back and freeze.
Looks like also this is the first time we're going to see the Jax be able to just walk back to his lane after the initial recall, which means a lot in the matchup. Because obviously Gragas can pretty much just stay in the lane as long as he wants for the most part. But being that Jax now should have a recall timing similar to Gragas in the future where they both teleport, means a lot for the matchup in this isolated 1v1. A lot of sustain still available, 2 bickies as well as the potion for this Jax. Lost chapter though, critically, completed for Driver.
Yeah, it does still have that spike, but a lot kind of.
Ooh, is it going to be Leandri's drop? You reckon it's going to be a Leandri's game?
He went Everfrost last time.
He did.
I think it'll be an Everfrost
but
again.
He's changed up the build both Gragas games so far.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good Leandri's game, but I would expect it still to be the Everfrost. I think without Phase Rush, having Everfrost versus Jax is pretty important. Trade maybe coming out on bot side as Enzo loses a fair amount of health. Bruce manages to trade back, and they are just going to slowly push this under. Solo kill. Maybe now is when he's going to start taking the beating.
Yeah, is level 6. Or procs the ult immediately, but Driver pretty much cancels anything that can come from that. And with this, we're going to see now Driver getting a little bit of control over this lane.
Yeah, we'll start to freeze it. Now, Solo Kill still has TP, and I think he'll probably grab the Merc Treads here. If he can get a... I'm not sure if he'll go refillable as well, but any more sustain, I think, would be nice. He's just going to TP back, grab himself a longsword. Still 3 cookies, so... should be fine.
Okay, both junglers around this mid lane. Barber should be spotted out by Hollow. Minji jumps forward, but doesn't realize there's a Sejuani in the bush who flashes, is going to land that Arcane Assault. But it's Minji on 1 HP. They're not going to get the permafrost, and the 3v3 goes in favor of J-Team. Minji picking up 1, and they're looking for a second here onto Hollow. No flash available. Rocket jump forward will secure the second kill there. 1 for the jungler and the mid lane here of J-Team.
Yep, pretty disastrous 3v3 there. And I think while it was definitely better executed from the side of J-Team, wow, 500 kills here from Minji. I think part of this is just the punishment for what's happened to Jace. Oftentimes, ooh, hold that thought. Flash was forced out. I think he got ulted under tower. As I was saying though, oftentimes the Jace just goes for the Dirk before the tier. But in this fight, Pretender, he only had the tier, did not have the Dirk. He had tier longsword, and that's a lot less power, right? And it makes a big difference because in this fight, this Jace is honestly not dealing a whole lot of damage. It feels like they might be able to deal with Minji here, but with just how little damage that Pretender's actually doing, and the flash forward to do what? Another 50 damage. Something you're just engaged on and taken out, and I really think if Pretender had itemized and played his lane a little bit better, that this could go completely differently.
Yeah, wow. Both supports being at the right place at the right time, really, but unfortunately, just played better there. Oh, stun lands on the Driver. He's in real trouble. He should just be going down. Flash away. There is no flashes to follow. Does land that slow from the rolling barrel, but it's solo kill. jumps forward, is going to be able to secure that one. So nice find there, utilizing the power of that Sejuani Jax to secure themselves a kill on the top side. Importantly, Driver does have teleport.
This is looking a lot better though.
Yeah.
In terms of the matchup, and also I'm glad to see Sejuani used for some sort of fight at least, successfully. Bot lane in trouble here, no level 6.
A lot of Chakrams available. It is 6 here on M&M. As the tower aggro's getting used pretty well here, but it's going to be a nice rip back from the Brave Caller. Finds that kill. Wow, that was really well played by M&M.
M&M, he hit 6 just in time, but it's not over, maybe.
It's not over. He doesn't have 6 this time, and it's going to be Enso tanking up that tower. Traded back. It's a 2 for 2.
The Pretender, Midgie should have jump here. Yeah, it does have it, but all things considered, I think Frank's bot lane played that just about as well as they could have. Managed to bait out so much from the other side, and Hollow, he gets the Herald pretty much for free.
Yeah, I think importantly, Alistair not the one tanking up that tower there, so not really making good use of the Unbreakable Will. Means that immediately Larva goes down in the initial dive, and the follow-up dive, there is no Unbreakable Will available, which causes both Bruce and Enso to go down, as you'll see here.
Yeah, M&M also critically hit level 6 off this creep, which made a really big difference. He demat from Kaiwing. And yeah, Bruce tanking this the whole time. Can't really DPS. Obviously was very well played there from M&M, but I think J-Team, if they'd executed this better, probably could have just killed them. I think it would have been pretty clean. Thankfully though, Minji comes down and sort of salvages the play, or at least it looks like it initially. But so much, you know, used to get these kills, and still ends up being 3 kills for M&M.
Minji though, 2-0-2 on this Tristana.
Yeah, it has a Shiv, which is going to be really hard for Pretender to deal with. He's pretty behind at this point. He's going to need some time to scale up. And that Tristana will want to be getting involved in these fights. M&M, though, also very accelerated. Hasn't got his first item just yet. Now, Frank, they move into this river, and I think this is a fight that they probably do want to take. Yeah, with that bot priority, it looks like they are going to be able to get this crab. And I think if they can keep it slow until Solokill has his TP up, it's probably fine. I think you want to make sure that your Jax is in these fights. Make use of that Jax Sejuani. After all, that is what you've drafted for. Try and get that Jace to 1 item as well.
Ooh. The Leandri's Dream is still alive here for the Gragas.
Yeah, could very well be.
As importantly, Amptome does build into both Leandri's and Everfrost though, so I'm hoping for the Leandri's. I want to see Driver do some damage.
Oh, he'll be doing damage all right.
Ooh, look at that.
He's starting to get the better of this matchup, but Solokill has done so much better than the other Jaxes.
That's absolutely true.
Which you feel like is partially because he's seen it, right? And he had to know the Gragas was coming. So he's clearly thought about it. But now, J-Team, look how much vision they have. They have complete control of this bot side. Kaiwing needs to be a little careful retaking this. Oh, he's just...
This is going to look mid, but it's 3 members strong here for J-Team.
Yeah, has to know this is a little risky. Sees the J-Team support in jungle. And can they contest the vision? Bruce has first move.
Ooh. Yeah, Bruce here now.
Okay, a little bit of poke lands. Gets the bone plating out as well.
Pretty low mana here on the Jace.
Yeah, it does have TP. I wonder if he's just going to try farm his first item before he goes for the reset. And during this time, Bruce picks up the Kraken Slayer, but M&M is pushing bot.
3 plates.
Yeah, it looks like it's just 1 on each tower at this point. And Frank, aren't they going to start this up? I'm not sure they should, because M&M's at I think, a mythic disadvantage right now.
Ooh.
Ooh, a lot of damage.
Driver's so good at this combo on Gragas.
Think Solokill will be fine, though.
Has to back out, though. That will cost him his teleport.
It does. Driver does not have his just yet, so they can't abuse it immediately to fight that dragon. But I think this dragon should actually just go the way of Frank anyway. M&M just now is basing for the Kraken. So I'm pretty sure if J-Team start this up, it should just go to them. The Solokill, he might try chase here. I don't think he can find anything, though.
No, just cops a pretty high amount of damage from that rolling barrel. Is going to be this dragon here going to J-Team.
Yeah, I think it's gone. It is first dragon going over fairly late into the game, so unlikely to see a very early dragon win condition here. There's maybe trade on the bot side.
Maybe gone the wrong way here. Going to force out his cleanse. Very, very greedy pathing. Does lead to him going down, and this is a 3rd kill now for M&M on the Xayah. Pretty much the exact champion that's the hardest for them to kill. is getting the majority of the gold.
Yeah. TP has to come out from Minji, which means that Pretender can get some more gold back in mids. That's a really, really bad death there from Bruce. Gives Frank a lot of gold. Lava might be able to pick up this mid wave, which is decent. But you have to feel like it should still be at least one play going to Pretender. Is going to grab that. And Driver, he has his TP up pretty soon. Wants to try stay in lane until that point. Oh, look at though, with the demolish, he's going to grab one, maybe two. Oh, nice dodge out. Needs to be a little careful how far he goes in here though. Lava is on this side of the map and TP is available for Driver.
Driver might have Mythic as well. Yes. Has been in lane for quite a long time. Is going to be Everfrost and the Lucidity boots picked up.
Ooh, so yeah, it does have to be careful. Yeah, it does not have the ulti. And Driver very spiked at this point. It's level 11 as well.
Now this is really when Driver can look to punish this Jax quite a lot. A fairly good advantage for himself until at least that Divine Sunder comes in as Minji. Minji will be looking similar in strength here, maybe even slightly stronger than Eminem, at least for the time being. But Eminem, after, you know, in about 5 minutes time, 5 to 10 minutes, will be looking exceedingly strong and is a point of worry, you have to think here for J-Team.
Definitely. Hollow is looking towards top. Driver, he does have flash, but he's very far up.
Oh, okay.
Think he's out.
Yeah, that was, I think, maybe he saw the Sejuani last minute. Oh, okay. Nice stop there by Hollow, but is it going to be enough for Solo Kill to get in? With that Glacial Prison, it should be. As Driver slowed down, Body Slam used. Flash is going to come out there if Jax finds himself a second kill. But as Pretender paying the price down on the bottom side, perhaps Lava, not a whole lot of damage, but now with Enso and Minji coming in, if Minji can get there, flash forward. It's going to be the Bramble Smash, however, that does confirm the kill. Top side though, tower going down. It might be a race for this first tower. Should be going to Frank. Much needed gold here for their team.
And I think it's good kind of place for it to be. Bruce though.
Bruce.
Takes a lot of damage, trades some back. But how crazy is it the Driver actually managed to die there? Felt like he was so far out, but it was a really nice play that came out of Hollow. Ended up taking him out. And Pretender, he's really struggling in this game. Was hard weak-sided there and didn't really play safe enough. It does look like Driver is out. I mean, he gains so much distance here. But Hollow, he really plays it like a champ, right? He slows, blocks the E.
Yeah, that was good.
And really just layers the CC pretty much perfectly for Solo Kill to just walk all this way and come grab the kill and the tower gold after that.
Driver's still happy. Still a smile on his face.
Bot lane, there was a lost 2 towers? Yeah, I think 2 towers lost.
Minji should be so accelerated
Yeah,
now.
he is going to be really fed. It is tough, though, to play Tristana against Jax Sejuani, I feel like.
Navori completed.
Yeah, okay, he's very spiked. But I almost feel like Frank should still be favored at this next Dragon fight. Just because of the strength in their top jungle. And I mean, the ADC is strong as well. Doesn't have the Navori yet. But honestly, isn't that far behind Minji. And Pretender, that's some much needed gold. Grabs that. I'm not sure how he managed to get that. I guess there was just no one on that side of the map. Grabs it relatively for free. Minji, he's rotated up top. Looks like he will now be working on this top tier 1.
Damn. Yeah, see you later, Minion Wave.
Yeah, this is not long for this world. Solo Kill, he can try slow it down, but he has to know that this is pretty risky.
Yeah, this is him very much excited. We'll go forward, but that's going to be the counter-strike down. It's just going to be securing this tower. So another tower here found by J-Team. Gold difference extremely even. It is Dragon in favor of J-Team, and with the next Dragon spawning, I think it's pretty close. A lot is going to come down to execution. Buster Shot won't be available for Tristana, which could be something to look at as this Rift Shield goes down. Not sure it'll take the tower as pretty close. Yeah, not quite.
Not quite, but it does set up nicely for Frank to walk into that river. I think J-Team, they're just going to trade this Dragon. They know that maybe Dragon isn't a realistic win con. If they can shut down Pretender more.
This might be worth even more as they flash forward. Twisted Advance, Nature's Grass, all lands. Minji tanking up the tower, but they do have the damage to take him out in time. And 3 kills on this Tristana should also be an inner tower going down. Or maybe not.
I do like that play out of J-Team, though. Feels like the Dragon ultimately isn't that important at this point. But shutting out that Jace just completely from this game definitely is. More gold onto Minji. I think he should be able to take that top tier 2 now for the Dragon. All things considered, the game still looks pretty even. But it feels like now, you know, Minji versus Solokill and Eminem.
I think Lava also looks pretty strong. Not often you see the Maokai with his items coming through so quick.
Minji's up 3k gold.
Also, I want to note that Maokai doesn't feel that threatened by the CC. I mean, it makes sense. He's going tanky, so he has just gone for the plated steel caps. Means Eminem as well as Solokill will be doing less damage, but if he does get stunned up, there's the potential to actually get him down pretty quick.
Well, Eminem, I think now should probably have the Navori. Is just going to go recall for that. There is poke starting to come through from Pretender, but a Jace from this position feels very different from when it's accelerated. It won't be getting those 3 items for a while. When he completes his Manamine, though, things will be a lot better for him. Navori is now completed on Eminem, so he's very spiked as well. And Bruce is still kind of stuck on some pretty awkward items. Now, though, J-Team, they want to control this top jungle. And it feels like if you're doing this, it is to set up for the Baron. No side lane. Oh, engage.
Kaiwing will find at least 2 of them as Bruce does flash away from any follow-up, but it's Solokill coming in. Flash will find the counter-strike, but Driver! Massive explosive barrel, disengaging at least for now as the chase will be coming through. That speed from the Scuttle Crab will help a lot. Solokill dashing over the wall to that ward. They're able to take out Enso. That's all for now, and importantly, Enso nowhere, or Lava, sorry, nowhere to be seen during that. Without the Nature's Grasp, there's no real opportunity to disengage. I think Driver did some phenomenal work to save at least Bruce from that engage.
Was nice, yeah. It felt like J-Team might have lost a few more members there. But they managed to get out relatively for free. It's just their support that's given over. Now, Pretender picks up that kill, which is pretty nice.
Hullbreaker on Jax.
Ooh, okay. So we'll see how this starts out. I think it's a really awkward place for J-Team to fight because there's no way to get Tristana here to really DPS. So your strongest member is just kind of stuck awkwardly playing over the wall. Now, when she finally gets here, she still has a pretty hard time actually attacking, right? Just kind of has to proc the bomb, jump out, and by this point, the health bars are already too low. So I think J-Team, they definitely can still win fights at this stage of the game, but they don't want to fight like that. They need to have Minji either use his Shiv to just kind of push and move, have a numbers advantage at the fight, or just have Minji at the fight early. Either of those 2 things is pretty important because he is such a big part of this team right now. And the Hullbreaker on the Jax, I guess it's going to allow him to win in the side lane against, I would expect, both J-Team members. Definitely the Tristana, though.
It will make him weaker in team fights, though. And with your team comp, you do like grouping up a little bit. But we'll see. Solokill, definitely the top laner who, in history, has liked this Hullbreaker the most, pretty much building it on any champion that can side lane.
And it doesn't really look like they're using the Hullbreaker right now as they group up on his lane. No. Do get a bit of damage onto that bot tier 2. I guess there isn't a whole lot else for Frank to do right now. Baron still feels a bit difficult. Oh, maybe looking now though. Pretender, he's in trouble here.
Oh, nice engage found from Enso. It's a double knockup. Pretender will be going down. Solokill counter-strike used as Minji comes over to follow, but that should be all. It is a kill found. And importantly, on that Jace, there's the opportunity now if J-Team really feel confident enough to look towards this Baron. A lot of damage will come through if they do.
Solokill doesn't have TP, and he's doing Krugs right now.
Yeah, Minji teleporting up. This should be the Baron looked at, and no Jace poke to come through. It's very hard for Kaiwing to look and feel confident as Solokill slowly but surely walking up here.
Yeah, he's coming up. No TP on Pretender either, so this is just a straight 4v5.
Yeah, and Driver just doing bodyguard work as they jump forward. I think you can turn your attention back towards this Baron as Hollow being really well guarded. Lava, Nature's Grasp comes out, ensures no one comes through. That's going to be the Baron here for J-Team, and the ensuing fight. Kaiwing using Magnet Storm to get away, but it's Minji flashing forward to follow up, and in the meantime, Bruce, so much damage. That's reset 1, reset 2, reset 3. Triple kill here for Minji on the Tristana after the clean Baron.
Wow, feels like with that, J-Team catapult themselves into a huge lead here. They can take so much with this. this Baron buff Tristana is just going to absolutely tear through the objectives, and it's really just Pretender who's not strong at all.
It's not Pretender anymore. That's going to be a fantastic combo found from Driver. He's tanking it for his team, and Pretender, 5 deaths here in what seems to be an even matchup.
Rough performance out of him. First inhib falls, feels like the second one not too far behind. Minji, he's working on a solo kill though.
Teleport,
he is TPing.
Low health bar on Driver, but importantly, still so much damage can come out of this. Aphelios, Driver stopping the engage. It's going to be solo kill. Dying for nothing is Lalva going forward. Minji again. It's Reset City. That's one. Eminem now stunned up. He's going down. It's another reset, but Hollow. He'll flash out for his life. And all of a sudden, in 23.5 minutes, J-Team have won.
A game that just was close until it wasn't. And I think Frank honestly played a fairly good game, but it just fell apart there right at the end. And I hate to say it, but it felt like an absolutely absurd mid difference. I think Minji, he played phenomenally in that game, and it's a matchup that has gone both ways in the PCS, and he was getting advantages over Pretender very early. He forces him into that tier longsword back instead of getting the Dirk. That causes them to lose that fight after, and you saw how hard he snowballs. And I think you've really got to question the performance out of Pretender, because I think the rest of the team honestly had a very good game. Solo kill turned what looked like a completely unplayable matchup into honestly a pretty good job. But Pretender, it's 2 games now in a row that I feel like he's been a very weak point of Frank.
You can see, I think on your screen, Driver not too happy with his performance, but still in good character. Yeah, and that man there, Minji, I thought last split didn't look that good, but this split, he's making an argument for the best mid laner in the league. And you don't really expect that coming, like the level up of this guy is insane. He pretty much single-handedly, along with that Maokai, I have to say, found so much to really bring his team in, and you can see Frank not looking too happy. And
no, they're devastated.
Absolutely, you would be.
Yeah, as they should be, because I think there was definitely a point there where I think it was actually they were winning, right? Like, I think if all the kills are on Tristana and you've got a strong Jax, it's actually, you know, I would say your favorite in the team fights. Now, I think the hull breaker out of Jax maybe not the best, and I think that, you know, Pretender could have minimized on the weak side quite a lot more. Instead, he gives more and more gold to Minji, and then when he gets caught, you know, on that bot, I guess it was in the bot jungle, could have flashed the wall. He tried to greed for the blast cone, got CC by Alistair, and then even off that, I think maybe if solo kill hadn't done the Krugs, maybe they could have stopped it. It feels difficult though.
It's hard to stop. The team comp doesn't really have any way to poke out. You can kind of just go in, and maybe solo kill was strong enough to be able to do that, as well as Kaiwing. He was finding good engages. He was finding good disengages, but when you're that far behind this Tristana and taking pretty terrible fights, as well as Pretender's just dead half the game, it doesn't look too good for you. And as I said, Tristana Jace has been a fairly even matchup. I think Tristana against the Jace in general, the way you find success is Jace runs out of mana early, and so he has to back and he can't get the serrated Dirk. That tends to be the best part of the Tristana versus Jace. But the way that J-Team were able to realize that and then take these fights at that timing to get Minji some kills. I think he was 2-0-3 and then eventually, you know, exploding into the game, but really utilizing that power trough of the Jace to find a lot on their Tristana, and then everyone around the map playing very well. I mean, Driver didn't look so good in the lane. He died a couple of times to ganks, and credit to Frank there, we're utilizing the strength of the Sejuani Jax, but ultimately in team fights, the Gragas was still doing Gragas' job.
Yeah,
he was disengaging.
he did his job.
His
Exactly.
combos as well are absolutely crazy. He is so on point with those Gragas combos.
Yeah, I mean, Driver and the rest of J-Team did play a very good game. I do want to say again, shout out to Solo Kill, because I think that he took a matchup that looked awful, and I think with some really smart adaptations, completely turned it around. Unfortunately, they didn't get the win, but he looked a lot better, and this was another pretty heroic effort from Frank's bot lane to manage to kind of trade somewhat evenly in this play. And I think J-Team could have executed this a tiny bit better. But ultimately, you know, Eminem, he punishes them pretty hard for it. Minji, though, once again, it saves the day. Well, it still ends up trading evenly. But the gold is still picked up by Tristana, right? And he snowballed so hard with it. So you have to say it was worth for him, at least.
Overall, that was a trade in favor of Frank. They got 3 kills in total there for only the 2. But importantly, 2 of them going to that Tristana. And you can see on your screen there, Driver was set behind, but doesn't look like it.
And look at the gold graph.
Yeah.
It was completely even until suddenly You know, they get that one pick, they get the Baron, and they get the game along with it. That is one of the most absurd goal differences I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, it almost felt like desperation after Frank lost that Baron. They went for... I mean, Pretender got caught off again by a nice explosive cask, and then the teleport behind from solo kill, who just gets immediately killed, and then follow through to just ending the game. I mean, once you get one reset on the Tristana, when you're this far ahead, it's really hard to combat. And yeah, Minji playing exceedingly well. I think the whole team in general played pretty well. Bruce, a really big mistake in the bot lane, however.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, after this, I was going to ask who you think MVP. I think it should be Minji, but credit to Lava. I think Lava, the unsung hero there, found quite a lot, as well as was very proactive on the map.
93% KP though, as a mid laner, is pretty impressive. I mean, those early fights were all around mid, and then kind of was the strong-sided side laner, so it's just naturally going to pick a lot of them up, but this kind of felt like where a lot of it started, and Pretender, he just straight up does no damage. And the J team jungle support come in here, clean it up for, or just set it up really for Minji to get these kills. I think Lava did get this one, but you're definitely fine with your Maokai getting it.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty impactful. And
especially in the early stages. I feel like tank items are a bit stronger than damage items early.
Yeah, definitely. And this fight, I think it maybe could have been close, but it actually was the Aphelios ult that I think really kind of did it to him. Minji, he got Kaiwing on the side, which allows him to jump back in. But as you'll see, oh yeah, that was the one where he just resets time and time again.
Look at him, he's just doing backflips on him.
He could have done another one if he wanted.
This is a gymnast. Damn.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. Minji played extremely well. I think mid-jungle there from J-Team, probably the heroes of that game.
Yeah.
I think so. Driver up top, having a few mistakes getting caught in the ganks, as well as Bruce, that one really weird pathing where you just decide you'd try walk through the rel.
Yeah.
But questionable.
I still like that about J-Team, though, that despite the fact that maybe if some of the members don't play as well as they normally do, that, you know, people will always play well enough on their team to get them over the finish line, right? Like, sure, maybe if they have that sort of game up against the likes of Beyond or PSG, they won't get it, but against everyone else, they're a strong enough roster that they're going to make it work.
Yep, and that's why we see them currently tied for third, obviously behind only PSG and Beyond. I think that's the only two losses as well. I might be wrong, but ultimately, it is looking really, really good here for J-Team, and that is so exciting. I think the narrative of a team that didn't make playoffs now contending for even the top 2 spots is massive, and that's pretty much just the inclusion of both Lava and Driver.
Yeah, and I have to say, Minji again has leveled up quite a lot, right? Last split, he was I don't think he was a bad mid laner, but he was fairly average, right? In a league where there are many very good mid laners. So the fact that he's come out and really kind of cemented his place at the top, it's looked good.
I would go so far to say, at the moment, he looks like the most impactful mid laner in the league. At least for his team, I think he is the most impactful. But I mean, obviously that will do us for the first game. We won't see J-Team again until next week, but next coming up, we do have PSG versus Impunity. Perhaps a one-sided affair, but it has been a lot of upsets here in the PCS, so do stick around and find out what happens.
If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? Would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause, wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Time and time again, I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a
just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been falling like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Hello everyone and welcome back here for game number 2 of week 3 here. Oh, day 3, week 3 even, of the PCS, and an important game coming up for Impunity in specific. I want to get your thoughts here because we haven't really seen a way for Impunity to win outside of one crazy game from their mid laner, but I want your sort of analysis. Where are they falling short and what do you think are their ways to make up for that and look for a win here?
It's hard to say. I think Impunity have probably the widest range of any team in terms of how they've lost. They've lost games by just getting blown apart early. They've lost games where they've kind of been stable, but then kind of not been able to win those team fights out, similar to the likes of West Point. I'm not sure. It feels more like a team cohesion thing. I think that maybe if they can kind of go the route of Hellpigs and just find something consistent that works for them, even if it's a relatively simple to execute comp, that could maybe be it. But I think up against PSG, the big question is, are you going to be able to stay even in the early game, right? Because PSG, they're not a team that normally pushes you that hard in the early game, but you know if you don't win against PSG in the early game, you're not winning against them later.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. And importantly, again, PSG, if they win this, should be on track to remain first tied here. And of course, they're going to want to be looking to do that. I think for myself, Arashi has seemed like the only consistent member. Given he has been called out a few times, I think in general, he really has been sort of the guy that hasn't looked the worst. I don't know how else to put it, because a lot of these games, they have just been blown apart, or they have sort of held their lanes together, but then been caught out in the side lanes and things like that. And it doesn't make very good for your team, but Arashi in general has maintained himself at least. As PSG telling on your screen there, don't really need any introductions. I will say, I've said it a lot, but Azer really stepping up this split, as well as just how they're playing around the map. And they have, again, been a little bit more explosive than they were perhaps in spring. And so you can look at them to perhaps just blow open a game early. And importantly, Maple yesterday, picked up that Nico first on the blue side and made it look extremely good, which was really nice to see considering the low priority on the Nico thus far. Have to see if that is their look again, as they will be blue side. Oh, actually, I think they might be red side in this game. Either way, I think Nico now, after yesterday, should receive a lot higher priority and mean teams are having to ban it, if not got a good counter for it.
Definitely, and I think it is a pretty hard champ to counter. It feels like Azir is the only thing that can really do okay versus it. Maybe the Jace can stand up to it, but either way, it kind of forces you into things you don't want to do. You need a lot of sustain. Play up against Nico, you need to go buy Merc Treads, which can slow down your scaling. And I think it is a champ that if your enemy team can play it, you probably should ban it. As we get a stats comparison between Blaze and Waka, and there's one stat that's staring at me, and I'm afraid I can't ignore it. Gold difference at 14, minus 1465 for Blaze.
Yeah, there's not really another word for me to use there except appalling. Especially when you are that AD carry, if you are down what is half an item at 14 minutes. Doesn't really bode well for your team, because that means on average, while the other AD carry has a mythic, you're only halfway to it, and that means you're given over a lot of objectives, and you don't really have a way to even contest them. As you see, the champion pool is fairly similar. I mean, all AD carries really boding the exact same champion pool. Maybe the Israel stands out as something unique, and it could be something he looks towards, because it's a very safe AD carry. It's pretty hard for you to die, at least early, and you are able to farm fairly easily from range. Might be something we look towards giving Blaze in this game. But Wako, I think importantly, really don't want to see him dying in the 2v2 this game. He's died 3 times prior to level 3 even. And coming from what looked to be the best AD carry from last split, don't really want to see that again.
No. And purely their first bans, they banned the Milio away from Woody, get rid of that Ivern as well. And those are 2 champs that feels like PSG might be the best on, right? Like, no other team is really picking much Milio. There has been some Ivern, to be sure, but feels like Junjia is probably the best of them. And it's nice having those draft advantages already. PSG, they wisely ban away the LeBlanc and the Nico. They probably realized that, hey, we don't want to deal with those 5-man Pop Blossoms. Maokai, last ban here. So it looks like we might see some form of Jace Tristana mid lane again. Or perhaps will we go for the Azir? Last ban could be the Sedge, could be the Kai'Sa. Or maybe they just want to trade OPs, because there is a lot up. You could just give one and try take 2.
Importantly, I think Sejuani open, but Maokai banned.
Yeah. Okay, so they banned the Sedge. So Kai'Sa, Jace, Tristana kind of feel like the big ones. Okay, so PSG. Now, do you... I feel like you don't want to give over... Oh, okay. Well, that would be different.
There has been a little bit of solo queue tech recently on the Samira where you go Gale Force Samira.
Okay.
And in fairness, if you're going to want to look to bully who had a lot weaker stats than you, picking the Samira into Kai'Sa means early game at least you will look extremely strong, but Annie Vi instantly locked in.
So I think they're saying that, you know, if you want to take the poke comp, you can, but we're just going to have the most point and click engage possible that you're not going to be able to play it. And I think that poke comps obviously don't function very well from behind, and Punity, they often do have to play from behind. So I feel like PSG, it might just be a bit of experimentation, almost. They do manage to get their prio jungler here, and they know there's no Xayah, so I think it kind of makes sense. And I would not like Akali to be locked in. I think Azir is probably the pick you should take here, or take a jungler. But I don't think Zoe or... Yeah, no, I don't think Zoe will be able to survive up against any Vi. We'll see though. I think 1v1 matchup is good, obviously, but playing against Vi is so hard. Lock in the Wukong instead. And now, PSG. Will they just pick that Jax? Or one of... I mean, could go... What else? I mean, Gragas does synergize well with the Vi as well.
I think the Jax makes sense.
Does kind of feel good against the Renekton and the Wukong. And it is the go-to pick. It's just a question of, do you want to all in on more engage or not? But it looks like Argent, he's happy to go towards the Jax. So we'll be dropping their bot lane here, PSG, to that 4-5. There is potential, I guess, maybe of Annie going support. Feels low, but if there's any support to play, it's probably Woody. Or maybe Nesty now.
True. Right, second bans should be coming out here. And where do you look? Supports seem like the obvious choice. I mean, actually, Xayah, perhaps something that PSG will want to ban. Alistair the first ban, but of course do have one more left after this. Actually, sorry, Kaiser's
I
already
mean, they
locked in.
could ban Xayah if they're respecting Kaiser going mids. It's possible, but it feels pretty unlikely.
Does.
Yeah, I think you just ban away any support that kind of makes engaging on them difficult. I think Alistair Rel is probably the two that are the hardest. So I hope to see those taken away. But then you're going to have to find, what bot lane do you go for? I think something that can go forward. I mean, if they do want to play the likes of the Samira, this is actually a pretty good game for it. Just follow up on all that other engage. They ban away the Ahri instead. Okay, so trying to get rid of a bit of that mid lane mobility. And Impunity, they ban the Xayah, so taking away Wako's picks.
I almost wouldn't hate Lucian Nami here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can just pick anything that can go forward, and it's good. Maybe they want to take the Rel away here. I think it would be better to counter pick with support. Let's see what they do, though. You kind of do have to pick AD, I feel like, would be better. Okay, they're going to take away the Rel. So they're not worried about that support counter pick. And I wonder if this means Wako is going to go towards something off meta. Because I think Samira Rel obviously would be quite good. And he's going to get the opportunity to see all 5 champs, so can really cater his AD pick to that. And it's not often that you see ADC last picked, and when you do, it normally is because they're going for something a little different.
I would hate that.
No, there's no chance that gets played, I promise you. I think it should be Azir. I feel like you need a mid lane that has some sort of safety and peel, because it's not going to be easy to play anything immobile up against PSG's comp. I mean, that is a comp that is just built to kill immobile champs. So Azir, it's the hover, and I think it should be locked in for Shara. I'm not sure if we've seen him play it yet.
Don't believe so. This will be his first game of Azir. Ooh, okay.
I think Draven, Samira, I mean, anything that snowballs and can go forward is good this game. I'm not sure about the Vayne. I mean, it deals well with some champs. Tristana, AD.
That can certainly go forward.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a bit of an oddball, but I think it's good. And they lock it in. I mean, really just had his choice of the litter there. So overall, I feel like PSG, they have a comp that if it gets ahead, they're going to really push for it, right? Like, this is a comp that you normally don't expect PSG to play. They like playing a bit slower, but this is very aggressive. And Impunity, they really have their work cut out for them. I think they have a very good scaling comp, but I really don't think PSG are going to give them the chance to get there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. PSG definitely on a timer in this game, but I don't know that we're going to be too worried about that timer elapsing. Now, I want to ask you, before we go into game, it's getting a bit harder now when it's PSG, but who are you going first blood for? Is it going to be Blaze? Wako has been dying quite a lot in this lane.
No, I think this game, Wako gets first blood on Blaze.
Sure? Last time against Beyond, Wako got hooked level 2 and died.
Yeah, but
level 1 even.
I think that this game, Wako, he wants to make up for all those deaths. That's why he's playing Tristana Rel. He's going to go absolutely crazy.
I think the only lost he was playing Tristana against Beyond.
It feels kind of like last split though, whereas only losses were on Lucian, and he wasn't bad at Lucian. In fact, he's a very good Lucian.
Probably the best we have, perhaps. But again, yeah. So who are you going for first blood then?
Yeah, Wako's picking up on Blaze, yeah.
All right,
I like it. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I want to give it to Wako too. But he's losing my faith a little bit.
No, you have to build the boy back up. You can't abandon him now.
Right, I'm giving it to Junjie. I think Junjie is going to do it.
Okay.
I always give it to Junjie.
I mean, he's pretty active in the early game. I think it's a relatively safe choice.
And his Vi game yesterday, he found all 3 first kills.
Yeah, he got a lot of damage on the Vi.
Well, we will load in here. It is PSG versus Impunity. Important for PSG to maintain their first place spot. Important for Impunity to really be able to fight for that 6th place spot. But knowing that, it does, just that alone makes it feel like PSG should be in favor. Maple showing his TSM icon, his Flash Wolves icon. Going through the teams he's played for.
Yeah, that's a pretty scary set of emos there. He's got some history behind him, does Maple. And, I mean, everything looks fairly normal here. Wako, he's got the Ghost.
Oh, that kind of looks like Shock IRL.
True. Okay, now...
Where are the junglers going to start?
Yeah, I wonder. Is there any potential for a level 1 here?
There is.
The way the way they're playing, I mean, they grabbed the Raptor Ward, which is valuable just for getting a bit of confirmation. You know, a lot of junglers solo starting in this meta, and if you know they're solo starting, not on Raptors, it has to be on Wolves. So just by process of elimination, that one ward gives you a lot of info.
Aja will be... Wow, he's actually... Wow, okay.
Damn, is he going to ward the Wolves, or is he going to try push them off?
I think he's going in.
Wow, he's on a mission.
Yeah. Okay. Does use a counter-strike. Now, this is going to make... Wow, Arashi is so low already.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
This is the second time we've seen a Jax do this, by the way. But I think this time, the way that Aza played around that ward was really, really nice. As Hook will land here onto Woody, but should stay relatively safe. And I think, importantly, both junglers starting topside, you really do have to go towards this bot lane. Because for Arashi, it's more of trying to ensure Impunity stays safe in the bot lane, I think, with the output of damage that can come out of this Tristana and Rel. And for Jinji, looking for a perhaps angle to try and exploit just the amount of damage that come through. Importantly, though, I think prior to level 6, Jinji has the option to look for this Azir, whereas it's not so easy to gank the Annie as the Azir until you do get access to Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, it does feel like Shera, without cleanse, obviously, can be vulnerable early. But at level 6, I think there's still a lot of threat onto both mids. Unless Azir just goes straight for the Mercs, I think there's a potential that the Vi Annie CC chain does just take him out.
Yeah. Now, do you think what Jax did and Azi's invade there has forced Arashi to ignore his wolves to get to red for that jungle sustain?
I'm not too sure. I feel like he maybe just wanted to be on the bot side quicker, but I'm honestly not sure. Impunity, they have the bot prior with the Kai'Sa, it's normally a given. They're just going to be able to walk up in here, drop a ward, get confirmation obviously on Jinjia, but doesn't feel like too much will come of it. We'll be interested to see what happens around the Scuttle Crab. Because bot private was in favor of Impunity, but should now begin to bounce back. Arashi, he is here first. I wonder if he's going to try fight Jinjia.
Yeah, we'll be spotted out by that ward. So it might come down here to
he's very
1v1. He is. They know he's there, though, and Arashi will look for it. Unfortunately, will not find it, I don't believe. As he's stunned up, there's no clone available. He'll have to flash, but it's first blood to Wako. Your prediction was correct, but it's not over yet. He's going forward. He should have access to that rocket jump whenever he thinks it's right to use it.
He doesn't have it.
Well, he doesn't have it yet.
I don't know why he doesn't have it, but...
Okay, yeah, doesn't have it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Didn't get the reset?
Yeah,
I thought he would have.
I don't know. I thought he would have got
Maybe
it
he
too.
jumped to confirm the kill, but it got the kill before the jump, maybe?
No, I'm not too sure, but anyway, he does manage to get not one, but 2 kills for Wako. And I feel like Arashi, that was really unnecessary.
Yeah.
Right? Like, ultimately, the Gromp is not too important, and I feel like also, yeah, I don't know, can probably do this without committing W. Or, sorry, committing E. I mean, I think just can walk up and auto Q and then, you know, be able to get away, but instead he commits really hard to it. Impunity's bot lane, the prior that they had is now gone. And I think if Arashi wants to do that, Impunity can probably crash 3 waves instead of 2. By the way, it just feels like kind of a desync from the team, and it's really punishing.
Yeah, and you're always going to have PSG's bot lane arriving first just because of how deep you are. There's no real way for Blaze and Smurf to arrive there without committing a flash over the wall, which wouldn't be too good, as Aza now looking for some trades up on the top side. But ultimately, we said PSG are on a timer, and with 2 early kills on Tristana, you should think that that now favors them to pick up these early objectives and snowball really, really fast. I think, importantly, Rift Herald might be the most important objective in this game.
I think while PSG's comp is on a timer, I feel like PSG just as a team is so good at mid to late game team fighting that it almost doesn't feel they'll be outscaled, even though they are up against the Azir Kai'Sa. That just really speaks to how good they are as a team in those team fights. And RJ, he's getting to work early. He's actually got a pretty big CS lead for himself already.
Yeah, this is great. You don't often see the matchup going this way.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we're seeing the Jax down CS early. So to be up 20, RJ's really come into his own this split. I mean, again, he didn't play bad last split by any means, but you weren't expecting him to be the one to put up these kind of CS advantages.
No.
Sherritt looks like he based and got Amp Tome, and Maple based and got CDR boots. That's a big lead in the mid lane. Obviously, Maple can't really use it that well until the jungler comes, but feels like a pretty mediocre buy from Sherritt. Not sure how he was forced to base so early, because Annie's not very threatening in that lane. So not really sure how that happened. Either way, I think if Shera can just buy himself some time and keep farming, it's good.
Oh,
Zarashi,
no.
don't do it again.
All right.
He's looking bot instead. He still has flash.
Position will be noticed. Hook will land here, but it's a double stun. The answer from Woody is this bomb should be doing a lot of damage to Smurf. It takes out half his HP, and Wako confident enough to just walk forward.
Gets a few more orders there off the back end. And with that chunk, Jinjir feels like he can start this up. And I think it's a good choice. Shera just base for Lost Chapter as well. So Maple, he should be a lot stronger, has that mid priority, and has first move into the river. I feel like Impunity do just have to give this one over. Maple, he could steal the Raptors. I think he should ult it. Oh, well, that works too.
Gobbles that one up.
Yeah, he got the one. That's very annoying.
It is. But importantly, the whole map really winning out here for PSG.
It is the lead you want to see. It's only 2K for now, but kind of ticking all the boxes. He's got the lead on Wako.
It is only 7 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty crazy leads. Ooh, Woody. He's getting aggro.
Yeah, Woody will be finding a lot of CC on Smurf, and Smurf will not land that dredge line. It's Wako picking himself up a third. But Blaze looking to answer and will find himself a kill as well as a shutdown. In fact, it goes over to Smurf, but Woody one-outsing this Kai'Sa, but with Killer Instinct available, doesn't feel like it's worthwhile.
And Wako, he did go down. Like you said, Smurf's Ignite ends up picking up. Woody, I feel like he might win this.
Blaze does have ult though, as Cleanse comes out. Killer Instinct does as well, but it's going to be Woody turning around and will just be able to pick up that 1v1.
Yeah, tragic there for Blaze. I mean, I think Woody just... I feel like that was pretty clear he was going to win that. Maybe there was a way for Blaze to play it better. I'm not too sure.
Without Flash, definitely seems quite hard.
Ulti was dropped mid from Maple. Herald's up as well, so we won't have it for that. Just a nice little bit of, I guess, added power for the side of Impunity. We'll get a replay of it. I think initial engage from PSG, very good here. There's not much Smurf can do. I think even if he hits the hook, it's not going to make a huge difference, although it will stop down Wako's DPS. And maybe that means that Blaze doesn't kind of have to do this. Woody, he fails to block, although there's not... Oh, Wako.
Yeah, Wako being looked at, does have Flash.
Ooh.
Is going to be hooked, though, and Blaze picks that one up with the Void Seeker. Now, importantly, 2 deaths in a row for Wako whilst having that Flash available, so... A question mark there.
That one did go over to Blaze, so definitely a good pickup. Oh, Maple, he gets his base stopped. This looks like it should be the Herald confirmed for PSG with that jungler Arashi showing bot. But look at RJ, he's got himself almost a 30 CS lead in the top lane. Again, pure isolated 1v1. I feel like RJ might have stolen all of Solo Kill's laning strength.
Yeah, it's very weird that the Jax is up against the Renekton, let alone 30 CS and what looks like it's almost 3 plates.
That is pretty incredible. I mean, RJ feels like just no matter what happens, he's ahead. Wako, I feel like he might have been able to get out here. I think if he flashed this hook, maybe he just wasn't expecting it to come out. Maybe he doesn't make it. It's hard to say. Arashi is not particularly strong at this point, but he did have a lot of CC. Either way, he saves it.
Shera is going to use that Shurima Shuffle in the wrong direction. Is going to ult and flash away.
I think he's a goner.
Yeah, does look like he might be, but Jinjir... Okay, the speed up confirms it. It's going to be a kill found there for Jinjir. Shera having the soldiers on the wrong side of himself does lead to being stunned up by Maple's Annie.
Yeah, I think he did just want to WEQ out, but unfortunately there is just so much CC that can come in from the Annie and the Vi. It is a really hard comp to survive against. Even if you do have as much mobility as Azir, it's just so much CC. And maybe a bit greedy not to go for that Merc Treads rush. Does get punished for it, and now is going to be at a pretty significant deficit in mid. And Plate's really starting to go in PSG's favor. They haven't even dropped the Herald yet. And take a look at the top items.
Wow,
Divine for Arjun. I think he might have that top lane frozen. Can't quite see it on the minimap, but it looks like it might be. That's going to be really hard for LJW to break. There's no jungle attention either.
It doesn't feel like they really can be, because if you're leaving the bottom side, it does feel like Woody and Wako are probably just going to explode that.
It will be dived pretty soon after, you'd have to think. Smurf. He's getting pretty aggro here.
Well, Hook will land here onto Woody. Jinjir recalling as Arashi is headed this way, but PSG will disengage from it.
Junjie just picked up his Sunder as well, so isn't going to be any Radiant Virtue. There's a lot of wards here, and you have to think this will spot out Arashi. Both these wards will get swept and cleared. But I think it's really difficult for Impunity to force something here. It feels like they just kind of want to slow down the Herald being used. And then I think a slow game would be good for them if they can just look to scale up, but at the same time, it feels like you are just losing in these isolated 1v1s, perhaps when you shouldn't be. Arashi needs to be careful. I think Annie Vi, very strong in this sort of river fight. Sherry does have priority.
Banjia will be finding that cease and desist here onto Shira and absolutely eliminating him as the follow-up coming through a little bit too late here. Wukong will be cloning away, Arashi making sure to stay safe, but the stun lands. Cyclone will stop Woody's engaged, but the Magnus Storm will not be stopped, and that's Junjie picking up his third, I believe.
He's getting really fed here. I wonder, do you think PSG can play for all 15 plates? Because they're getting pretty close in every lane. Blaze, he might be forced off the tower here. He has some.
There is no support available. LJW just being straight solo killed, and now on the other side of the map, it's Blaze under his tower. Ghost will be procced here from Wako, but with the initial engaged missed, they will be just jumping away. Still though, Smurf is still in this middle lane. There is a possibility that Woody looks, at least for now, it doesn't seem so.
Sherry doesn't have the ulti, so I doubt they'll look, although Maple, he's getting pretty low. Now, first tower picked up in top.
That's just straight solo.
Yeah, I mean, Arja, you just destroyed top, and I feel like, you know, while the Jax is often picked into the Renekton, it's definitely more of a scaling counter pick, right? Often you see the Renekton kind of up 10 CS in the early game, sometimes even more. And for it to just be this one-sided, I think it just speaks to how much better Arja is than LJW. He's just dominating him in the top lane, straight up diving him under his tower. And just so much damage can come out. Once you have the Divine, it really makes a huge difference. Yeah, didn't even have time to pop the Dominus.
Yeah, well played by Arzi. Good comboing of abilities there to ensure that Dominus can't come through. Picks himself up a solo kill here in the top lane.
Now, it's 3 plates left for PSG. They've gotten 12 so far. Wako has rotated to mid, and I don't think they'll be able to get any more in the last 20 seconds, but still, 2,100 gold purely from plates.
Shira. Yeah, you are in trouble here, pal.
His flash is up soon.
Maple does have stun available. Emperor's Divide comes out. It is the stun that's going to land, and now disengage coming out from PSG as teleport will be committed here from LJW. Massive teleport advantage now to the side of PSG as Arzu continues his way down this top lane. Now getting to work with that Demolish proc available on this inner tower.
It's a very costly TP. Kind of feels like it had to happen, but... Ooh,
and now LJW does have dominance, but the stun will come through. It's now going to be Junjie comboing. Doesn't even have the chance. A second death with no opportunity of using that Renekton ult. And now, on the other side, it's Arze flashing over, secures himself a second solo kill here.
Feels like Impunity just cannot stand up to PSG's early game right now. And all the lanes pretty significantly behind. Gold leaders really getting out of control. And Arja right up there.
Oh my.
7k gold, most gold in the game. And he hasn't received any jungle attention whatsoever. This is pure 1v1. And he's absolutely destroying this game right now. Top tower. Feels like it might not be too far behind either. Another tower grab here for Maple. We'll just go for the reset. And I think it's already feels impossible for Impunity to do something in this game. You've got to try and make picks, but it's against a comp that honestly wants to pick you, if anything.
Also want to say, we've seen a lot of Crown Azirs, and if ever there was a Crown Azir game, it's probably this one, but Azir should be going down. Okay, Flash will be used to stop this Jax from getting away. Shutdown does go over to the Wukong, perhaps not who you'd want to see it on. But importantly, do find that shutdown as now Woody, again, fighting this Kai'Sa simply by himself and trading reasonably easier. As now it's going to be Maple and Junjie taking on this 3-man unit of Impunity. No Dominus available, no Cyclone available. Junjie just going... You don't often see a Vi just straight 1v1ing a Renekton, but right here you certainly do. And it's going to be Maple securing that one as Wako over the wall secures himself one as well onto Blaze. And the entire map is just so far ahead for the PSG lineup that you feel like there's just no hope left for Impunity.
No. I mean, this is a comp that can snowball incredibly hard. Shera, he has no flash. He does have ult.
He does, yeah, okay. should stop that for now, but it's going to be Woody coming down from the top side, and if you don't have that dash available, which it looks like he won't, Ozzy will be catching up to you. You're going to be stunned up. It's going to be another kill here for this Jax.
And with that PSG, 16 minutes in, they've crested that 10,000 gold lead. In fact, 11,000 now. That's an absurd lead.
Okay. Rift Herald, is it going to be the record for the quickest match of the PSG?
Oh, it could be. It certainly could be. I mean, they have a really good comp for ending the game. They've got a lot of engage, a lot of dive.
A lot of tower damage. It could be.
We'll see. They have knocked down one tier 2, in fact, 2 tier 2s already.
Yeah.
The mid one's missing as well.
And this one's probably going to go as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could maybe do it if they keep the pressure on. Any mistake, though, would probably have that dream taken away. But this is good. I think if they can drop this bot, it's probably the best place. I think it's much easier to siege bot than it is mid, where we kind of see most teams normally go for it. Maple, he's being looked at top.
Oh, round 2. It's Maple's turn to feel the 3-man, but he's staying safe.
Yep. He's got a lot still for himself. Flash, stopwatch as well. So it feels like would be so much invested, and maybe not even a kill guaranteed. Ooh, there's an Azir tower.
Oh, okay. Azir. I mean, if you include it, we'll be picking up his, what would it be, like fourth tower of the game solo?
I think it would be the 4th. Yeah, he's got a lot of gold. Is insanely accelerated. And again, this is in a matchup that normally the Jax, you know, it's at this point that the Jax starts to kind of pull ahead, let alone be a full item ahead.
Impunity are just roaming as a 5-man unit now to just try and find any scraps they can, but Dragon spawning now, it should go to PSG without some insane heroics that would have to come out.
A very clean game from PSG so far. Now this is going to be the 3rd Dragon at only 18 minutes. With the goal lead to back it up, it feels like they really are just... They want to make this game unlosable. Now if they get a pick mid, that could be the time for them to use their Herald.
I want to ask you, in a game that looks like this, right, you're not in a series, so you can't really like be starting to look towards next game. So after the game, what do you really look at to try and find better results? Because it just felt like you were outmanned at every single lane.
Yeah, it's really tough, I think, when you're on a team that is just clearly outclassed, because while you can look at some of the team decisions, right, like some of the macro, maybe some of the skirmishes, it really feels like ultimately you just need everyone to individually play better, because there's only so much information that can be communicated. As Impunity, I'm not sure, do they want this?
They are looking. Junjia flashes out of the hook. Maple, though, running away. It looks like Junjia might just be going down. Maple misses Tibbers. And it's going to be Junjia found. Shut down now, given over to LJW. But at what cost? Azir starting to work on the base. And it's a 3v5, but I almost favor PSG in this instance. All they have to do, really, is stop any bases as Azir gets to work now on this inhibitor tower. Woody will be looking to try and stop at least Shearer. He will be stopped, and looks like at least 2 men will get back.
That is another tower that goes down now. PSG, they've successfully broken the base. Not going to be the fastest game ever, but still on pace for a very good one, as they've got this Herald. I think Junjia might have been able to get out there if Maple had peeled him a little bit. Unfortunately, was not able to, and it's a much-needed pickup for Impunity. Does, again, just kind of feel like it doesn't really matter, right? You need so much gold to be able to come back in this. And I think the gold really needs to go onto Azir. I'm not sure the Kai'Sa, especially with the AD build, is going to be effective. 20-minute Baron is started here. They want to do the Baron with Herald push.
Which should pretty much seal the deal.
Yeah, you would think so. This will be going down. There really is just no way Impunity can get to it. There's too much control from PSG. Full control over that top jungle. You have to face check all that. Leave your base. It's so risky here. Now with that, I wonder, will they reset? Okay, so Woody's resetting, and so will RJ.
There shouldn't be much time left on this Herald, so they will have to get it down very, very soon. In fact, I don't even know if there'll be enough time for them to run down the whole lane before activating it.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's the 10-second timer. We saw the animation there on Junjia. I feel like he's just going to put it down after this.
He better not forget. He won, right?
Oh, no.
Please.
Put it down.
Oh. I can't watch. It's
gone. Oh, my God. You knew it was going to... As soon as I saw that animation, it was cursed. But that's all right. I think even with the Baron, they should be able to just end. But
they got the pick on the Shearer as well, who's the majority of the wave clear here for the side of Impunity. They got 2 Baron buffs already. Oh, engaged.
Okay, 3-man found there for Woody. Explosion all of a sudden, and it's Arashi running for his life, but the rest of the team kind of being left in shambles. LJW trying to kill the minions, but I don't think that's going to ever matter as Junji are on the chase. They want more kills. They don't care about ending the game. They want to pad these KDAs as Junji will be able to follow that with the Vault Breaker, and now Counter-Strike should secure the deal here. It is Aze picking himself up that kill as Wako alone in the base now because of this chasing shenanigans that's going on. I feel like they could have ended the game, but again, maybe the KDA is just too important. 2 teleports coming through. It's going to be both Maple and Aze. Zonya's finished here for Maple. Not that that's really that important anymore. Inhibitor number 2 going down. Inhib number 3 available to be looked at, as well as these Nexus towers.
I think the Nexus towers might stay alive, at least for a little bit here, but triple inhib down feels pretty impossible, and the gold lead is insane for PSG. 4th Dragon coming up in only a minute here as well. Really, what more would you need to close this game out? I think the answer is nothing. You can't really get more fed than this. Blaze, ooh, needs to be a little careful.
I think that scout should have seen them.
3 items here for Wako very, very
now
early. It's
Smurf. Oh no. Oh,
He's
that's
gone.
Tibbers. That's a lot of stuns, and that is a dead Nautilus.
I wonder
Killing
if that
spree.
can PSG just end. Do they need the drag? I don't think they do.
Yeah, the drag seems overkill.
They've got 40 seconds of Baron. I think if they just buff these double supers, it should be pretty hard for Impunity to clear. I mean, they've got the Azir, but the Azir is 0-5.
Yeah, 1 item Azir is not going to be clearing these minions in a particularly hasty manner, as Woody is just walking forward here between the towers. Junjia also applying some pressure of his own. You see the return damage there. Nothing really to speak of as Tibbers is down. We'll be just zoning off these members of Impunity. Fight will break out, but ultimately, there's nothing really to talk about here. It is just going to be PSG completely wiping the floor with Impunity. And that'll do it. It's going to be a really quick game. I mean, you've seen 23 minutes and a 20k gold lead at the end of the game there. Pretty easy one for PSG. I think importantly, Wako didn't look too hot, but the rest of the team really played exceptionally well.
Well, he did get the first blood, which is what I was after.
Yeah.
I think Junji actually picked up the next 3 kills after. So look, I'm going to give
Wako got 2. Wako got the first 2.
And then Junji got the next 3. So it was pretty crazy. But I mean, I think the outcome was pretty much a foregone conclusion, right? Like, you're always expecting PSG, one of our top 2 teams in the league here, to beat Impunity, which feel definitely in that bottom 2 right now. But I think the manner in which PSG did it, not often do we see them play a just full early game comp. And I mean, it was a comp that could still scale if they needed to. Not up against the likes of Azir Kaiser, but yeah, PSG, even against the clock, they just clean it up nice and quick.
Yeah, well, even if all things were even and the game ended there, they were still about 10 minutes above the clock. So I don't know. I think, yeah, importantly, maybe something to speak about Arashi's decision-making there, going for the Gromp. Kind of a random decision that led to pretty much their defeat, because giving the Tristana that many kills early means you're never going to be able to contest for that Dragon. As well as, I mean, the assist goal does help for the Vi and also, obviously, Woody on that Ral, but the whole map kind of just lost. There wasn't really any positives to take away, I don't feel, for Impunity there. But if you're going to learn, I think you do have to learn from that invade.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's just one of those games where there really isn't much you can take away as a team. It has to just be individual review. And that just happens when your team is outclassed on an individual level. There's just going to be lots of decisions and plays across the map where a team with the strength of PSG just is going to come out on top. And it's difficult, right? I think it's really difficult, especially as a coach, to look at that and be, you know, what do we take away from this? Because ultimately, your players weren't better, and that's the kind of thing that scrimming is for, right? And solo queue as well, to kind of get your players up to those levels. But PSG, they've been in the scene a long time, and it shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that's really sad for me is it was quite nice, you know, cheering for Impunity last split as they went into the finals. They were kind of an underdog in a lot of those matchups. And here, I mean, they're an underdog again, of course, but they're just too much of an underdog to really be able to support, because you want to see pretty much everyone succeed here. There's not really a team where you're like, oh, I only want this team to win. But when you get these sort of matchups, it's so hard to find the positives out of Impunity's gameplay, because you really need to find them. And I'm sure these players as well individually want to find their success. It's just things are going so wrong so often that nothing really is to be happy about. Obviously, they did get their 1 win, but since that, not really anything positive so much.
No. And I think it does suck to really just again, lose in that fashion. Like, losing that quick never feels good, and especially when you've got a comp that you know is fairly solid if you can get there, but it's just so hard up against the likes of PSG. And like you said, it's kind of a sad fall from grace from Impunity. They replaced all 5 of their members. You say replace, but it feels like they kind of just had to acquire new members as their players kind of moved on. But yeah, the roster they've put together, they were part of Impunity before, so maybe it was just kind of a last minute, we've got to get someone, and this is what we ended up with.
Yeah, I think importantly though, they do not look like the weakest team in the league. So that is obviously one thing that's positive about them. And you really want to see, we are still coming into the second round robin. And similar to Hell Pigs, we thought they were really weak. They've now come into form. They've beaten Frank. They've now tied for 6th. And there still is the chance, I feel, that they can find their foothold, you know, in the PCS. I don't think it's very likely they can contend anymore for playoffs. But I think at least individually and for the organization, it would be really nice to see them find their groove and pick some interesting games up. And I like the things like their drafting. I like their drafting and things like that. There's nothing really to critique there. It's just finding their team cohesion, I feel.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I think taking a look at the damage charts, I mean, I'm surprised that Maple did the most. I think I would give MVP to Arja for his insane top gap.
I would too.
He's just farming them, right? This would be his 5th one, I think.
Yeah, he's by far the most in the league. But he has consistently looked like the strongest member here in many of the games and looked like possibly the best top laner in the league. I mean, you've still got to contend with Driver, I feel like is possibly looking like the second best. But yeah, and it is going to be Arze once again. I mean, if you're playing the Jax into Renekton matchup, which you're supposed to go down early, and you're up 30 CS and an entire tower, it's pretty hard not to give that guy the MVP.
Yeah, and what an absolute performance. It makes me wonder what went wrong in that top lane. Like, it must have been just some, I don't know, maybe bad trades in the early game or something, because that lead is just, it shouldn't happen. And all game long, Arja was bonking heads is really the only way you can say. I mean, he was just so strong and was dealing so much damage to everyone. I think Jax, when snowballed, one of the hardest champs to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
Is just so oppressive, right? Blocking so many auto attacks in this evasive stance.
Yeah, and he also just gets so much armor and magic resist as well as damage when you enter that ultimate. But I don't know, yeah. Arze has played phenomenally this split, looking really, really good. And that, I feel, especially when you come towards playoffs, obviously we've got a whole nother round robin to go. We've got to see how he performs in that one. But as the split goes on, having your top laner look this good, and you know when it matters, your bot lane's going to switch on. Wako is going into Wako mode. He's going to go Wako, if you will.
I like that.
Yeah,
but I mean, well, the second round robin will definitely be on a different patch by then. I don't think top meta has changed a whole lot, but even just the meta of the rest of the map can change what you play in top lane.
I think it's mid, mainly, because of the static shift changes. I mean, that also might affect Kai'Sa, perhaps. Make the AP build a little less easy to access, but still it feels like probably still accessible. I don't think the static shift is all that important for Kai'Sa. Already has a lot of wave clear, but we'll have to see. I think, going into sort of the next part of the round robin will be interesting to see how PSG play, because at least for now, coming from spring, it's a lot different.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think, again, just, okay, you said before that Impunity not the worst team in the league. Who you got below them? Duish team?
Duish team.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the game yesterday.
Yeah.
Anyway, that is going to be all for game number 2. Coming up next, though, we do have another exciting one. It's going to be DCG versus Beyond, so stick around.
If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need one, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, me out. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down.
to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop to this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt. Hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
be a be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place, second shift's the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Lashes define, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Hello and welcome back here. Looking forward to game number 3 after what was a massive stomp in game number 2. PSG taking it over impunity. We now have DCG against Beyond. A pretty exciting one, I have to say, because Beyond obviously only falling to CFO so far have looked pretty strong. There have been times where they look like they have been taken down, especially against J-Team. It was an extremely close affair. But here, I think, especially DCG, if they win here, they're really cementing themselves in that top of the bracket spot. So important game for them, and important for Beyond to maintain that first position tied with PSG.
I think so as well, and I think DCG, they are a team that has the potential to really push for that top spot. The thing I worry about them is that even in the games they win, they're generally not super clean, right? Like there's a lot of errors that kind of go on. There's some throwing that goes on here and there, and I think Beyond are one of the best teams at just late game insurance, right? If you've got Betty, you've just always got the late game in your hands, pretty much. And we've seen that time and time again where Beyond get pushed, you know, kind of to the limit, and Betty is the one that brings it back. And I do worry that DCG is a team that makes too many mistakes to cleanly close it out against Beyond.
Yeah, I think a lot of their wins come through Mission's power in that mid lane. I mean, we always harp on about how good this guy is, but he truly is pretty much your staple of a lane-dominant mid laner. I mean, even his builds, you know, his builds reflect that, and he often does go for just the Lost Chapter into straight Shadow Flame. He's done it on Orianna, done it on Azir. His other games, of course, are Tristana and Jace, which you can't do that, but is still dominant no matter which champion he's been picking. And against 1116, who this split has looked a lot better, it's going to be a real test to Mission to just see how dominant he can be.
Definitely, and for the third time in a row, Nesty, the starting support for DCG. Again, I guess we'll have to see, you know, at the start of next week, is this just something that was kind of brought on by necessity, or is it just the norm for DCG going forward? But here on your screen is Beyond. We've talked about them a lot, but their bot lane, Betty and Carriers, have looked unstoppable. They get 2v2 kills almost every game, and I think there was a stat from a while ago that Carriers had a, first blood participation? It was like 71 or 81. Yeah, it was something ridiculous. And
which is actually insane.
Yeah, and Beyond's honestly like a pretty different team from a lot of others. Like they have Kongyue, who plays, he's kind of the definition of your carry jungler, bans away the tank junglers every game and just looks to pick something like the Viego.
Yeah, man, it's done really well for them. And I want to say as well, Keres, he's the support that roams out of his lane the most. I think leaving Betty to his own devices, and Betty being so strong and safe all the time means because Keres isn't in lane so much, he does often find himself up experience, staying even, if not ahead in gold, while Keres is finding things around the map alongside Kongyue, which for this team so far has looked so good. And even in their loss, did seem like they should have won, if not from a couple of mistakes Betty made, getting caught out. And stats comparison now is going to be the junglers, and you can see there, damage per minute, second for Kongyue. A lot of good stats here, really. The KDA as well, of how involved he's been. Really nice KDA, and this, you can just see it in the champs played. Very different roles these two play.
Definitely. I mean, I think Hana is maybe one of your premier tank junglers, though. Like, there are definitely two sides of a jungler here.
Look at his forward percentage.
Yeah, forward percentage is really high. And I think it is impressive that Kongyue has managed such a high KDA on the carry champs, because while obviously you have to, you know, get fed in the first place, you also have to make sure you don't die while ahead. And that's been a problem for a lot of the Viegos. They die once and become useless. But Kongyue, he's done a pretty good job of maintaining his lead. And Viego is banned already here by DCG on the blue side.
Ooh.
Missions Azir banned away from Beyond, so lots of target bans already.
Yeah, I mean, already we're seeing an interesting take here in Champions League. Getting Kongyue off this Viego might actually be a key to success. We'll have to see. Obviously, their only loss did come while he was playing Viego, and critically, he made probably the most important mistake of that game, which kind of led to their eventual downfall. Kaiser van der Way makes sense. Cascada preferring to play that champ as well as Betty. But first pick for DCG means it's better to ban it as that red side.
And I wonder, I mean, a lot of the tank junglers have been left up this time. I think Kongyue, he definitely looks comfortable on the Maokai, but I'd be surprised if he plays something like the Sedge. So if DCG take away the Maokai, I could see Beyond being in a little bit of trouble for their jungle pick. Let's see what this last ban is. Jace, Tristana, both available, of course. And those power picks in the jungle, Sedge and the Maokai. I think you kind of have to leave them both up to be able to trade. They banned the Ivern, and I think DCG, even with Jace and Trist up, should just first pick the Maokai. I think it puts Kongyue in a very tough spot.
I would be worried about giving over Sedge Renekton.
I don't think Kongyue will play Sedge. Okay, well, they take the Tristana anyway, so you know, kind of... I feel like Triss might be the worst first pick of all of them. It's kind of dependent. I mean, missions looked very good on Tristana. Minji showed us a great Tristana game earlier, but I feel like the other picks are more valuable. And yeah, I think this is what's going to happen. I think Beyond, they should take Jace, Maokai. Kongyue, he's got kind of a jungler that can be a carry jungler, right? Like when Kongyue played it, he built Demonic Liandry's. I believe he took Phase Rush, so not going the tank route at all. And I feel like DCG really could have shut this down if they had just first picked the Maokai. Instead, Beyond get exactly what they want.
Have to see the answer. Almost certainly will be the Sejuani coming through from Hana here, you have to think. But with that, they are able to have their pick of the litter. Do they want Sedge Jax? Do they want Sedge Renekton? You have to feel like either one of those combos, most likely the pickup here.
Yeah. Sedge Renekton kind of feels like the go-to.
And it should be the answer of the Jax here, you feel. Although, maybe preferring a bit of that AP damage.
I'd actually be down for the Gragas. Oh, Poppy could be another interesting one.
This makes most sense.
Yeah, Jax is kind of the go-to. I think it is good against Tristana as well. But I would be down to see something different. I mean, Quinn with Cleanse is another pick that's kind of been gaining more popularity recently, but looks like it is not to be, as a Jax is locked in here. So both bot lanes have been dropped. Now remember, Tristana is a flex, but oftentimes is just used mid because of its strength. And Mission, I think, has shown us good games on it before.
And with Jace being on the other side, you have to feel like it will just be this Tristana-Jace trade, which has been very prominent. Now, Ziggs banned. Kind of interesting to me that they have decided to ban it.
They probably just want to limit AP options.
Yeah.
I feel like at some point, though, if DC really needed AP, they would just put the Tristana bot.
Yeah, for sure.
So, what are DCG going to respond with? Because need to be careful about banning ADCs away from themselves. Will it just be the Ashe Varus towards Betty? Could be. And then...
Zaya's still open?
Yeah. Feels weird. Because, I mean, I think Betty can just choose Zaya or Aphelios here, which feels very much in his wheelhouse.
Have to see. It'll be nice to see an interesting AD carry. Something different, but I guess it's not likely Aphelios will be banned, so almost feel like Zaya should be banned here as well. Because otherwise you're pretty much giving over the last remaining power AD carry.
There is still Jinx available. Not sure if we'd see it come through, but feels like we have to kind of dig pretty deep for good AD carries at this point. With so many banned away. Last ban for DCG. It is the Rakan. So Zaya is still available. And they have to think, you know, if Beyond take the Zaya here, they've got to have something ready for it because you know they're going to pick it here, right? I mean, I guess alternatively could pick up a prior support, but with so many engaged supports available, it doesn't really feel like one is much better than the others. Okay, would we really go for the Varus? I feel like, I mean, the Varus poke can do well with the Jace. Not sure which Varus build it'll be. Can be AP, can be lethality, or the on-hit. I'm a little surprised, though, that it wasn't just the Zaya taken there.
Yeah, I wonder if Jinx is perhaps better here. Oh,
Lucian Milio.
Yeah, Lucian Milio is available. Okay, Kog'Maw Lulu perhaps.
Cog Lulu or Cog Braum, I feel like. One of those two. Oh, Cog Realm, never seen that one before. Okay. Well, that's something new. Now, I wonder, I think this is AP Kog'Maw, if it's not Lulu or Braum. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Comet AP Kog'Maw. That's my bold prediction.
That is an awfully bold prediction.
Okay, last pick. I mean, Alistair, another engaged support. I think it kind of makes sense. You can play pretty much whichever one you want of this here. Just kind of preference. I think the Alistair looks really good. Obviously, it's sometimes scary as a blind pick, but if you can just come through with it later on, I think it's good. So all things considered, I mean, I think very interesting comps this game. I feel like DCG could have maybe got a bit better if they first picked the Maokai, but ultimately, both teams I feel like are very happy with what they got. And I almost favor Beyond's comp just because so many times we see the Sejuani Renekton not really used, right? We see it ignored because the Sejuani has to pressure another side of the map. And I think that might be what happens here, because I think bot lane, especially with what I, again, predict is going to be a Comet AP Kog'Maw, you need to play towards that lane. So I think Jax and Renekton might just be on their own. And I think if that happens, Beyond, they should feel very happy with what they've got.
Admittedly, I don't feel too bad about the Sejuani going bot this game, as long as you can also try and use it towards that Herald later. But because you have the Rel, you do have so much chain CC coming out of that pairing. And so it does look good if you can sort of early game go towards that bot lane, get some power into your Cogmore, and then head to the Rift Herald with the Rel. I think your skirmish up there in the 4v4, which is likely to come through, is favored, I'd have to say. Especially if you are able to hit 6 on Rel. The team fighting potential on that champion is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah.
We'll have to see though. I do feel like early game, junglers heading bot makes sense. But then yeah, as you sort of pointed out, we want to see the Sejuani Renekton be used and make that power felt.
Definitely. I mean, I think if the Sejuani doesn't get involved in skirmishes earlier, I do think the Maokai, as the game goes on, does just bring more. Right, feels like both engage and disengage, and poke is pretty hard champ to go up against. I think Maokai one of those champs that can kind of complete a team comp on its own and has a very good team comp around it anyway. I'm curious to see what both ADs are going for. I think it will be AP Cog, but I wonder which Varus build we'll see, because poke expected with the Jace, but maybe we'll just go AP on hit. We'll have to see. And it is Comet, Doran's Ring, Cogmore.
And it also does appear to be AD on hit.
Okay.
Varus. Now, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
I actually feel like this might be really hard to judge, but highest damage in the game, who do you think is going to do it?
Ooh.
I'm leaning to Cog.
Yeah, I think I would probably give it to Cog as well. I think unless Jace or Maokai get really fed, I think Cog's just one of those champs that pretty much always just dominates the meters. Whether it's useful damage or not is kind of up for debate.
I think importantly, not a whole lot of sustain can come through from Jace. So, and Cogmore, one of the very few champions that actually do outrange the Accelerated Gate Shock Blast.
Yeah.
So it can be very important poke, and I think an interesting take on how to play against this poke composition. I mean, you obviously have the hard engage look, which they still do, in fairness. They have the Sejuani, the Rel, the Tristana who can follow up alongside the Renekton. But more than that, if they're getting poked out, Cascada's going to be doing some poking of his own. I like this. All right. Both melee supports here, getting control over the bush, and you can see there, Cascada definitely winning out on the poke damage.
Yeah, AP Cogmore very strong in lane with the Comet. Wasn't actually strong back in the day when they used to play it. Was with Phase Rush, but now you just kind of max E and spam your poke, and it's quite hard to deal with. Can kind of struggle, though, if it comes to an actual fight. We talk about, you know, the likes of Jace Kai'Sa being not only poke champs, but having very good DPS as well. Cogmore needs to poke before the fight starts. I think once the engage is on, definitely not as useful in terms of just outright DPS, but Cog is one of the most consistent champs, I think, at landing as poke, just because the range is so absurd.
I think importantly too, one thing as the game sort of scales into the later stages, if all things are even, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Cascada to manage his mana bar, because it's really easy to spam out that ult and run out of mana extremely quickly as it stacks up. Obviously, each time you use that ult, I believe it doubles until later on. I think it just adds 80, or maybe it just adds 80 flat or something like that.
I think it's 80 flat. I can't quite remember, though. Either way, it's very costly.
Yeah.
He should be kind of getting all the blue buffs, though, I would expect in the mid-game.
True.
Tristana does not really need them, and that's obviously pretty nice to have. I'm a little interested to see what happens again in these solo lane matchups, because we've seen these solo lane matchups on repeat.
Oh, Lakai expecting Sejuani to go bot side first. Did look for a bit of a proxy there, and in fact, does cost him fairly dearly.
I think is he spotted on that ward? I can't quite see. It looks like he will get his reset off. But
yeah, definitely spotted.
As I was saying, I mean, we've seen these top lane matchups and the mid lane matchups a lot, and they've still gone pretty differently every game. So I guess matchups where both players can kind of show their skill. Interested to see where these ones go. I think important place to look is, you know, the Jack CS early on in the game, as well as what Jace can pick up on his first base. Gutter Crabs will just be traded here.
I think important here is that so far at least the Jax isn't getting as absurdly ahead as we saw last game. It's definitely critical, because that was ridiculous what Arzer was able to do.
Bot wave does go back to DCG. And Cascada, I mean, I think he's pretty happy if nothing really goes on here. Just manages to farm up. Probably tier Ludens or Leandries.
Yeah, what would you go here? I think Ludens maybe.
Yeah, I think Ludens is probably better. I think Kongyue pretty much always plays the full AP Maokai, so unlikely to be a super tank. And I don't think you're going to interact with Jax a whole lot. Speaking of interaction, though, both junglers, they want this Raptor bad. 116 can move first, but he doesn't have a lot of mana. Needs to be pretty careful.
Mission and Hana can look for this, in fact, and they will. It's going to force out this flash, but flash follow from Kongyue. Bramble Smash will hit Hana back into the team, but there's definitely no damage, being that 116 had no mana left. So big win there, getting 2 flashes out of Beyond. Oh, what was that? Did he just cancel the headbutt?
I'm not too sure what happened there, but either way, big trade for DCG.
That's a mid laner.
Certainly is.
Again, though, second game Nesty has played Rel, so not sure if it's what he prefers or the team comp just called for it.
It's crazy that he seems so comfortable already. I wonder if this is the sort of thing where after split 1, they decided that he was going to role swap, and then they just, you know, he needed some time to get good at the champs. Now he's here. I mean, we'll have to see, again, if it keeps coming through. Now, Jace items, it is the tier pickup. So again, we oftentimes see them just go towards that Dirk.
I was going to say, okay, this Dragon, this doesn't feel legal, although you do have teleport on Chris
Yeah, I think you're right, though.
You started it as your bot lane both recalled. Now, Kers is going to spot this out. We'll look at mid-prio. Does seem in favor of Jace, but might be headed back as Cascada will arrive now. Betty dodging out of that caustic goose. And yeah,
wow.
Nice amount of damage from Cascada there onto Betty with that Q. Should be the Dragon going to Hana, and it's Nesty providing the peel necessary. Will probably cost him his flash though, does. But still, early Dragon here afforded to the team with the Cogmore.
I would say pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah.
You can see, you know, the Cogmore item certainly not at the level where he really wants to be taking lots of fights. That being said, I think the mid lane there was favored to DCG. Mission, obviously a lot stronger than this Jace that needs a little bit of time, especially with that tier to scale up. And Mission, obviously a very strong laner, typically does have priority over mid. And this is kind of, I think, how we expect the top matchup to normally go. Renekton pulling to a slight lead early that eventually gets swung back the other way.
I do feel like part of this was because Hana pathed topside though. I think Lakai perhaps didn't expect it to go that way. And this should be a plate now afforded to Hanabi.
Yeah, will he do some proxying of his own, or is he just going to back off?
It's safe enough to do it, but they might not know exactly where Kongyue is just yet. Instead, just taking a nice trade for himself.
Once again, 3 biscuits just sitting in Jax's inventory. Not the first time I've seen that. It makes you wonder.
I wonder if he just sells them.
Yeah.
It's like not worth much.
I mean, you do get max mana when you sell them. Or use them. A little bit anyway. I think it's 50 per biscuit. But he's TPing back to top. Hanami does have TP advantage. And I think Hanami might just be able to recall and keep his TP. Which would be pretty big. Having that TP for the second drag, most likely. Let's see, does he walk straight to lane? Yeah, looks like he will. So that's going to be a big TP advantage for Hanabi in top lane. Lost Chapter now completed by Cascada as well. So some pretty big spikes coming in.
Now, I think the best way to play here, and you see it kind of already, Nesty activating himself on the map. Try and find some chunk out of Lakai, and you'll be able to get this Herald because you do have that teleport advantage. So trading health bars in the top lane right now is extremely favorable to DCG as long as they don't die. It should mean they do get this early Herald, and with that, that means they got both early objectives. We'll have to see how they play it exactly. But yeah, I think that teleport being down could be a massive advantage here as Kongyue looking top, but will be spotted on this vision ward.
Yeah, I think both teams probably do want to fight this. I feel like DCG should be stronger though. The Sedge Renekton is very hard to fight against.
It is Kongyue being looked at. He doesn't have flash from before. We'll have to use that Nature's Cast early, but it's not going to connect onto Hanabi, who just leaps forward and claims himself first blood. And with that, Herald is now spawned. You have to feel like Hana going to turn around and start taking that one down. Look how annoying this Cogmore is.
Yeah, Cogmore, obviously only slight lead, but is going to scale extremely well. And Betty, he's going for the Shiv. I guess this could just be the Shiv Nash's build. Have to think. I mean, it can be, I suppose, AD after that, but I feel like it's a bit more unlikely. Big trades in mid. 116, he's got his Dirk now, so starting to deal some pretty meaningful damage. Yeah, definitely chunking out Mission there. Sometimes we see the Tristanas go for the Vamp Scepter in this lane, but will not be picked up by Mission here. Feels confident enough that he can just go for the damage. But this is both early objectives going to DCG, which I don't think is entirely unexpected to get the Herald. I do think getting the Dragon was a bit of a heist. Nice damage from Cascada.
Wow. Yeah. Also hitting 6 though, so
Needs to be careful. Krishkata has no cleanse, so if he gets ulted by Varus and the follow-up from Keres, I think he is probably dead. Needs to position very defensively. He does have a lot of wave clear, though. I think it's very hard to dive Cog just because the wave is going to be gone before it gets there.
And I think compared to last game, very much more expecting the Renekton Jax matchup to go this way. Should turn around later though as Lakai does get some items online, but for now at least, should be a lot of priority for this Renekton, and you're seeing that. Still has a teleport, and even here, if he pushes his wave in and backs, he probably still doesn't have to use the teleport.
Yeah, there's even potential for setting up, I think, a 4-man dive onto bot. Bet he has sums, but he doesn't have a whole lot of health. And there's some really good TP wards behind him. Beyond 116, he's trying to get pretty aggro mid, forces out Mission's ult. Now, Kongwei has Flash.
Yeah, Flash is back. All three of these members on screen have Flash, as Keres is in the vicinity as well. We'll spot out Hana as well as Nesty, so with that, maybe a little bit more hesitant to look onto this Tristana. Sapling will spot out Hana yet again. I don't know if DCG should be looking for anything here. I think they should be fine to just wait for Cogmore to get some items online. As Betty finishes his static.
I think you just keep trying to fight with this Sedge Renekton and then allow Cogmore to scale. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Hanabi TP to this. While it would give Jax a bit of gold back into the game, I think having 2 drags this early as a Cogmore comp is pretty good.
Yeah, it's massive.
And look at those TP flanks. I think if Beyond start this up, they're going to be in trouble.
Definitely.
Probably just want to stall this until Lakai has a TP of his own. And it looks like Krishkata is going towards the Leandria.
Oh, Hana going in. It's going to be Keres caught here into the Dragon Pit, and it's 3 men looking at Hana, but they don't have the damage as Unbreakable will come out of this Alistar, but it's Krishkata finding a lot of backline damage. Nesty flashing forward. He looks a bit out of position, but they don't find the damage for him as Krishkata, well, not Krishkata, Betty finds the piercing arrow along with that shock blast, and I feel like Hanabi not teleporting in, bit of a disaster.
Yeah, definitely agree. I wonder if DCG... Oh, can they steal? Oh! Very close. They drop a Herald on mid, so they can trade a bit of gold back, but I think... Oh, Mission needs to be careful.
Oh, okay. Is going to be having that jump cancelled as Kongwei flashes forward. Twisted Advance will find him. That's a kill for Kongwei as well. Bad to worse.
This is kind of what I mean about DCG. They just make these small mistakes that give other teams ways to come back in the games, even when they're very, very ahead. Keres, he's walking out towards Hanabi here. I think he should be okay.
Hanabi, yeah, it does feel like Hanabi should be safe. Here is. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just be able to walk away, but I think you're right. I mean, if you look down there, DCG, they've got 7 plates to 0. So they're pulling to a great lead in the early game, and they had that TP advantage. I think if, when Relative engaged, they just TP flanked, it would have been a really winning fight. But Hanabi, I'm not sure if Lakai did a great job cancelling him or just couldn't find the opportunity to TP. But I really think he should have, because it should have been a winning fight.
Yeah, feels that way to you, feels that way to me as well. And we'll take a look at the replay here. And yeah, with the added Renekton.
I mean, look at the wards behind them as well. There's a perfect ward up there to TP to. And there just isn't enough damage from these members, right? If you can get the Sedge Renekton involved. But a fight without your Renekton here is really just 2 carries that haven't hit their spikes yet. And so there's just not enough damage to back it up, and it ends up Beyond being the ones to pick up the drag as well as a kill.
Not enough time to talk. Fight's going off again. Nesty will find the CC here onto Keres, who will have to use that ultimate. But doesn't feel too bad about that. There's no real objective to contest for another minute and a half. Bit of poke there found by Betty.
Betty going towards the Nashes, which I think I do like. Allows him to deal, I think, with Renekton and Sedge pretty easy. It's good with dealing with high health targets.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, the fact that this top TP advantage wasn't used, and it looks like Lakai TP'd back to lane again.
Hanabi's yet to use his teleport, by the way. Not a single time.
Feels really questionable, right? Because I think you obviously can use TP for a pretty big lane advantage. So if you go a whole TP cycle just without using it, definitely feels like a big missed opportunity.
Will be the the Leandries on the Cogmore this game.
Yeah.
Plates heavily in favor of DCG. And the gold does reflect that, although it could be a lot better, as well as a dragon picked up.
It did close up a lot, and I am a little worried for the Tristana in this game. Not that Trist really needs to be a big carry in this, but normally Tristana functions a lot better from ahead than even. She does have herself the Kraken Slayer now, though. And it looks like Kongyue, with Betty going for the AP build, is just going to go for the Radiant Virtue. So not going to be a demonic Leandry game like we've seen from him before.
Yeah, and I think with that, it makes a lot more sense for the Leandries to come through for Cascada.
It does have it completed now. And I still think DCG, while they're fine in this game, it really feels like they could have got a lot more. And I think they really shouldn't have been able to give over that second drag and those 2 kills to Beyond. And with that, I think Beyond coming in the mid game pretty solid as well. You've got this 1 item on your Jace.
Now, one thing I want to say is that because it's the AP Varus this game, it means that the Cogmore poke will be just landing, and there's not really any sustain that can come through to get it. You might have Bloodline, in fairness, but even then, I don't think you would. More likely to have the, is it Alacrity, I believe?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Probably won't be any lifesteal, so this Cog poke will definitely stick if it can be landed. That being said, Beyond, they have some pretty good engage tools.
Just giving it over feels weird.
I think they should try poke them off it. I'm not sure if they actually want to fight it, but at least a little poke would be good. And they have the Cedronectin. I mean, maybe they do want to play for a fight. There is TP on mission.
Yeah, okay, Cascada landing poke from well outside anyone's range. Glacial Prism will come through. This Rift Herald is so low. It's smited away, but who got it? I'm not entirely sure. I think perhaps it was sniped away there from Hana, as Betty will be going down eventually to this Tristana bomb. Is going to go there. Mission now on the resets. That's 2. Low health bars up here on Kongyue. And it looks like there could be the potential here for a 4-man dive. In fact, yes, Hanabi goes forward and claims himself the first one here. And it should be the second one followed up as Lakai tries his best to get away, but Mission finds himself 3 kills and the Rift Herald.
I have to say, finally, at long last, my eyes are blessed. I see Sejuani and Renekton take a fight together, and what would you know? It goes really, really well. 1116, I don't think he could have really TP'd to that fight. But I think Betty, kind of uncharacteristic mistake, was positioned up a bit too far, engaged on by Nesty, and honestly dealt very little damage in that fight. We'll see it in the replay, I imagine, but the Rel setting up for the Cogmore damage was really, really nice, because sometimes it can be difficult to land all the Cogmore poke. Obviously, pretty small skill shot on the R. But with the Rel CC, makes it a lot easier. It is the Warmogs on Hana, which we haven't seen in a very long time, but I really like it. I think
it's the poke comp.
Yeah, if you can just block all the poke and sustain it back up, it feels so good. I'm a little surprised this fell out of favor because we saw it so much last split into poke comps, but I feel like we haven't seen it at all this split.
No, we haven't. I think this is actually the first time that we've seen the Bramble into Warmogs, and again, yeah, against these poke compositions, it works fantastically. As we'll take a look at the replay.
Okay, so on your minimap, 1116 tried to walk to this rather than TPing, and you see Betty CC'd up there by Nesty. The bomb on him, the Leandry's ticking as well, is just not long for this world. It gives the reset as well, which takes down carriers. So really nice fight from DCG. It felt like it was one they'd win with the Cedronectin, but again, we just haven't really seen teams use it to full effect. So I'm so glad to see it finally kind of come to fruition here, and it looks so good.
Yeah.
And Tristana, she's got the gold she needed now. Like I said, I was a little worried that she wasn't going to get the snowball she needs, but comes in, last hits a couple kills, and is now very, very strong.
Ooh, it was Kongyue who got the Herald, so...
Okay.
Bit of gold here, given back to Beyond, but you can see in the gold graph, well, not gold graph, the gold up on the top of your screens, it is 4K in advantage for DCG, and I want to say, I think, as Betty, I do question why you've gone for the AP build here. Simply because if you are the AD on hit, at least you can get a Bloodthirster. As we take a look, bot mission should be going down. He's doing his best here to kite out, but with that counter-strike, he will just be going down. In fact, I think the flash was a bit of an over the middle.
I think he just wanted that shut down really badly. He does flash forward for it, but yeah, mission caught up a bit too far. 1116, he didn't commit his TP before, so had it up then. And to be honest, I do like the AP Varus build. I mean, it is risky, I think, not having any lifesteal, but I do think it does a lot more damage. And I think it also allows your Maokai to go tank, which is nice. You know, have some kind of tank for your team. So I don't know, perhaps would be better with the lifesteal, but I'm not convinced. I do like the AP. Mission going down there, though, and that, I believe it was a shutdown that goes to the Jace, as well as that top tower that was shared by 1116. So he's really, really strong. And you know, you criticize the lifesteal from Betty, but there's also none on the side of DCG. They have that Warmog Sejuani to kind of tank it up. Hopefully she can block all of it, but if it does land onto the carries, they could be vulnerable.
Yeah, I think it just feels like Mission likely to be in a side lane or clearing, you know, pressuring waves, and Cascada, for the very vast majority of the game, will be out of range of any poke.
That looks fun.
Yeah, that was really interactive. I think this is a really nice answer, though, to the Varus.
Yeah, I think we've seen AP Cog. I feel like it wasn't into Varus, but I definitely think we've seen it versus poke comps before.
We saw it last split. We saw it last split, and it might have even been Cascada that did it then.
It could have been, yeah. He liked a lot of these sort of picks. Now sieging on that mid wave, though. Just allow Cog to... Ooh.
Oh, okay, that's going to be the Glacial Prison. Does land, so Betty now had to use the cleanse to get out of that one, and no sums available. It will just be the mid tower picked up, and that does it for DCG now. Map control.
Yeah, DCG, they kind of feel like they hold all the cards at this point, and how good would it be for them to take down Beyond? Be a much needed win. They've had a couple rough ones, but I like the draft. And I like the way they're playing it. Still need to keep up a bit of pressure, though. I think they're happy with their scaling, but they have enough of a lead that they should feel comfortable fighting, especially with this Sedge Renekton again. Take a look at Hanabi. He has a massive lead in that top lane. Lakai, he's been pretty much invisible this game. And hasn't received any of attention either, so it's not that surprising. Now, a minute and 20 on this next drag. Beyond, I think they should try and contest. If they don't, it's probably to buy time for Jace to get to 3 items. And 116, he must be fairly close to Serelda's. And that's a huge spike once that comes through.
Yeah. Can you imagine, right, if AP Champions had a Void Staff and a Slow...
Believe me, I've thought about this.
A Void Staff
really
and a Rylai's in the same item.
Yeah, it's a crazy item. Oh, Nesty.
Yeah, Nesty will be found here, but quite tanky on the Rel. Is going to flash away, and Kyrgios cops a bit of damage for himself. Betty, though...
No cleanse.
Yeah, no cleanse. Flash will have to be used, but is it enough? It doesn't look like it, at least for now. Does find a lot of damage for himself. In fact, a lot of damage. Manages to at least delay long enough for the rest of the boys to arrive, and have they arrived? It's now going to be Hanabi getting so low, but look at that healing. Triple kill comes out of 116, and I don't know what happened there, but Betty putting on the moves to make sure he doesn't go down without a fight.
But Betty lives, I think, about 10 seconds longer than he had any right to, and that ultimately turned that fight around. Something I want to say is it's 116 who got a triple kill in that fight. That is an extremely fed Jace now. He's going to have the Serelda's in time for this third drag. You'd have to think he's got it now. And suddenly this becomes actually a pretty hard fight for DCG to take. There are no sums on Betty. So let's see how this happened. I mean, Nesty, he's looked at early, but he's very tanky. It's not really an issue. But Betty, with no cleanse, very far up in the wave. Let's see what happens. I feel like maybe... Okay, so Cog R misses. Nesty doesn't have flash. They just have no way of getting to him, and too many skill shots miss. It takes so long and 2 members to kill him. But hold on, look at the picture-in-picture. DCG are doing Baron.
DCG are taking the Baron. It's down extremely low as Nesty now is trying to zone out. Betty will be able to do it, but it's Kongyue steals away the Baron. Lakai in the middle, though. Will that bomb take him down? It will be close, but it's not to be. And now they're trying to run away. Cascada, so many stacks on this ult. Mana cost through the roof as it's going to be mission found and taken out. Hanabi too late. Dominus is popped. Is going to look. Cascada going to have to flash away from this Jace, but with that Serelda's, the chase is on, and Hana trying to block. Glacial will not land here. Hanabi, though, is going to look, and that's a very, very low Jace. You have to run away. Don't want to give over that shutdown. But the Baron's stolen. Kongyue comes out with the hero smite.
Very unfortunate there for DCG, but I do have to say, this feels like DCG to a T, right? They get ahead. Unfortunately, they're just not clean enough in the fights and in the decision-making. They give a way back in. There was a really nice engage from Kyrgios. And then Kongyue, he just walks up and smites it. I feel like Nesty might have been better off just trying to keep Kongyue out of the pit, because even if you don't win the fight, at least you get the Baron. And here, like you said, Cascada, too many stacks on the ult, just doesn't have the mana. Mission also low with nowhere to go. So all Beyond need to do is just keep chasing, which they've got that Rylai's Void Staff monster of an item, Serelda's. How do AD champs have that? Okay, 3 minutes now. Dragons have been equalized up. Gold equalized as well. And this is a very scary time, I think, for DCG. They've got lifesteal on your Tristana, but Kog'Maw... Ooh, Hanabi, he's got a nice flank. Could he look for something
this
here?
This could be okay.
TP
Teleport
comes
coming in. This is Mission though. Tristana not the scariest TP flanker, but I'd be able to find his way onto Betty though. That could be really important, as you should be able to. Hanabi though in the middle will get the healing needed. Glacial Prison does come through, but it's onto Kongyue, not the target he wants, and Kiri's getting so low. It's going to be Chris Carter. He finds that last ult, which will secure the kill. And very important, does slow down any Baron pushes that come through.
And this game is just so back and forth. It really feels like with that, the Baron is kind of completely neutralized unless Beyond can find something else.
Yep, Keras will be alive. There should be one wave they can do as a full 5, but even then, it feels like just with the amount of slowing that Kog'Maw can do to a wave, it's not even going to reach a tower. Teleport available for Kriskata, as well as Lakai.
I wonder what Kriskata is going to build. So he's got the Rylai's, he's still got the tier that he could upgrade, and he's got a stopwatch. But I feel like he honestly needs more damage to be able to carry this game. I think he needs to be thinking Rabadons or Void.
Will be at least that mid-outer, which is a very, very important tower. So if nothing else, the Baron did net them probably the most important tower on the Rift.
Yeah, bit of map control as well comes along with it. TP onto bot lane. Mission, he should be able to disengage. Although, he can be chased. There is a Serelda's. Okay, he's not going to go for it.
A lot of damage, though. That could be meaningful later. We'll have to see if they can utilize anything in that bottom side. Okay, and Tier is there with Kindle Gem, so it looks like it will be the Seraphs coming through next.
Yeah, I do sort of understand it. The shield and the mana are valuable, but the only issue is I don't think then you will get towards Rabadons this game, which does feel kind of bad. I mean, Rabadons is where so much of your damage comes from as an AP champ. Now, Kog, he's got decent scalings anyway, so he's probably going to be fine.
With Dragons at 2 apiece, though, you might be able to get to that 4th item.
Potentially, yeah. See how long the game goes. And Hana, he's got the Bell. He's got the... What's this item called again?
Mikhail's.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's kind of good, right? I guess he's going to use it for the Varus ult.
Could use it for Varus ult, or if Kongyue looks to try and Twisted Advance on someone as well. Multiple uses here. It also gives Kriskata a cleanse, as well as Mission. We'll have to see how they utilize that. I think Mikhail's is a lot harder to use than the likes of a QSS or a cleanse,
Definitely,
though.
yeah. Now, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Both teams want to try land some poke. Onto Hana, though, he's got the Warmogs. That's the one member you kind of don't really gain any value from poking out. A little bit lands on the Betty.
Yeah. And with the Leandries ticking down, will be meaningful. It is Hanabi, though. He's giving up pressure on that top side. Looks like he'll be headed back now, but just constantly looking for a flank. Does have a teleport available, so have to see if Nesty can find a nice teleport ward, because that in itself can be so important here. Betty, both sums available as well as the ult. Not easy to go on, and Nesty will have to sprint on out of there, but it's going to be Kongyue flashing forward. Nesty will have to flash out. That's a very important cooldown. Actually, both of those cooldowns, wildly important. Lakai coming down. It's going to be the Dragon just given away. I think that's a good decision.
Does buy you a bit more time to scale. I wonder, though, do you actually gain that much off it? Doesn't really feel like it. Maybe you can get level 16 on your Kog'Maw if you give him solo XP.
Yeah, that's a massive level to hit as well. The range on your Kog'Maw ult at level 16 is ridiculous. You are going to be able to hit people from double Jace's range.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he will be able to get to it, though. Maybe if he can get some solo XP. It seems like he might have been getting some, since Nesty's only level 10, and Kara's here level 11. But look at that Jace. So strong. 6-0. Now, Mission, he's completed a BT. So that's kind of 2 members now that I would say are somewhat immune to the Jace poke. It doesn't mean that he won't deal team fight damage, though. It's 6-0 Jace. You're going to feel it.
We usually see Sterix on Renekton, but Hanabi's gone for the Gargoyle.
Ooh.
Which is a lot tankier. It makes him a lot tankier than the Sterix does. You lose out on some tenacity and damage, but I don't think he's the one needing to do damage this game, so I kind of like it.
There's a bit more HP for Varus to chew through, but Varus obviously is very good at dealing with health stackers.
Yeah, one of the most ridiculous champs in the game at doing that.
And beyond, they're getting very aggro here. Lakai, he's got a flank. He's coming up. There is TP for Hanabi.
Yeah, they should be aware of this possibility, though, as Hana being looked at, but Lakai, yeah, shouldn't have an angle in just yet, but DCG do have to remain careful here. Oh my.
The Rylai's.
Oh my, Betty's having fun. Now it's going to be turned onto Nesty, who just gets absolutely annihilated. We're seeing the strength of that Jace, but Counter-Strike won't find value, and he's going to have to go golden though. Hana is in the middle of these teammates and keeping any sort of damage away from the carries. It is Cascada completely owned, but teleport available in the very, very near future.
Yeah, you can TP back, but I'm a little worried for DCG. You saw how little damage the Kog'Maw actually did to the Varus. He landed 3 ults in a row, but they didn't really hurt. Double TP does come in.
Yeah, okay, this could be dangerous. Hana has absolutely everything, and Jax has no ult, no flash. There's also no flash on his Maokai, but Kirez will start off the fight, and Lakai trying to find his way onto these carries. Look at Hanabi, he is delaying all 4 members for so long. In fact, he slices and dices on out of there, and a bit of poke has been landed from Cascada, meaning this Baron is not so simple to take anymore.
No, it looks like they will just move away from it. It was Mission actually managed to top the damage. Not sure how that happened. Can they find him? Not quite.
Oh, they're trying to do it now.
No
It is the
shot.
recall, 1116 coming back. They do have a lot of damage. This AP Cog does melt through percentage health, as well as the Tristana. Now it's at half health. Kongyue's going to have to look for another steal here. It is so low. Hana should be able to confirm it. They do. Oh my god, 3-man Magnet Storm out of nowhere, and it's going to be Mission picking up one. BYG running for their lives. I don't think they expected the damage, but we're seeing here Betty's turning it around. Mission does go down, and Hanabi now in their face. Kira should be found next, but it's going to be very close. It's a 2 for 2, 3 for 2 even, and the Baron for DCG.
Check Jason. Did you see that? The Jace did 22 damage.
Wow.
And Betty did 8,000.
Wow.
I'm not too sure what happened to the Jace. I think he got caught up in the Magnet Storm, but at the time of death, a 6-0 Jace dealing 22 damage. I'm not sure if he had flash available here, but you can see it just caught up here, chain CC'd, and it feels like Beyond should, with the miracle engage from Nesty, Beyond should have been slaughtered in this fight. But once again, Betty goes absolutely God mode on the backside and managed to just stay alive for so long and deals so much damage over the wall here. The flash away from Hanabi as well keeps the distance. But man, that's exactly, again, what DCG needed. It feels like this game, it goes back and forth. Now, though, as DCG, who've got themselves a Baron, was not stolen away this time.
Baron, importantly, up for when this dragon spawns. And this is one of those occasions where you have Baron, but you absolutely want to use that lane advantage to go back and turn around, do the dragon, put both teams at soul point. We'll see if they do it.
Some very important spikes have been hit. 3 items and level 16 on Cascada. Feels like his damage just went through the roof. It is a Zhonya's picked up by Betty with no sums in this fight. Feels like you almost have to.
4 items, though, on this Varus.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
now,
with the Baron, I think DCG should be able to pick this one up, but it also buys Beyond more time just to kind of wait out the Baron. Doesn't seem like they want it, though. They want to fight.
Looks like they will be headed towards the fight here as Kongyue's left by himself down on the southern side of this river. And Mission taking a bit of poke there. Isn't going to feel so good. He doesn't really have access to auto-attacking for that Bloodthirster regen. Back hits, gets hit by another one.
Yeah, needs to find something to lifesteal off.
Maybe
Maybe
have
the
to go to
mid-wave.
his mid-wave, but Lakai is there. You still have to be careful of it.
He's a big minion. He's going to try lifesteal off the Jax. Seems a little risky.
Nesty, keep your eye on Nesty. Look at him.
He's a long flank that he's going for.
Yeah, will be spotted out. There's wards everywhere in this side of the jungle, but the pressure can force Beyond to play differently as Mission will find some minions here. Does actually commit the rocket jump. Though Dragon still quite high on HP. It is going to be a lot of summoners down here for this fight, but Nesty does have Flash Ignite available.
Cascada has a blue as well, so he can do this pretty much forever. There's a big top wave building.
Kai might be looking for a TP flank. In fact, no, he's just TPing in.
I really like DCG's position, though. They have the flank.
Kyrus
Nesty
does look for the engage, but it's going to be onto Hana. He should be eliminated here by the Varus, but it's going to be Nesty. Nesty finds a nice Magnet Storm. It's going to lock up Betty for a little bit, but in the back you can see Lakai. Lakai taking out both of these carries. He finds 2 kills, and it's Beyond. Beyond are going to find themselves here, picking up this Dragon Soul as Lakai trying to find Cascada, and eventually will. Lakai single-handedly putting the boys on his back and taking that team fight win.
Clean 5-0 there, and I think with that, Beyond can probably just push for the win. That was a really nice Zhonya's from Betty. Managed to save himself there from the Flash Magnet Storm that came out. Had no sum, so hey, now even a Dragon Soul on top of it.
Will
but
be the
really,
game.
no one alive for the side of DCG, and just like that, Beyond, it was not a clean game from either side. But hey, you get the win, and they're going to remain in that first place position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a crazy game. I think DCG certainly had ways in there to win this game. As we'll see how much poke comes out. Unfortunately, not enough, but yeah, it's going to be the win there for BYG. I think Lakai in that last team fight was an absolute hero. He was 1v3ing and killed all three of them.
Yeah.
Don't know how he got away with that, but I think importantly, Mission using that rocket jump mid was probably a massive mistake. He needed to lifesteal up for sure, but committing that cooldown, which is one of the most important cooldowns there for Tristana in a team fight, meant he was an easier target there for Lakai to find, did find him, and the whole game was a very back and forward. I don't want to say either team played particularly well, to be honest.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for an MVP there, it's probably going to be Betty, but I do want to say Kongyue with a massive steal on the Baron at a time where Beyond were looking very far behind could also take it.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people you could look towards. I mean, I think 1116 for being 6-0 on the Jace at some point, unfortunately, did have that 22 damage fight. Betty for those immaculate team fights, like you said. Lakai maybe for putting the game on his back at the end, and Kongyue's steal. So where do you look? I mean, I think Beyond, like we said, there's lots of people that could get MVP, but all of those players also put the game in tough positions at some point, right? Like Betty getting caught out with no sums, admittedly managed to kind of keep it in there for a while,
yeah,
got engaged on at the Herald. So yeah, it really wasn't clean by anyone. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed by DCG because I feel like this is the same thing over and over again, right? They are capable of getting leads, significant ones, even against some of the very best teams in the league. But ultimately, they just give over so much at the same time, right? They just aren't clean enough. They die randomly. They overextend. They don't team fight well. And it just feels like this is a team perhaps with the most unrealized potential in the PCS. And I really hope they reach it by playoffs.
It's almost starting to feel like if they don't close out a game fast, they're just going to lose. Because, like, Mission, very, very good at laning.
Yeah.
Very, very good at laning. And so if he's able to use that laning to win quickly, they win. But it seems like when it comes to team fights, the cohesion and even Mission's decision-making there, very questionable. I mean, I really can't stress enough how important Rocket Jump is on the Tristana in a team fight. And using it to get to the mid-wave, which you could have just walked to get the lifesteal, feels like a blunder there. And it did eventually cost them that team fight at the end, which lost them the game.
I hope we do get a replay of that. Are you sure he didn't have the W backup? Because he did have Navori.
He might have, but
either way, it does.
You don't want to use it. I mean, as soon as he did that, it was when Kyrie's engaged on Alistair. As soon as he jumped into that minion wave.
Okay, I hope we get a replay of it because I feel like the issue, while that might have been an issue, I feel like the bigger thing is more that there was a really desynced engage. Like, I think the Rel is going for the engage, meanwhile the backline's trying to peel off the Jack. So, but like you said, it's like a cohesion problem, right? The team doesn't really feel on the same page. And I think also DCG, Cruscata, I mean, he played decently this game, but he's not on the level of the likes of Waka or Betty, right? I don't think DCG is the kind of team that just knows that when they're going to get to 40 minutes, their AD carry is going to, carry the game. Whereas I think Beyond and PSG, they definitely have that safety net, right? Of they know their ADC is just going to put up some huge numbers if they get the time to get there.
Yeah, I think this game, more than any other game, really cements sort of our thoughts where you do have those top two in Beyond and PSG, and then followed closely behind, to be fair, is the J Team CFO, and then DCG really aren't seeming like they're up to that level yet.
I think you're right. Definitely feels like DCG fill that 5th place position, are better than the teams below them, and I 100% believe they could beat any team above them, but they won't, because they do it to themselves. Really, they do. They give over just too much gold. I feel like if you almost took, all the good plays DCG made, and you just cut back maybe half of the bad plays, they would be winning every game, but they just make, for as many good plays as they make just as many bad ones.
Yeah, I think that's very true. As we'll take a look at the replay. Now, I believe this is the last fight, so this is where we're going to see.
I think he has W available, but you'll see the Zhonya's comes out of Betty. It was actually the Varusol that managed to reach Mission, and even though I think he would have, so he had, well,
he got a reset there off the Alistair anyway.
Either way, I think he would have had W up, but that Varusol reaches and then Lakai flashes onto him. I think there wasn't really anywhere for Mission to go either way. But really, desynced engage does cost them. And you can see the damage here.
Yeah.
I think most impressive damage for me is Betty, because he wasn't playing a poke build, unlike, you know, the other abusers in this game.
You say that, but if you land an ult and it hits Sejuani and you empowered Cure, it's going to do like 5k
that's real damage though. That's not fake
true.
damage like the the Jace that hits the life stealing Tristana or the Warmog Sejuani. That Varus damage was just all in the team fights and.
To be fair, in this game alone, I do believe it was pretty real damage from Cascada. There's no real lifesteal, but it is going to be Kongyue picking it up. I think that makes sense because without that Baron steal, the game does look a whole lot different. You're going to get DCG would have picked up that Baron and then snowballed their lead even further. So even picking that up alone, and in fairness, full tank Maokai doing 14% of your team's damage is nothing to scuff at.
No, I think he did pretty well here, and I don't even remember this one.
This was the
Betty pop-off, I think, yeah. But Kongyue, I mean, he did a really good job of healing for him.
Also, this Nature's Grasp was really nice.
This is pretty pog.
Pretty perfect timing.
Yeah, puts Mission in a good spot just to be kind of ordered over the wall here by Betty. That was pretty big, right? Because I think if Mission lives here, potentially they just, take them all out, and then even if they don't get the Baron, they get so much gold off it that it feels worth it.
Yeah. Take a look at this one. This is the steal. I think here, if DCG get this Baron, then game's a whole lot harder here.
Yeah.
Because it's so early on in the game, you don't have that good of a wave clear. And also, it's just hard for you to approach your tower when you're getting sieged on by a Kog'Maw. So
it is.
Really good find there. And I think importantly as well, that Baron led to them getting their second dragon, which, I mean, we saw at the end was pretty much the catalyst for them winning the game. But yeah, I don't know. Not much to say really about that game other than there was just too many mistakes from DCG, and ultimately, I think Betty's mechanics are just a step above the rest.
Yeah, I mean, that one fight where he just...
In mid?
Yeah, he just dodged everything and lived for so much longer. He basically took down 2 people with him.
Yeah.
I think he had pretty much no right. If it's one of the other AD carries, particularly the ones below him and Wako, I think you wouldn't see the same thing. But that is it for game number 3. We're really getting through them today. Coming up next is Duish team taking on CFO. Will they make it past 20 minutes? We'll have to see.
When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, never find another me. Can't
Hello, 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 and welcome back here for game number 4 tonight, and bit of an interesting one perhaps on our hands. We saw one of the most intriguing drafts coming out of Duo's team yesterday. Now I want to ask you, what are you thinking? You reckon they're going to go with some picks?
Some picks could be what we see. You know, after that game, the Xin Zhao mid, for those of you that missed it, I went and looked on Game of Legends to see, has Xin Zhao mid ever been played in competitive before? And I think on there it was something like, of all time, Xin Zhao's been played in the jungle something like 4,050 times. And it's been played mid exactly once. And it was by Zhao 2 yesterday. And look, it didn't look that great. I think it actually has a little bit of potential, but unfortunately Duo's team, I mean, they're not a strong team, and there's a lot of strong teams here in the PCS. They did kind of get slaughtered, and we're wondering, is it going to be the exact same thing here up against CFO? Because CFO also no strangers to their early game. Duo's team's roster on your screen here, and it feels like they haven't found anything to build off. Last split, they did get a couple wins off WSL, going 10-0 on AP junglers. I think it was the Elise, Nidalee, respectively. Also played some games of Lilia and Karthus. Unfortunately, it feels like these champions are just not very strong at the moment. There's a lot of other meta junglers that are better. And Duo's team, it also feels like their team has remained relatively stagnant, while pretty much every other team in the league has benefited from roster changes, maybe bar impunity.
Yeah, well, that's pretty accurate, I'd have to say. Maybe also Frank could also say them, I guess. But yeah, going into this game, it feels a little bit like the Impunity PSG game earlier tonight, where it's hard to see a way for this team to perhaps find a lead and find a win against the likes of CFO. But I guess if you are to find a way, it could be like yesterday, you know, the Xin Zhao mid, Echo jungle, as well as, what was their bot lane? It was Lethality Kai'Sa, I believe. So they were going insanely heavy on that early game, and I honestly, to be fair, at this stage it feels like they can't go toe-to-toe in team fights as well as their macro play. And so you may as well just try and win your lane hard and fast. And credit to them, they tried that yesterday. It didn't go so well, but perhaps they'll try it again. I mean, if nothing else, they bring a bit of excitement to the draft phase. And to be fair, that is exactly what I want to see. It's really fun to see new takes on the meta, because watching the same old Maokai versus Sejuani for, 400 games in a row isn't particularly fun.
No. And what do you have to lose at this point, right? It feels like you can just kind of play whatever you want, and it can't be much worse than what's been going on. As long as it's not Sejuani Maokai again. Those champs have been meta pretty much all year long.
Yeah. I mean, Maokai has, right? I'm pretty sure Maokai has remained in the meta. Yeah. I think at the very start it was like Maokai Elise, and then it went to Maokai Sejuani Vi Wukong, and now we're still pretty much sitting at that without the Elise. So, yeah, I don't know. It feels a bit rough. I don't know exactly how to get out of this meta. I mean, maybe the next changes in the patch coming up could do a little bit, but it doesn't seem like a whole lot's been changed for jungles especially, but we'll see. And first of all, of course, we do have to get through this game, and I just wonder, like, Zhao 2, I think, at this stage, has the most unique played champion so far.
I think so. Definitely if you include last split, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He refuses to play 2 champs in a row, but taking a look at these stats, pretty much polar opposites.
Yeah, a lot of gold deficit in the early game there. I love that Xin Zhao is there in those first 3. But yeah, I mean, Zhao 2, he seems to prefer the melees, right? Like, we've got the Cassante, Xin Zhao, Akali there. We also saw him last split play the Diana, so there's a lot of weird melee picks.
Yone.
Yeah, true. There's a lot of weird melee picks that he can come out with. The problem is, it's really hard to play these, especially on a bottom tier team, right? Like, I think these champs are kind of made for skirmishing, but if you're all just losing lanes across the map, of which he's one of them, of course, there's never really a window for them to get in the team fights from an even footing. Like we saw as Akali up against Mission, extremely far behind. The Xin Zhao game yesterday, very much the same. So if they could somehow get one of these comps and get it out of the early game, I think they might have, I'm not going to say they have a chance to destroy CFO, but they could somehow get a win, I think. But getting out of the early game against CFO is no mean feat.
Yeah, I think in this league, CFO tends to be the most dominant early game team. I mean, so far, at least for this split, they do hold the record for the fastest game. I think it was 19 minutes and 30 seconds. We go into the draft phase. I mean, things are fairly normal. Besides the Blitzcrank ban, we don't often see that, but we'll be a band away from Xiaoxi here.
First 3 Blitz, yeah, I mean, that is a lot of, that's a lot of respect put towards Xiaoxi. I wonder, does that mean they want to pick some sort of support very early in the draft? Or maybe they just don't want Chelsea to ever have the chance of picking it. Everything else, though, does look fairly normal. I think there will be some sort of Maokai or Sedge getting through. Now, something that has been happening to WSL a little bit is Nidalee getting banned against him. So possibly if it gets through, he could pick it up. I think Nidalee, it's not the best champ in the meta, for sure.
Any ban.
Ooh, okay. There's another sort of random one.
Curious. Now, where do you look if you are CFO for this last ban? LeBlanc, perhaps the best champ to ban out. We saw Zhao2 play it, and it was probably his best performance so far. Wouldn't be surprised to see that taken away. Okay, it is.
Yeah, I think banning one of the junglers there, probably a mistake. Want to be able to trade them if necessary.
Now, I'm going to say it. This is the part where you never really know how the draft's going to go, but Duish team picking up that Maokai, maybe looking at something a little bit more standard, especially in comparison to their game yesterday.
There's been a lot of Quinn hovered today.
Yeah. Just pick it.
It has been played into Renekton. I doubt anyone's going to blind it, but I think it is actually a pretty strong champ at the moment, especially with the Shiv build kind of running rampant. Now, are they really just... No, okay. Feels like Kai'Sa plus Sedge could be the obvious one. Don't need to take the Sedge here if you want to take some other priority pick. What else could be? I mean, yeah, you could take the Renekton away. What if this is the game where Zhao2 plays Sedge mid and they take Sedge Jax?
Wow. Oh my god. Yes.
Yeah, would be pretty surprised to see that come through. I mean, the Maokai, an AP jungler, of course, does allow for some weirder AD mids to come out of Zhao2, like the Xin Zhao. Gwen, the champ, being hovered here, and I would be very surprised to see that locked in. Xayah makes a lot of sense. The question is, do you just lock in the Xayah Rakan for the solid comp, or do you need to take your answer to Renekton? I mean, there is the Jax. Alternatively, you could play something like the Gragas later on. To be honest, I'd like to see teams just pick up Xayah Rakan a bit more often, because I feel like Renekton, I mean, it's a tough champ to deal with no matter what. And is Gwen really the answer? Apparently it is.
Okay, Queen doesn't feel very easy into Renekton.
No, I wonder, do you think there's any chance they just goes mid? Zhao2 just woke up and wanted to play Gwen?
Look, Shock, at this point, I'm not even going to try and guess what Duish team are doing in their drafts. Yesterday taught me that there is no predictions that can come through.
This is a little different though. If they do pick up the Ahri here, so Gemini will be dropping jungle. Now, Sedge and Vi and Wukong are available, so you will be able to get one of those. I feel like Gemini, I mean, he's been very good on the Vi in the past. I'm not sure he's really much of a Wukong player though. I can't really remember. We'll see what they end up going for, and I think Rakan should probably be banned away second phase by the side of CFO. Don't want to give that combo over, I wouldn't think. It's the first ban. Duish team, I think you should probably target junglers. Maybe the Sejuani plus Vi? Yeah, surely you ban the Sejuani if they have a Renekton.
Yeah, and being Gemini, even though you have that Xayah, you probably just want to ban the Vi anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Maybe you don't want to ban the Vi, but what else are you going to ban? I mean, you can ban the Wukong, but that doesn't feel like much of an issue either, especially when you've got a lot of AP on your team. Is there any other pick Gemini could come through with? Something like the Viego, of course, but even that feels pretty lackluster, so I'm not sure where they're going to go for. Maybe they will just ban the Vi respectfully. And CFO, what's your last ban here? Maybe the Rel? Feels like Rel is kind of the next support in line.
Yeah.
Oh, Cassante. So they're saying this is Cassante mid, I would guess it would be. It has been played by Zhao2 before. And they do need, I would say, an AD mid, and there aren't that many left. I just think that Zhao2 is more likely to pick up something like Xin Zhao than Cassante.
I hope so.
I don't think anyone's ever said that sentence before.
We'll have to look. Final ban should come through. I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Vi. It is going to be the Rel.
Ooh, okay. So that could have been a Rel flex.
Yeah.
Which I kind of like. I think that was a good ban by Duish team. TFO, what do you go for now? I think if you can pick your jungler, you should. Ooh. I honestly wouldn't mind going something a little weird like a Graves here. I think it actually could be pretty good. It's good with Ahri. But Gemini, he was probably the best Vi last split, so he does lock it in, even against the Xayah. Now, that might actually not be too bad, because if an AD mid does have to come through, most AD mids are very weak to Vi. And Poppy is the hover. So would that be Poppy top or Poppy mid? I feel like all bets are off at this point, or even Poppy support, who knows?
Is this going to get locked in?
I think it might.
Alrighty. We have a Duish team comp.
We do. I'm not sure I'd call it a team comp, but they have picked 4 champs on the same team.
Could be Maracai's support.
I think that's... What? Okay.
Alright.
So that makes it Poppy jungle Maokai support, right? I guess it can be Poppy support depending on the jungler, but...
Yeah.
That's a lot of AP already picked up by Duish team. No, I can't call it a team comp. It's too generous. Azir has an 80% win rate. That's pretty good, though.
Do you think it's going to pick up its win here?
I don't think it will, but okay, ZFO, last pick. The Alistar would be really good to round out this comp. It does suffer a little bit, I think, into Duish team's champs, but what other engage options are there? Not
Nautilus.
too sure. I feel like the Alistar is a little bit stronger. They do lock it in. I don't think Shalcy has any idea what he's versing at this point. I'm guessing... Ooh. Maybe with the Alistar locked in, they could just play Poppy support. The problem with that would be they would have triple AP topside. So instead, they'll move the Maokai towards that support role. They do have very good scaling on Duish team, but I don't think there's any chance they get there. CFO, one of the best early game teams, backed up by one of the best early game comps you could get. And I think CFO, they're going to be wanting to set a new record with this one. I at least like that Zhao Tu has picked a real mid laner, though.
What? Are you saying Xin Zhao's not a real mid laner?
Did you look like one?
Certainly did. I loved it. But yeah, heading in. Another unconventional comp, you have to say, out of Duish team.
It is unconventional, but...
It's not terrible.
No, I think it's better than what they had yesterday.
Maybe just trying something new is better for their chances at getting a win than it is just trying to play conventional. Because
I can kind of see that, because that's sort of what Helpigs did, right?
Yeah.
Of like, you just gotta go around and find something that eventually works for you. I'm not too sure what exactly they've got here, though. Like, it feels like, I guess they have a comp that can play back. Like, you can kind of kite back with Azir Xayah, which does look good. You've got a Poppy for Peel. What the Gwen will do in that comp, though, maybe just split push.
We'll eventually outscale the Renekton, that's for sure. I think early stages of this game, the Renekton should be pretty punishing towards the Gwen. But once you get a couple items online, a bit of sustain through, doesn't have to look so terrible. And in fairness, yesterday, in their game up against J-Team, JP did play probably the best in his team, was finding favorable trades against Driver up in that top lane, and so maybe the Gwen is the champ he feels most comfortable on, as we are seeing it now for a second time. Things, at least for now, seem fairly conventional in terms of the runes.
Maybe worried a little bit about Azir in mid lane, just because he has the D ring. We've seen sometimes the Aries get very aggressive early. Maybe this won't be it. Jimin, he has Electrocute rather than Airy. But sometimes the Azir gets poked out very early and then kind of struggles to reach the items that he needs. Everything else, though, I think you're right, does look pretty normal. Is the Ignite TP on the Gwen as opposed to maybe the Ghost? I think you kind of just need that to be able to fight Renekton. Does make you a lot more vulnerable, though, to getting ganked.
Definitely.
Jimmy on this Ahri, we've seen him on it before. He likes to move around the map. And Ahri Vi is a very hard combo to survive against. WSL, that ward is placed. And this is something we see a lot of the top teams do, is warding these Raptors at level 1 to get confirmation on which side the jungler is starting. Otherwise, it can be a solo start on the Wolves or the Raptors. Gives you a lot of extra information to play with. Maybe wondering how JP can do in this top lane. It has the combat summon and his choice of matchup. But Renekton has looked pretty unstoppable. Unless your name's RJ, pretty much.
Yeah, true. I mean, even interesting down in this bot lane. Seeing the Maokai down here for the first time this split. Has in the past been pretty good as the support, but I think that was more when you preferred the AP Maokai with those saplings. Not as powerful, you'd have to say, at the moment. Well, let's see, though, if Inhao and Pepero can make this work. Of course, Maokai will offer a fairly decent setup for the Blade Caller and the Root, as well as the Xayah damage to come through.
I have to say, mid lane is honestly going a lot better for Zhao 2. He's able to just clear this wave. Doesn't look like he's getting harassed too much by Jimian. They're doing a much better job just to stabilize this early game, and so often Duish team do just fall apart super early. So if they can keep things interesting, at least until 20 minutes, they do buy time for their 3 scaling carries to kind of come online.
Gemini really, really far ahead in his jungle clear.
Yeah, he did get a leash, importantly, so that does speed him up.
True.
And maybe bot lane is feeling the impacts of that, as they were forced to lose prior, at least in those first few levels, but now should be able to start pushing back. And there's a ping on the way to top lane from WSL. He's skipping 2 of his top camps, and he's going to go for... Okay, so he just places a ward. Charm does go wide and mid. Jimian even took a tower shot there. I think Gwen used her ward at level 1. Okay, yeah, I see what happened. So Gwen used her ward at level 1 just in case it was a 3-camp top coming out from Vi. So WSL had to quickly run top there to place a ward to cover the Gwen because there was no ward available. But that's going to mean even further behind in the jungle clear, you can see Gemini, he's already able to pressure, is just walking into the river. I think will be spotted out on that bot scuttle. Does look like it. And bot lane, with that priority, maybe they can set up a dive of their own. Feels like diving a Xayah, not always the easiest, even pre-6. But he's going to enter the bot jungle, so what else would he be looking for? I think they're going to try 3
Yeah,
members.
they are. And Chelsea finding...
They got Maokai's aftershock.
Yeah, okay, that could be massive. It certainly will not be up for this dive. It's going to be a lot on how they can execute the tower aggro, though. Big wave crashing. Pepero setting up a few feathers, but probably not optimally. As here we go. Chelsea finds both. Pepero flashes. Is still going to be killed by that headbutt pulverize. And first blood already going over to Gemini as rest now. Feeling the impact of that split map, but Pepero, without that ghost and without that flash, shouldn't be long for this world, as it will be Gemini tanking it up and Shun finding himself a kill as well. So early lead over to CFO.
Rough. There's a lot lost there for the Duish team bot lane. And unfortunately, not a whole lot traded back top. Really wasn't that much else I think Duish team could have done. I guess maybe the flash initially wasn't the best on that Alistair engage. Right, like I think Enhao maybe could have flashed the combo and lived. I think Pepero also got knocked up despite flashing. So maybe could have been better executed, but with your jungler on the other side of the map, there's always going to be lots of opportunities. Jimian maybe being looked at here. He's pretty low.
Does land the charm, but might have to pop his flash here. In fact, will. While you are fairly safe as Ari at level 6, could be the potential for a gank here, being that you do have this Poppy with the ground.
And we'll get a replay on the top side, actually. So they're looking for this dive on Rest. They are level 5, and Rest is fairly low. I'm surprised that... Ooh, okay, so they just could never really get an angle to put him on the wall. And Rest played this very smart, I think. If he had positioned a bit closer to the wall, could have been in trouble, and that's JP. I think he's a little frustrated, maybe. I think that could have been a kill on Renekton if better executed. And now, bot lane being looked at. They don't have sums on Pepero. Jimian, with that prio, is in the river. Bijalto, he's been getting the better of him in trades.
It should be, yeah. 6 minutes, so a bit late to the Dragon for CFO standards.
Yeah, a little late. Jimian, we got some honey fruit. And Jiaotu's pretty much So I think that will force a reset. And that will be the first Dragon going over to CFO. I think they're definitely on pace to pick up those first 2 objectives, the Herald as well. Got the Renekton on the top side, of course, as well as a bot lane that can rotate up a lot easier, given how fed they are.
JP doing well, though, to maintain, you know, at least an even scoreline here in the top side. Although, granted, he has had a bit of jungle pressure from WSL.
The wave is good for him, so he's going to be able to pull ahead a little bit. Level 7, though, for Rest.
See if JP gets it off those minions, too.
And Merc Treads very early here on the Ari. So maybe really respecting the Azir Poppy combo coming out. I think it's a little early to buy them, if I'm honest, but I respect the safety. He still has the mobility, of course, to move around the map, so just really wants to make sure that he is not a viable target for Duish team. As Gemini, he might look bot before Herald.
Yeah, Herald in 38 seconds. His bot line at the moment, and he will be spotted out by a ward, so it should be Pepero and in-house staying fairly safe here.
It is level 6 on the Vi, though.
Gonna find another ward here, will Gemini.
Pepper resets, so not going to be anything. Can they take away this red before playing for the Herald? If they could get both, that would be a big win for CFO. And they're going to try. I mean, they know Pepper a reset, have bot and mid priority. So I think this will just be a red going over. Duish team, they kind of need to start Herald as soon as possible, but I don't think they're going to be able to. So this red, it looks like it'll go over for free.
Yeah, Inhal will spot that out with a sapling right now. Gemini smiting that away, nice and easy. Poppy though, WSL, I don't know what he's doing. He has no business being in the spot side, but maybe looking to counter gank. In fact, maybe this is a really good timing. Pepero looked at, he does not have access to the Featherstorm, and the Killer Instinct will come through here as first kill of the engage will be found by Gemini. That was just a 2v2. Chelsea was off in mid lane.
Yeah, a lot less CC that can come out, and it feels like, I don't know, Duish team bot lane, obviously they're behind, but WSL also hasn't really been able to find anything, finds nothing on top. It doesn't get a Herald trade for that red buff, and doesn't even get bot lane in time to stop the gang. So currently, Gemini kind of running rings around WSL in the jungle. Should now be able to path out to his top side, grab his red, and feels like Herald not far behind. Look at the bot lane CS. Feel bad for Pepero. I mean, he's been dived twice now, and it certainly manifests in those CS and items. Shiv picked up for Shun, will catapult him even further ahead. Now, Zhao Tu has done a good job to make sure he's not really bleeding anything in the mid lane. Will he get the time to actually scale up, though?
Ooh, JP. This could be dangerous. There is, importantly, no cease and desist available for the Vi. So, although you don't have any escape summoners, should be safe enough. But this should be the Herald going over to CFO, you have to think.
Definitely. I think especially with Zhao Tu's kind of state right now, it's out of mana. We'll just want to go for a reset. But Azir is scaling nicely into this game, which is kind of the Azir Gwen feel like the lifeline for Duish team. Need those carries to scale up quickly, because soon CFO, they're really going to come online. And this is not a team that likes to let up win ahead.
No. Can't really expect to be getting a whole lot of objectives off of CFO. And with that Rift Herald picked up, the investment should be placed into bot, you have to feel. Only 3 plates left there, and their tendency to dive this Xayah. Although Featherstorm makes it a little bit harder, I think they'll still look to pressure this bot side with the Herald.
Does feel like it. A minute on the Dragon as well. I think CFO definitely going to want to look to pick that up. I wonder how much gold JP is sitting on. He reset ages ago. Ooh, is this going to be a lane gank from Gemini? He's not going to go towards the bot lane. Instead, he's going to come through top. He knows that there's no defensive sum on JP. The wave, it looks pretty hard to gank.
I think you can dive.
Virenectin is pretty strong, though.
Oh,
Ooh,
JP, he's dead. He's dead. Yeah, there's no escape. You've used your only escape now. It's on a short cooldown, but with rest and the damage Gemini is able to put out, you will be going down. Killing spree now for Gemini on this Vi. Is not going to use the Herald top, so let's just find rest a little bit of time in this lane for himself, and now we'll reset, likely to head bot side as Dragon spawning now in 15 seconds. Maybe even heralding mid.
Feels like Gemini is just everywhere. WSL is kind of nowhere to be seen. And Duish team, the way they're kind of posturing is that they want this Dragon fight, but I honestly think until Azir gets one item, they just have no chance. So I'm surprised they're playing so aggressively here. I think it would be much better to trade, if anything.
Oh no.
Oh, I love this by Chelsea.
Oh no. Okay, WSL here now though. No way they saw Chelsea, right?
No, I don't think so. I think the W might have given it away though, and I think Gemini just wants to do that Dragon instead. There's 2 drags. starting to speed up the Dragon pace. And they still have this Herald. We'll see where it goes. I think bot lane could maybe be the place.
Yeah, 2 plates now on that bot tower, so with the Herald usage as well as the 3-man strong unit of CFO, does feel like it should be going over to them, this first blood tower.
Yeah, Gemini, I think you can just come place it in lane and that will probably finish it off. Maybe leave it very low, and this will be a big gold swing, I think, getting this first tower. Currently, it is 22k on CFO. They grab this, goes up by a full 1,000, and a lot of that goes on to this very fed Vi and Kai'Sa. Maybe now looking at mid, Zhao should be safe, as long as he respects the range.
All season assist will be used. He doesn't manage to get the shuffle off, and it's Gemini able to find himself another one there in the mid lane. Jimmy picking up the gold for it, but good timings by Gemini. He's found something in all 3 lanes now, while WSL still sitting 0-0-0. In fact, behind in CS and objectives as well.
This is just Jungle Kingdom by Gemini. This is one of those games where you're playing solo queue, your jungler hasn't done anything down CS, and you wonder, you know, how are you down farm if you haven't pressured the lanes at all? And it feels like WSL is just reacting to Gemini, right? He's trying to chase him around the map, trying to stop the heralds, stop the dives, but he's just a little too late every time. Gemini making those proactive plays, certainly looking very good. And there was a reason why he was one of the, probably the best Vi of last split. He played so much of it. And I really like the Vi's that are more than just a point-and-click R, right? Like, this is a Vi that does a lot of damage. And Zhao, he could have respected the range. I'm not too sure.
Him as well.
Yeah, I think he just thought he'd get the WE off in time and maybe pull the Vi under the tower, but he maybe just misjudged it a little. And then is in a bit of trouble. But still no first item completed by Azir. 14 minutes in. Looks like he's working on the Nashes as well, but that's very, very slow, of course. And a huge CS lead for Jimian. 31 now at 14 minutes.
Yeah, it was 14 minutes has gone by. As you said, it is going to be 8 plates to 1 here, the difference. And it looks like an inner tower going down just for fun.
Does feel that way. And second Herald feels like there's no doubt it'll go to CFO. And with 2 towers already bought, there is potential for CFO to just drop that bot and try to take an inhib with it. Sometimes early inhibs can be bad, but CFO, not the kind of team that'll let it go on for very long.
No. Particularly when you have this much of a dragon advantage as well. Obviously, if you are able to get that dragon at roughly the same time you take the inhib, it will be down, giving you pressure on a lane constantly, and does help you get that soul.
And that's pretty unfortunate there. Looking at the player goal, you know, the most fed member of Duish team is a full K behind the weakest carry of CFO.
Yeah. Dire times here for Duish team. And it feels like there's not that big of an avenue, at least yet. If you maybe get 1 item on this Azir, an item on the Xayah, a good combo can catch you out. I mean, at this point, Gemini is who you want to kill. Has the most gold on the team as a shutdown.
I think that is key. You do need shutdowns to win this game. I don't think it's enough just to farm. I think you need 2 items on Gwen, Azir, and Xayah to have a chance. And realistically, you don't have time to get that gold without getting some kills.
Gemini is behind enemy lines, taking this wolf camp. Not going to look for a dive, though. I think, yeah, dive a little bit too risky, especially with the Rift Herald spawning now. And Duish team can't walk in this river. The river is absolutely not theirs.
Nope, and Herald spawning in 5 seconds. I think this is going to be yet another objective that Gemini starts on spawn. He's actually just done everything this game. He's ganked all 3 lanes. He's taken the enemy red buff. And he's done basically every objective on spawn except for that very first drag. That's incredible jungle performance.
Definitely. And it feels a little bit like it's because he's on the Vi. He has looked so tremendous on this champion, and it does, in fairness, have itself a lot more sort of capability to look for, you know, your objectives and whatnot. You're going to do a lot more damage to it than you would if you were like the Maokai, for example. And so when you do get ahead, as soon as an objective spawns, you are able to go and just take it by yourself, especially with this Divine Sundra build. At times, we do see Vi's going for other mythics, Radiant Virtue being a notable one.
Only 13 seconds on the 3rd dragon here. Duish team, it always feels like when you get to the 3rd dragon that you should contest. but they can't. They don't have the gold. They don't have the items. They want to buy more time to farm, but really they have to try catch CFO overextending. The Herald has dropped mid, and CFO, I think they want to try make a pick. They're playing very aggressively here.
Very, very far forward. Gemini on the side. Oh my, 3-man engage here, found from Chelsea, but it's going to be that Poppy ult booting him out of the fight, as Killer Instinct will come down to ensure that first kill here onto Enhao. Fight certainly in full force as Jimmy in, looks for the charm, goes for Zaltu, but finds Pepero. That's another 2 kills found. 3 in total here for CFO, as the Rift Herald manages to secure them 2 towers as well.
Oh, maybe even
and
more.
Zaltu, it's not over. Flashes forward, but Jimmy unfortunately does miss that charm, which does mean that they will not find the kill here on Zaltu. And critically, Chelsea living on 1 HP means perfect game still alive.
Chelsea just back-to-back insane engages there. I felt like most of this game was on the back of Gemini, but wow, that was some insane Alistair play. Finds the initial knock-up onto 2 of the carries. Obviously has that Unbreakable Will and can survive for so long. Now, the Rift Herald did get smited mid-fight, I think, to make sure it couldn't get any more damage. But, I mean, you can really just see the wallet gap at this point, right? There's no damage coming through from Duish team.
Oh, that's so sad as Pepero.
Yeah. Was a very nice charm, of course, to seal his fate. Medjai's picked up by Jimmy and with only 6 stacks. I think he knows how this game is going to go. 18 minutes, gold leader's already crested past 10,000.
And perfect game is on the cards.
Definitely, and I think CFO, they've got a good comp for doing it too. These are not easy champs to kill. JP being looked at in the side lane. Remember, he does not have the ghost. Chelsea is on a long flank.
Yeah, okay. You can go untargetable, but not from an Alistair, as she is going to commit that Shroud. Does manage to dodge out of the Everfrost, but it is inevitable that this Gwen is found, and it will be Jimmy in picking up his 3rd from 6 stacks to 10 now, as this top lane inner, the next focus. So many objectives being taken here. It's only 19 minutes in, but pretty much no towers left to talk about. Just really those inhibitors.
Yep, and I think if I were CFO, I'm pretty sure you can just start this Baron on spawn. There's no way that Duish team can come and contest. And once you get that, you should be able to siege it down. You've even got the Nashes on the Kai'Sa, so you've got the DPS you need. Jimin, he's sticking around. He's got the Medjai's move speed now with 10 stacks. Now there is getting closer to 2 items on the side of Duish team. You think there's pretty much no chance they can get it at any relevant time. But there are pings already and a TP coming out from Jimmy, and I think CFO want to start this. They want to force Duish team to come fight them. And it's not a fight they can win.
No. But I think now, at this stage of the game as Duish team, all you're really looking for is to ensure it's not a perfect game.
Yeah, you just want to try
Maybe
kill
you just
someone.
keep Zaltu down there. Get that tower.
True, that could be it. There is a TP from Rest, though, to defend it. They want to try...
Okay, Chelsea going forward first and finding a massive chunk here on Enhao. It should be Jimmy and picking that up. In fact, Ignite will finish it off from Chelsea. Baron does go down. There is 3 charges of the Spirit Rush still alive. As he does go forward, the Featherstorm will come out, and with that, Jimmy does fall away.
But CFO, what about the bot tower? Are we going to TP to that?
Oh, Zaltu might be putting a stop to the perfect game.
Oh no, Rest.
It will end. There is no perfect game to come through.
It will end, but I think Rest is actually doing the right thing. You should just Baron mid. Unfortunately, that does come at the cost of the perfect game. But now, pushing down, they're going for a quick game instead, rather than a perfect one.
Yeah.
They've got 2 inhibs already, and they've got the waves they need.
Massive minion waves.
Ooh, okay, they are actually going to play it super safe and back off. Again, it does kind of make sense, right? If you want to close this out cleanly, all you need to do now is go down bot lane as 5. You can go Dragon later if you really need it. Now, you've got enough time on Baron that you can just go bot.
Yeah.
But I think also maybe could have tested the limits and gone for the end. 3 items already on Shun, only 21 minutes in.
Yeah, I think at this stage, if Duish team were to win, you need the Xayah to pick up all 3 of those shutdowns, get a Penta in 1 team fight, and then maybe Pepero has the items to realistically fight. But even then, even if you do that, it's a stretch, and to do that is even more of a stretch, so...
Still a full minute and a half on Baron, and 4th drag spawning in a minute. And now I think he's caught.
Yeah, we'll use the Bramble Smash to try and hit Gemini away, but look how fast this Vi is. We'll be catching up to you. That Blue Smite making it even easier, and Rest claims himself on as the Everfrost will in fact find JP, but the Shroud going down ensures his safety as he runs away. But all focus really does just need to go to this bot lane inhib, and it should be the game.
There is just no way to defend this. I think this will be all she wrote for Dua's team. Maybe a big Poppy ult could delay it a little bit. Holds it for now. There's a big wave already. They just don't have the damage, I don't think.
Yeah, even with the Nexus towers, really isn't going to be the damage to come through. There's another nice engage will be found from Shao C. They're trying to end it, but they're trying to get their KDs up as well. Have to be careful not to die as the Poppy ult will come through and ensure Shun gets taken away. Shao C goes forward, will be able to go gold, and his Rest now becomes the menace in the front line. All attention now towards this last Nexus tower, and now the Nexus. They aren't looking for another kill, they are just going to end the game. 0-12 was almost the perfect game. Xiaotu does stop it with that bot lane tower, but what a decisive game there by CFO.
I think for all intents and purposes, it was a perfect game, right? Rest could have TP'd to that if he really wanted to, but felt like it was better to buff mid, and I think it is the correct decision. So, I don't know, not really anything, I think, to say for Dua's team. I think their comp was fine, maybe a bit greedy on the scaling, but ultimately it does just come down to execution. And I think Gemini and Shao C, those two, they executed this game so well. Just, it's Gemini especially. I mean, he was everywhere, ganking all 3 lanes, running WSL over in the jungle. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the inevitable MVP for this game is Gemini. And I think, interestingly, I don't remember which series it was, but in the playoffs of last split, there was a game that CFO won 3-0, and all 3 games he played Vi, and he got MVP in all 3 of those games. So, I mean...
just like old times.
Yeah, carrying up the traditions here. Picks Vi, has the most impact on the map. I mean, granted, Chelsea finding some really nice engages, but ultimately it was this man on your screen here, number 69, Gemini, who found...
no shot.
found pretty much everything his team needed. I think critically, though, that first dive bot feels like if you mechanically played a little bit better as the Maokai and the Xayah, could have turned it around, because as soon as Vi tanks, Vi has to stick in there. And if you can flash out, use a Twisted Advance scenario there, she's probably just going to go down. Maybe it still gets traded back and maybe you still lose it, but it does feel like there were mechanical misplays throughout the game.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what we've come to know, unfortunately, here from Dua's team. But I think now, more than anything, when you come against Dua's team as one of these top teams, you want to be showing that you can close out the game as cleanly as the other top teams. Because it seems like no one's that challenged by taking down Dua's team, but it's just how well you can do it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I also think that, speaking of kind of like that bar of execution almost for those top teams, I think for a lot of the bottom teams, there's kind of that bar of execution of just getting through the early game, right? We kind of saw it earlier today with Impunity, right? Dying on that, I think it was invading the Gromp, right? And just dying in the early game falls apart from that. Same thing there with that bot dive. And I want to say there was another game recently where there was a bot dive onto a tower. I can't remember which team, with the Pyke. Do you remember that? The Pyke Echo. It was Dua's team.
That was
actually,
Dua's team
yeah,
yesterday.
It was Dua's team. And they failed the dive. And I think all of these, you know, if you execute them slightly better, suddenly the game is in a much better position, right? And it's just these kind of mistakes accumulate over the game.
Yeah.
And they just can't pass that kind of execution and early game decision-making check and just end up in an unplayable state. Because once you are down 5,000 gold, even a better team is going to lose to CFO at that point, right? There isn't much you can do. You just have to get through that early game a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also, by the way, that game, I'm pretty sure WSL didn't die.
Ooh.
I think they got absolutely slaughtered, but he didn't die. So he maintained his KD. It's not a very good KD at this point, but he did maintain it. As we say, another just fantastic engage here from Shao C. In fact, the follow-up, we might not get to see it, we might. But if Jimmian manages to land his charm, would have also been Zhao 2 going down.
Yeah, that was a nice charm, though. Jimmian did have some good charms, other than that one he missed, but hey, you're allowed to miss one here or there.
No, you
Unless
can't.
you shall see. He would not miss one Blitzcrank hook.
True. Wow.
That has to be a record, right? Poppy damage? I should have told you to look away. I think, okay, the lowest damage of all time, I can't remember. I think it's like 400 or something.
Is it?
Yeah, but that has to be the lowest I've ever seen in the PCS.
Oh, that is, yeah. That is the lowest I've seen in the PCS, that's for sure. That is appalling. Yeah.
JP damage though.
JP's
Look at him go.
JP has done well on the Gwen. I think credit to him. His 2 games of Gwen have looked like his best games. Unfortunately, it's also looked like his team's worst games. So I don't know what to take away from that, but it is Gemini obviously picking up this MVP. I think that was a foregone conclusion.
Oh, a fancy cinematic.
Yeah, Zhao 2 saw him here, by the way.
Yeah, I think he was trying to bait him with the WE because you can see he W's, but
Yeah.
he doesn't get the E off in time. I think if he maybe positions slightly better, pulls a Vi on the tower, there is a potential that Poppy cleans this up. But I think, again, you know, it's those small misexecutions that those bottom teams just can't quite do as well as their top team counterparts, and it just punishes them over and over and over.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, how much of Poppy's damage do you think was her just throwing ults out? Because I know she hit at least 1 ult. She would have hit more than that, but like...
Ults probably do like 200 damage per person, right? Or maybe not even that. Maybe like 150. Yeah. I feel like, yeah, there wouldn't have been... Well, there was no lane interaction, right? Like, she did not gank a lane.
She was chasing Gemini around about 30 seconds behind Gemini. It was really just like, even early game, I mean, I wonder if any of that was because of the leash, you know, because Gemini on his pathing was well ahead there of WSL, but who really knows? That is going to be game 4 done. Another stomp, really, against Duish team, unfortunately, but we are not done for week number 3. We have one last game. Probably most fans' most hyped game of the night. To be fair to you, it's West Point versus Halpic. Stick around.
the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch the son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, see it on your face. See it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, see it on your face. See it on your face. See it on your face. Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you
Oh boy, we're back for the last game here in week number 3, and it's going to have God Tone in it, it's going to have Taco in it. I'm excited. How are you feeling?
Look, this is going to be the best game of the day. I'll say it right now. West Point versus Hellpigs. It's anyone's game. There's some good matchups across the board, and I think if Hellpigs win this, they secure 6 clearly.
They
right?
are just 6,
yeah. They are just 6. So, man, I hope Hellpigs win.
Me too. I mean, it's exciting. I think they're looking like they will win. I mean, obviously they're ahead in the standings, so in theory, that way they are the better team. But Taco, the last week, has looked insane. That guy has been mopping up his lane opponents. Even solo kill, just swept the floor with the dude. It's unreal. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Taco. And I think if we keep Gold Tone on the champs like Vi and Nautilus, where you just press a button and your job's done.
Yeah,
look at
I think that's a big point. Hellpigs really seem to have found what they want to play. You just get Taco on a lane bully, mid on control mage, ADC on scaling crit, and your jungler on the likes of Maokai, Vi, or the Nautilus, and it makes things real easy. But on the other side, West Point, I think they have also started to find some success early in their, or recently, I suppose, and I think that a lot of that feels like they're just playing their early games a bit better. Like, I think Nui and 665 have kind of been the most solid of the roster, but Relia, he had a good Renekton game from what I remember.
Yeah.
So if they can keep that up, maybe they can take it to Hellpigs. Like, I don't think it's favored either way, really. I mean, maybe slightly Hellpigs favored just because of the standings, but I really think, like, I wouldn't be surprised to see West Point take them down either.
Yeah, neither, but at the moment in current form, it does feel like Taco is on pace here to just 1v9 the game. He seems, at least when you look at nameplates, it feels like at least recently, Taco seems quite a bit above the rest of the lineups here. Even on his own team, he seems to be the real anchor up there that even if they fall behind, he is not. He's very far ahead, getting plates, CS and whatnot. And I must say, against Relia, you want to go like that because if Relia gets behind, he tends to get really behind. And yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking Taco. I'm liking Adiox as well. Now that he started to play a bit of the Zerg, played a bit of Victor, he seems really solid on those champions. And Tide as well. I think Tide's looked really nice. And yesterday as well, I know I keep talking about Hellpigs, but They had their team comp where they had the Nautilus jungle, the Thresh support, and it looked really, really good. The way that Godtone and IC8 were playing together with those hook champions seemed like they'd really found what works for them. And so from that, if they are able to continue it here today, I like their chances. I think they want to look again for that Nautilus because his jungle pathing, his invades he found, and how he was finding team fights looked a lot stronger than what Godtone has looked like otherwise.
It was very impressive, the performance he put up. And I think as well, like you said, IC8 hasn't really had a good split so far. But yesterday on the Thresh was hooking non-stop.
Yeah.
Obviously some of that is just set up by the other CC on his team, but if they can have that same sort of performance, I could see Hellpigs definitely securing their 6th place position here.
Oh, Godtone getting head over the head there.
He's too sleepy.
Oh, again. Wake up, man. We even saw them pick up a win in one of their draft phases where they just forgot to ban a champ. And that was against Frank.
That was yesterday, right?
No, that was on,
the day before?
yeah, Friday. We forgot to ban a champ against Frank and they still managed to pick up the win. Got to look at that top lane here and solo kills, 4 for Taco.
Damn. Taco, I think having the 2nd highest goal difference out of any of the top laners while being on, one of the bottom teams. I like, they're coming up, right? But they have had some devastating losses. And despite that, being high in forward percentage, high in goal difference at 14, speaks to just how much Taco has leveled up as a player between the 2 splits, because he looks like, one of the best, I would say top 3 top laner in the league, maybe behind Driver and Arja, but, you could see him taking it to him, right?
No, Rallia's hair gets crazier every day. I love it.
That's where his power comes from.
True. I want to say as well though, like the gold lead at 14 for a top laner is even more impressive because often, I mean actually, the last week it's been really quite some wipes in the top lane, but in general, top lane usually stays fairly even and then it's more or less global gold that affects it a lot. As we do head now into Champion Select, see more shenanigans here between the coach and Godtone, but not too much shenanigans in the ban phase. Taking away Taco's Renekton could be a real key to success.
It took away the Maokai as well, which I think is a smart decision.
I still think we want to see the Nautilus though.
Yeah, I think there's probably too many things for West Point to take away to completely deny Godtone. They banned the Azir away from Adiox too. So they've definitely done their research. They've watched these games, seen how Hellpigs are winning, and they're trying to break that up. I do think, though, Hellpigs on the red side can still make sure that Taco gets some sort of good matchup, which will be very crucial because he's a big part of their early game, right? A lot of the time you see Taco winning, which leads to the Herald. The Herald gets put top, and then that kind of gets extended further. Just down to the last ban. So Sedge is available, and there's no Maokai trade. I think West Point, I mean, do you want to take the Sedge now? Kai'Sa feels like the better choice. And I think Godtone hasn't looked the best on Sedge, but if you take the Sedge plus your top laner on 3, it feels like you guarantee a good matchup.
I honestly don't want to see Godtone on the Sedge.
You think you just play something like Vi?
I think he's looked completely fine on the Vi and on the Nautilus. And against Kai'Sa, which will almost certainly be the AD carry, it means that there is no Xayah to come from, especially if you take the Xayah here. I think you do. You just play Vi or you play Nautilus here. I don't think you need to play the Sejuani.
Some discussions between the jungler and coach here. Maybe orders. What will it be?
Who do you think's ordering though? Do you reckon Godtone's ordering the coach?
I'm not sure.
Guy seems like a bit of a Chad.
And what will the lock-in be? Okay, Nautilus Flex. I like it. I think it's a good choice. It also denies it away from Kai'Sa. I think that's a really smart choice actually. So West Point, what do you go for now? I mean, you can go for your Sedge plus Jax if you wanted. But it feels like that would almost play into what Taco wants because I think he would be very happy to take advantage of that matchup with something like, the Gragas, the Poppy maybe. And Rel, also a flex. So lots of flexes being picked up right now. Even Kai'Sa's a flex. And LeBlanc was left available. I wonder, does Adiox have something into this? The Victor, it's instantly hovered here. I think Victor is a good answer into LeBlanc, at least early. Like, the 1v1 is very good. And ooh.
Yeah, I think Victor's better.
Yeah.
I don't think you want the Akshan.
I think Victor, it's got a good lane phase. It also has a lot of wave clear, so you can keep up with LeBlanc on the side lane. and once she gets Shiv. The scary thing, though, is playing against something like LeBlanc Rel mid jungle, because again, you're a mobile mage up against that. Now, when Adiox played Victor before, he also played against a really impossible comp, and he somehow made it work. So I have a lot of faith in Adiox Victor. I think it's definitely a good game for it too. Now, second phase bans, maybe you just ban blindable tops, because the Rel is a flex. And I think if you can just make it really hard for Rel here to blind pick, Taco will take advantage of him. Yeah, okay, they banned the Jax. I think top bans are going to go a long way.
Taking away Jax makes sense. You also still have the availability of Jax Sejuani until you had done that. So, yeah, I like it a lot. Wonder what the answer's going to be. Obviously, you don't know where this Nautilus is going. They're thinking it's jungle, banning out the Rakan.
What is the next top? Well, they just... Has to be an AD top, you'd think. I mean, yeah, what else would Rel here look to blind? I mean, he's blinded like Aurelia and Fiora
Akali
before.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Surely it won't be the Akali. We've seen what happened. I'm not sure what it's going to be. Maybe they ban a different lane.
Okay.
Okay, they banned the Sedge, which I can kind of respect. Because I think, again, you're just trying to make things harder for top lane, I think, and that does make the top jungle a lot weaker. Gwen ban. So maybe setting up for a Sion or perhaps Cassante.
I think you show the flex here. I think you give
I think
top
you're right.
counter.
Yeah. I think Taco, he's done so well when he gets those counters. Alternatively, I mean, he could take away the Cassante. Ooh.
Ooh, the fiddlesticks again.
I think Vi is really good, by the way. I think Vi actually deals well with LeBlanc.
Vi not against LeBlanc or Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Either way.
Now, LeBlanc obviously can go back with her dashes, but sometimes you get locked up in a bad spot and can't really get out. But I really like what Hellpigs are doing. I think this gives Taco a really good matchup, and there aren't that many top lines available. So I really like the comp they've gone for. Very strong team fighting. And again, it feels like they've got kind of what they want, right? They've got that point-and-click jungler, engage support, crit 80 carry, control mage mid. Really, all we're looking for is Taco to put on those finishing touches.
Okay, Sion locked in means we could see a carry champ top here as a counter pick. Gwen obviously banned. Can't be Gwen. Could be Camille. Could be Fiora. Even Aurelia.
I think Camille would be pretty good.
Yeah, me too. A lot of lockdown.
Viego is locked in.
Oh, I think this will be the first time we see Taco. If he does pick a carry champ, it'll be the first time we see him on a true carry top.
I mean, Nah worked well too.
Does work well. Perhaps not as exciting as I would have hoped.
Nah, I think it is a very solid pick in this game, obviously. Ooh.
Oh, no, no, no.
Okay, I do understand why he's locked this in. I think it is nice to have a tank for your Xayah and your Victor. And it is still, I think, a good matchup for Cassante. But it's definitely not as dominating as something like the Nah would have been. But ultimately, still happy with it. And I think Hellpigs, they've really found what works for them. I'm glad they've locked this in again. Now, West Point, they're a bit all over the place, I feel like. But they still have a very solid comp, right? Like, you've got double poke with LeBlanc Kai'Sa. You do have a tank. I'm a little worried, maybe, about dealing with this Cassante Vi Naught. Because LeBlanc doesn't have a lot of consistent damage until later in the game with this build. I think Hellpigs, I like their draft a lot more.
I think importantly too, it's not the hardest gank to avoid here. The LeBlanc and the Viego.
Yeah.
Victor is able to survive that a lot easier than, I mean, the last time Adiox picked Victor, I believe it was against Ahri Wukong, or it was LeBlanc Wukong, I don't remember, but it was one of those two combos, which is a lot harder to survive than it is the Viego alongside the LeBlanc. So, yeah, I think while the last couple of wins we've found from Hellpigs were through Taco, I don't think it's his job this game. He is just playing the tank. I think a lot is going to rely on Adiox actually in this one.
For sure. Adiox does feel like he's the one who can put this game on his back, and we've seen what he can do when he gets this Victor.
Yeah.
Nully as well, though, has looked pretty good on the LeBlanc. I think ultimately both teams kind of got what they wanted, but I think what they wanted is better for Hellpigs.
Yeah. And it's pretty much an exact replica of the success they've found, maybe minus the carry potential through the top lane. That being said, though, if Taco does find the lead on this Cassante, he can absolutely take over a game. So it's not all just, he's just a tank. Obviously, going all out means you are then a damage threat. does really depend on how far ahead you are. And interestingly, out of the 2 splits, this is one of the first time we've seen Rallier on a tank.
True. He has played a lot of tank Gragas.
Yeah.
But doesn't feel like a true tank, you'd
No.
have to say. Well, we'll see how he manages it in the top lane. Up against this Cassante matchup. 5-man, level 1 from West Point. They do have a Rel. She can go over the wall. I wonder, is she going to go into that bush? Ooh,
Well, Rally's been spotted
out. Oh,
yeah,
no.
disaster.
I think they should know now, but maybe they won't.
They might not know
I
that
think...
Char's there, but no one else can follow him.
Yeah, Tide though. He's in a bit of trouble here, I think.
Yeah, okay. It is going to be CC'd, but again, they can't follow up, so it doesn't really matter. I think Rally are kind of ruining that for the team.
Yeah, I think they had a very good chance of working. It's not often that you think about that, even though it's one of those things that can happen, similar to Rakan. It's just how often do they actually go for it? I feel like not that often. Adiox, he's gone for the full early game page, Scorch, Corrupting, Second Wind, and Godtone. Ooh, Rel here is going to group up, I think, and maybe do these camps with 665. Or are they going to try... Okay, this is a very different level 1.
Yeah,
I think it's actually smart by Godtone, though. I don't think
too.
there's any chance that you can defend this top side with the Scion going for the leash. The only problem is, though, 665 is going to be a lot quicker on this. He's level 2 already, and Godtone still has to finish up that buff. He needs to find a way out of here and get back to his red. I think it would be a mistake to start up. I guess the problem is he doesn't know if he's gone to red or not. Does see him now, and I think probably should just cross.
Does he have the Q? I don't think he will.
I think he does.
He doesn't. There's no way he takes Q. That's like makes your jungle clear so much slower. The fight does come out, and Godtone is trading back quite a lot of damage. In fact, it's not so clear who wins, but it will eventually be 665 who takes it. And I mean, well played by them, but again, yeah, you mentioned it. Godtone sticking around too long, expecting the full clear to come out from that top side, but
it's tough. I feel like it almost is a miscommunication thing, because I think when that happens, Adiox needs to ward the top river. Oh, I think Adiox needs to ward that top river to find out, is Viego going to the red or is he coming back to fight? But unfortunately, that ward is never called for, or maybe never thought about. But never comes to fruition. But 1v1 lane is going well for Adiox. Again, he's got that very strong setup. And LeBlanc with this build, not the best until after at least a first base. Only really has auto attack damage, and you can't really auto attack up against a Victor, because if you take a Q auto back, you're not winning that.
Oh, okay, fight breaking out bottom. Double stun landed by Char. It is the Ignite committed, but that is the only summoner. Actually, Heal was also used there by Prage, so even in terms of summoners, although Ignite definitely a shorter cooldown than the Heal.
Taco, his CS lead, it's starting to build. He's wasting no time with it. Oh, another hook.
Hook comes out max range. Char gonna have to dash away.
ICA on hook champs is just built different.
I must say, though, there are times when Nautilus looks for those hooks and it just results in his death, even early game.
I am a little scared here for Hellpig's bot lane. They do have to push this wave, and 665 is nearby and very accelerated.
The Godtone as well might look bot. Actually, he is going to look here for the Scuttle Crab, but it's going to be ICA getting so low. Stunned up there by 665. He's found himself 2 early kills. Will miss the hook. Good dodge out by Tide, but again, it is now this Viego picking up 2 really early kills. Looks so good here for 665. Godtone, though, is looking for this LeBlanc, who absolutely should not go down. Oh, dash forward does come in, and he is going to get knocked aside there by that Vault Breaker, and while they don't find the kill, teleport no longer available on Nuli, is going to mean that Adiox is hugely favored in this isolated 1v1.
Darko, he's getting pretty frisky in the top lane. Now level 5. Rallier might be forced to flash here.
This
does
is
this connect?
Oh, he does! I think he didn't even expect it to.
No, I think he walked away.
But
Rallier is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Taco again, showing his dominance in this top lane.
Godtone, he has to do his best, I think, to just catch up and hit level 6.
Yeah.
He's still got a very solid comp to play around, and a 2-0 Viego can be dealt with all their point and click. And maybe now looking on to mid. Adiox, he's very pushed up. LeBlanc, Viego gank set up. Still pretty solid. Oh, chain lands.
Okay, he does dodge out, but it should be the snare coming in, and this might be just a 3rd kill found for 665. In fact, Nuli will confirm it with his auto attack, so yeah. Sticking around too long, found himself a little bit of an advantage thanks to Godtone's gank, but doesn't respect the gank potential out of this Viego and LeBlanc as Taco again continuing his trades up in the top lane. Finding a lot of damage for himself. I wonder how many grass procs he's had.
Yeah, he's definitely gotten a few. He's still continuing to keep Rel here in the lane here. Just building up further and further, and eventually Rel here will have to commit to the recall. Now, Adiogs still managed to get himself the chapter, so we'll have a lot of threat, of course. But Nuli getting a kill is very, very important. It accelerates him towards Shiv much, much faster, which is a huge breakpoint, obviously, for the LeBlanc. Oh!
Okay, Taco, you might not want this. He actually goes all out. He's looking for it, but I don't think that's going to work. I mean, I like the effort. I think he wanted to all out backwards out of tower range, but was not able to find it. In fact, cops a death for his attempt, and it looks like Dragon should be going over to West Point here.
Feels like the early game for West Point now ahead in all 3 lanes and jungle. Maybe top lane is still kind of even just because of the CS. Oh, another big trade comes out mid.
Oh, Chaos
no.
Storm misses.
I mean, at least it will crash the wave, you'd think. Maybe Nuli can freeze it.
I think Adiogs has to recall, is going to.
That's rough, though. I mean, most Victor matchups are like this. They kind of exist on a knife's edge. When you're ahead, you can very hard bully. But if you fall behind, suddenly your opponent feels like they can trade. And wave frozen, Adiogs, no flash. He cannot walk up. He needs
Godtone has to come.
Yeah,
Godtone is going to come. Should find out 665. In fact, definitely will. With Godtone here, is going to look and try and find that Viego in the dark passage. Won't, but importantly, keeps Adiogs alive.
Very important that Godtone was there. It's a good read. Adiogs knew he was in a lot of trouble. And while his wave still might not be the best, ultimately, as long as he comes out of early game with a decent amount of gold, he'll still be fine in this game.
If I remember correctly, I think Adiogs died early on in Victor last game, so I don't think he's feeling too terrible at this point. But obviously, you don't want to be falling any further behind. His Char will go forward. Actually, he's going to force out the cleanse from Tide, but the turnaround damage is massive. Root will not land, though, from that Blade Caller, and Char will get away, losing half of his HP.
Well, all things considered, bot lane is still fairly even. That kill, of course, was picked up by 665 on the bot side. Now, Herald spawning in just 24 more seconds. It looks like 665 will reset to make sure he's up there in time. I wonder if Godtone can get 6 anytime soon. I feel like he should be pretty far behind. He probably won't have it just yet. But with top lane being a little behind, Godtone weak as well, and this Victor needing time to scale, I wouldn't be surprised if Hellpigs just play to give this one.
I think you have to.
Maybe you can trade on the bot side. Look how safe Adiogs has to play. It's very rough, but you do just have to play this far back once you lose that flash.
Okay, Taco.
He's got the Sheen, so he can get pretty aggro.
Yeah, All Out was available too. Doesn't choose to use it though. Maybe saving that as well as knowing the jungler and mid here from West Point are on the top side. It's not worth committing and perhaps losing your life again. Godtone will spot out this Rift Herald, but importantly, there is no trade really that can come through. He is. Oh, that would have been.
He thought about it.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been a good choice, but I think even if you get the Rift Herald, no one's picking it up.
Another huge trade onto Adiogs, and it feels so bad that you are in this position as Victor. You really want to be the one that's kind of forcing the one under tower. Yeah, it does have 6. 665 is up here though, and he's going to find him.
Yeah, okay, we'll find out. Godtone shopping. Godtone is in the shop.
He might have
looking for another second. Another solo kill.
Oh,
Vaultbreaker. Vaultbreaker will find it as well as the cease and desist. It's so close.
Oh no.
665 gets it.
Tragic.
Wow, that was about as close as it can get. I thought for a second there Godtone had pulled it off.
That was so close. Very unfortunate. This Viego pulls further and further ahead. Got the Herald, got the kill as well. And West Point, you know, despite all this, they're not up a huge amount of gold. Mainly because I think CS in top does favor Taco. And there's a plate, of course. But still, you have to be very happy with the early game. Especially because you can get even more with the Herald now.
Bot lane CS does favor Tide as well. And mid going pretty well for Adiogs, all things considered. His flash is going to be available when he next returns to lane. So an important cooldown. I'm sure 665 will realize this and probably go mid immediately to try just take it. Can be a bit dangerous though, obviously, with this flash on the Viego missing. As soon as cease and desist is available for this Vi, perhaps an angle.
There's a Shiv now for Nuli, so this is when stuff starts to get difficult. I don't believe the Victor has upgrade yet.
He should, 95
Does he?
CS.
Oh yeah, okay, he does. Okay, good. So he does have it, which is gonna keep him safe in this lane. I mean, it's still kind of forced under tower. We'll get a replay of it. And, I wonder if Godtone had just stopped shopping slightly earlier. I mean, might have just kind of made it out, but lost a lot of HP here very early. It was a nice flash. Q puts him in range. The ults?
Shield?
Yeah. I can definitely understand why he went for it. It was so close. Yeah, that's a tilter.
Damn. I think he was saying what I say in my solo queue games when something like that happens to me. I'm like, he's 1 HP! He's up in the top jungle. Oh, fight coming out bot. Char uses the Magnet Storm, does get a lot of health back from it, as well as this depth charge will find Prage and forces out the flash, but 665's here, and that guy is extremely strong. As you see the damage coming out here on Tide, actually misses the snare, but forces out the cleanse. And yeah, look at the trades. The trades are insane. It's going to be Dragon now given over to West Point again. That's their second Dragon, and I think while the most of their map got the champs they need to carry, I think having Taco on a tank doesn't look so good for this team as he's finding himself an advantage, but what can it do? Look at him wailing it on Relia.
Yeah, it feels like it might just take too much time to get through him. Oh, it does force out the ult though.
Okay, interesting. Maybe Relia worried that as soon as, if he gets knocked up by that, we'll just get all outed and probably die. Does make sense. Iceborne Gauntlet now picked up for Taco, as he is still finding himself plate, so he will have himself an advantage despite that tower dive that went awry.
A lot of HP traded back there though. Relia's doing a pretty good job, I think, all things considered, that this was a blind pick Scion. Oftentimes is punished pretty hard. Adiox, he's working on... Oh, he's going Ludens.
Yeah, makes sense, I think.
Does it? As a Scion?
Yeah, but I guess you're not relying on the Victor to be one killing the Scion in this game.
I think
honestly, I think a lot of games, like this one in particular, if you ignore the Scion and are able to get to the backline with Cassante, Vi, and Nort, it is fine, I think. Because obviously if the Scion's last alive, it's not going to kill anyone.
Yeah, we'll see. I think you kind of need that Leandra's damage to be able to get past the Scion. Maybe they can. We'll see how the fights end up being played out. It does give him more burst to deal with LeBlanc, which is nice.
There is also the opportunity where Taco can just ult the Scion out.
That's true.
And I think, yeah, if Victor can kill this LeBlanc or the Kaiser, probably win the team fight anyway, regardless of the Scion. Even the Viego at this stage. I think the Viego might even be the primary target. Taco, continuing to find himself. I'm really interested to see how many graph stacks both of these top laners have, because it's got to be pretty insane.
Yeah, they farm so much damage up there. And grass procs, of course. Looks like this blue will be taken away. West Point, they kind of just have Prio in mid and bot, as well as a very fair jungler, so there isn't much Godtone can do to defend this jungle. Tide is CSing very well for himself, though.
Yeah.
He's actually pretty ahead, all things considered. And
oh, Adiox. Oh, Adiox.
He has flash.
Oh, no way. Okay. It will be the gravity field coming out, and Nuli does go early.
Oh, don't
I think
go that
Adiox
way.
now should know something's going on here.
Yeah. He's pretty safe, I think, as long as he stays under the tower.
Okay, definitely knows now as he finds a pretty big trade onto 665, but Nuli there to try and get some damage back.
This tower's pretty low, so I assume the Herald was dropped here.
Yeah.
And of course the Shiv as well. Can make it hard to keep that tower high on health. Maybe now looking into the top side is Nuli. I guess the lane swap's going to come out. They're going to send bot towards mid. Nuli goes top.
Yeah, but already matched anyway.
Okay.
Damn, interesting.
Now,
both teams just same timing.
Yeah, I guess they just want to make sure that these lanes do line up. And they're kind of aware that there is going to be a swap for the Herald. I will be interested to see if Hellpigs fight for this next drag, because you've got a very good scaling comp. So you could give over the third dragon, maybe, but it always feels risky when they do so, and I kind of hope they don't. We'll see what they end up doing,
it feels so hard to give over the third dragon, because this game is going to go to Sol, I think. It's pretty hard for either team to siege out and win that way. And so it feels like it's going to go to Sol, so giving over third dragon so early almost just puts yourself at the biggest disadvantage, even more so than gold can be. As this hero
TPs.
will be going over, but it is going to be TP committed. Magnestorm comes out, perhaps a little bit too early, but it's Sion. It's Rallier on that Sion, finding a lot of damage. It is also Tide finding what he can back. Is 2 for 2 so far. Godtone trying to escape. It's going to be 665. Reset after reset, and now it's all up to Taco, who admittedly is doing so much damage. That's a shutdown for this Cassante. He looks for Nuli, who flashes away. But again, even on these tanks, it's Taco. It's Taco who's looking to do it for his team. Adiog's remaining alive too. But man, this Cassante, the mobility, it's unreal.
It was. I think both Adiogs and Taco did a lot of work in that fight. Would love to see a damage graph. West Point, though, they're the ones who did get the Herald. Importantly, it was the shutdown picked up by Victor. And Charlie, Engage, I think, is kind of fumbled. Adiogs is a lot stronger at this point than the Xayah. So even though Tide goes down, Adiogs still full HP. And look at Taco with this flank. He comes in and just absolutely cleans house. Meanwhile, you know, again, Adiogs just free hitting the whole time. And this shutdown, oh, really nice dodge by Adiogs on the Viego W. And getting that shutdown was so much gold, so crucial as well. Even fished for more at the end there to Taco. Didn't quite find it, but that's such a huge spike now for Victor. And I think with that, they probably will want to play for this Dragon.
Yeah, 12 seconds. Victor, no flash. Very important cooldown. As well as you really do want to wait for all your ults to be back up. Obviously, Victor does have Chaos Storm, but no Feather Storm. Also, no cease and desist can be really meaningful. And priority over the jungle as well as the river here will be for West Point. And 665 will find a bit of CC here into the Nautilus. Trade not too detrimental though for the side of Hellpigs as Taco
They just lost top tower though.
Yeah, it is Nuli finding a lot for himself up there. He does have teleport available. Although Taco is fine with just standing in everyone's face and beating down on them. Nuli starting to work now on that inner tower top as Hellpigs turn their attention towards this dragon.
Yeah,
if they want
Nuli
to get
it so much.
Yeah, Nuli getting a lot of gold up there as well as damage, so they are going to have to take this quickly. I think Nuli will be going to teleport in, but it's minions dying up top, and it's a half-health dragon. 665 on the back as Magnestorm comes through and finds 3. It's going to be 2 pretty much immediately removed. Godtone, though, staying along for a bit longer than you'd expect as Adiogs finds himself 1. He's running as 665 is going to jump back with that Heartbreaker, and it is going to be eventually the decimating smash there that lands onto Adiogs, takes him down. It's going to be a 4-4-1 as well as the 3rd dragon now for West Point.
It feels like with that, maybe Hellpig's chances in this game are gone. I think Hellpigs just took way too long to do something there. Not only does Nuli manage to split push an entire tower, he almost gets another one, and then West Point have so much time to set up all the flank positions they want. You can see here, they're getting flanked on every side. And it's so hard for the carries of Hellpigs to play in this fight. Adiogs, he wasn't in the engage, so managed to survive, but you basically gifted the best possible setup for West Point, which they shouldn't be getting because Nuli's not even there.
Yeah. And I think importantly too, Tide didn't have his Featherstorm during the fight and it came up during his death timer. So if Featherstorm was available, perhaps dodge out of that magnet field and find yourself a lot more damage coming from that AD carry, but wasn't to be. It is now 3 dragons for West Point. They're up a substantial amount of gold here at 6k, and yeah, it does look like we are going to actually, after this, you know, first round robin, at least for now, it seems like it might be a 3-way tie for that last spot.
That would be pretty crazy. 4 minutes on the 4th dragon. Hellpigs, they don't have long to scale up at this point. They might be able to get Navori on Tide, I think, which would be pretty crucial. In the meantime, though, Nuli is just absolutely farming up a storm. The Shiv, it enables that so well. Godtone, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Godtone might be caught out here. Voltbreaker is going to be used as Adiogs does appear. Should be able to save his jungler, although maybe not as Nuli comes in. A nice Voltbreaker there again to get him out as Sion does go unstoppable, but unfortunately will not find anything. In fact, it's Tide trying to find damage here. Not a whole lot to speak of, though, at this stage of the game. And now, inner tower top will be looked at. Most likely taken here. And a lot of gold injected once again onto this Viego as well as the LeBlanc.
Does feel like this maybe is just too far behind to fall. Tide
will have to use a cleanse and the ult here. So big cooldown's used as he's still in the middle of 5, but flashes away. And then is the Heartbreaker used as well as the decimating smash. But Char, he's under tower, so is everyone. Godtone should be able to find themselves as Kaiser, as Adiogs and Taco, possibly the saviors of the team. They should find Char. That's 1 kill going over to Taco, and another kill on Rally. He does go down into the zombie form, and it will be a 4 kills for 1 team fight found there for Hellpigs. Baron is alive. It should be theirs.
They're going to try, but LeBlanc is very, very good at stopping this, especially with this build. She's very mobile, has a lot of poke. If she mispositions, though...
Does misposition, is going to cap a lot of damage, and I think with that... Oh, actually comes back, doesn't have a dash available. Adiogs dodges the chain and is IC8 here.
They have to leave.
Protecting his mid. Oh, does land the root, does land the hook, max range. He comes back to find Adiogs, will not at 700 gold on the Victor.
Wow, that was so well played by Nuli, and then so well played by IC8 as well. But man, they didn't get the Baron, but another shutdown onto Victor. They're getting the items they need.
8 stacks on the Dark Seal.
He's got a Shadow Flame now as well, and I think Tide should be able to get this second item in time. And West Point, they have everything they need. You just need to wait for Drag. But they go for a little bit more. They go so deep, and it's a double TP flank that comes out of the Hellpigs mid and top here. And Prage especially, once he's under this tower, just taken out immediately. Baron being started by West Point.
Okay, yeah, it's known. They're going to leave it. But
okay, they are going to leave it. But you can see here that TP flank it meant a lot. And Victor getting these shutdowns is so crucial. We return alive. And I want to see if Tide gets his Navori in time for this 4th drag, because it all comes down to that. I think if 4th drag goes over to West Point, it's pretty done at this point. But Hellpigs are very strong, especially Adiogs and Taco.
Yeah, very unkillable. Although it is pretty much only armor coming out of Taco. And so both Kaiser and LeBlanc should be able to deal fairly handily with that Cassante. I think he really should have got some magic resist by now, but I mean, I can't argue with him. He has been a very consistent top laner.
He has. Ooh, Tide. It's kind of chunked. He must be pretty close to Navori.
Yeah, big wave here in mid. They don't have vision on this Baron as Nuli. It is started. Godtone coming through, though. He has to be careful. You really need just Cassante to be the one going first. Here's the tanky member as Rally now stepping out too. It's Taco. He's going to find a lot of members here. He should know what's happening. He's trying to look. It will be this Baron going down. Prage really can't fight after this, though, with how low he is on both mana and health. But for now, damage turned around onto Taco as Rally does get stunned up by the gravitational field. It will just be the Baron going over for free.
And that's a really big problem, because now Nuli, he can go split push to the side. And Hellpigs, even if they can contest the drag, West Point can just give it and have Nuli just end the game. And they probably don't even need to give it. With how ahead they are, they can just keep pushing these lanes. And I feel like with that, that's almost a 4th dragon guaranteed to go. Hellpigs, I think you might need to try and fight early before this gets set up.
Page still pretty low on mana, does have the blue buff, but if you are able to find a fight soon, it might be good, as Godtone will be looking.
Yeah, they have to force.
Yeah, IC8 and Taco's done up on the side, but those aren't the targets you want as Rally are getting bursted to the side. It is 665 having to use that ult to get out, but a massive Magnet Storm finds 3. It is going to find 3 kills immediately afterwards as Taco trying to do what he can. He takes down the 80 carry in a 3-man knock-up, but it's ultimately going to be a 4-kill-to-1 exchange. It is the 80 carry going down, and the minion wave is bottom. Godtone clearing up mid for some unforsaken reason. But with the Baron buff and 4 champions left, they might just have the damage to do it, or maybe perhaps not quite.
I think they have. They have a lot of wave clear, and they have a Shiv LeBlanc as well.
10 seconds on,
yeah,
I don't think
looks
so.
like they're going to back away. Don't want to risk it at all. Can just pick up that 4th drag and know they guarantee the game. I think they could have pushed. I mean, there's still not people up. They didn't have a lot of creeps, though. Yeah, ultimately, don't want to risk it. Know that if they just get this drag...
There is going to be another fight, though. There is going to be one more fight. There's no flash on this Rel, as well as Magnet Storm down for now. But Feather Storm also down.
Navori is completed. Godtone, I don't think you should be here.
No, this seems a bit... This... Oh, you are not... Yeah, you're not living. Okay. He could have just stayed in that bush and no one would have seen him as well. But that's going to be Godtone going down, which means Dragon Soul is just a formality at this point for West Point.
Yeah, Dragon Soul, and still a minute left on Baron. I think you can definitely get another inhib with this if you want. Abyssal Mask on Viego. I don't think we've seen that yet, but I think it's actually a really good item here, especially with his 2 AP carries on his team. Oof.
Damn.
Now, yeah, the 3 items on the LeBlanc is really the point where it becomes so hard to deal with. And no lifesteal, of course, picked up just yet. And Nuli's looked like one of the best at using this build.
Yeah, has looked really good. Now, Baron, one more minion wave in it, but it looks like they're more focused on taking out these jungle creeps. So should be able to take down these minions, and there is no more Baron, but importantly, the Ocean Soul makes this game so much harder for Hellpigs.
Yeah, I wonder if they just send Nuli to bot. Okay, Nuli TP's top. He's got a Lich Bane, so this tower doesn't last long.
5 seconds.
Yeah,
it should be
5
fine
seconds.
for Victor to be able to take all these out, as this Baron wave will go down now.
Yeah, okay, so that will probably be it. Ended up not getting an inhib, but they still have a lot of pressure. I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep sieging, because there is nothing else really to do. But there is a lot of wave clear between the Xayah and the Victor. Probably need to send... I would honestly send Nuli bot and just have him pressure the Nexus at this point, because he's so hard to catch. Maybe they need him to hit top tower, though. We'll see.
See there, Taco taking a non-trivial amount of damage there from those LeBlanc auto attacks.
Well, the towers will remain for now. And so instead, we're probably looking towards the Baron in 2 more minutes, and then the Elder behind that. Admittedly, it does give Hellpigs time to hit their spikes. Maybe if we can get... I'm not sure we'll be able to get a Rabadons on the Victor. I think it's too much gold.
Oh, what's he building? He just built an Amp Tome.
Oh. Maybe just put an Amp Tome for more power now.
Yeah.
I guess he also could just be going a Void.
Now this is a battle.
Yeah.
All Out does come through. He manages to get that unstoppable force.
Wow, Taco almost got him.
Yeah. That was so much damage.
That was insane. That guy's 4,200 health. And he
And
didn't really
an
lose a
Ocean
bit of
Soul.
it. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I guess they do want to keep sieging. They are pushing in waves. Nuli has to be the one that hit towers. I think he's the only one really safe enough. And he does have a Lich Bane, so even if he just chunks it a couple autos each time, it will go down eventually. Oh, now might get a lot of DPS on mid. Frage, you can get a few autos on it. Oh, Hook does go wide.
Yeah. Void Seeker misses as well, though. As you're seeing, just the amount of damage that can come through from these members of West Point. Adiogs responding to this bot wave.
Yeah, I really like Nuli going bot. I think he should stay down here.
Tide!
Oh, he's
Doesn't
gone.
react.
That's a lot of the wave clear gone. And I think with that, maybe you can just crack the base open.
Yeah, that feels terrible. That is another minion wave dealt with, at least in the bot lane, but because you've lost your AD carry, you cannot fight, and it is just going to be West Point claiming themselves at least this inhib for now. And with the minion wave coming in top, most likely will be a third for them as well. 20 seconds left on Tide. Adiogs, I think you have to go top wave and try and deny this tower from going down, but...
That is really hard. It's so hard to walk up.
Yeah, ICA going to cop some more damage as the teleport will be committed. This is the tower going down. Tide up in 6 seconds. If you're going to make a stand, feels like it might have to be very shortly, because with so many minions coming in your base after this triple inhib, although bot lane inhib will spawn after 1 wave of minions, so I guess that is a light saving grace.
Yeah,
But
it feels like it's going to be gone pretty soon after this is picked up.
Baron should be picked up here for West Point.
Yeah, I'd almost like if Nuli just starts pressuring bot already. Doesn't need his DPS for the Baron. Can just go towards that bot inhib and keep threatening it with W autos. Yeah, even this is good. Does need to be careful, of course, but if he plays it well, isn't really in danger of getting caught other than maybe a flash vial at this point. I think even a Nord ult probably wouldn't do it. No, he's going to TP, I'd assume. 30 seconds on it. See what he buys. He's got a full Void staff. And Adiogs, he bought an Oblivion Orb. I think that's kind of troll. Especially because if he didn't have that, he would be 300 gold away from his Rabadons.
I guess just respecting the Dragon Soul. We'll have to see if it matters.
It's tough. I mean, you do sort of need healing covers, Ocean, but it feels like someone else almost needs to buy it. There is MR now on Taco, but with a Void Staff already completed for Nuli, will it actually matter? And there's some big waves here. Nuli's getting towards that bot lane.
Yeah, I think you pretty much have to fight soon, and Goldtone, realizing that, does go forward. It is going to find an engage onto Char, goes Golden, and is not going to be hit by that decimating smash as Taco looking for something in the backline, but it's just this Rallier. This Scion does not take any damage. Unstoppable he goes, Featherstorm used. It is going to be Prage coming in, finding an immediate kill here on Godtone, and a massive Magnet Storm will confirm the game for the side of West Point, although Taco will find another kill here onto Prage. It's ultimately going to be 665 as the Zaya finding all the kills required. Triple kill there will be found for 665. The game is done. And what a well-played game there by West Point. It means we do now have a tie, a three-way tie between Frank, West Point, and Halpigs for 6th.
Yeah, I think that is probably the most exciting outcome for the standings, although it would have been nice maybe to see Halpigs secure just a straight 6th place position. But wow, I think credit really to the mid-jungle of West Point. Once again, 665, I think he got 2 solo kills in the jungle, which was really, really nice, and found some kills as well on top of that. Newly, I think, did a very good job with the LeBlanc. Has looked, I want to say, maybe the best at using that LeBlanc build so far. Obviously, it is a bit of a team effort, but West Point, they've been doing very well around it. And even Rallier, I mean, he solo killed Taco. Might have been more of Taco's doing, but can't really fault him in this game. So really good signs for West Point, and it makes it so exciting. I think we've now finished that second round robin with ties everywhere, I still think. We're going to look at the standings a bit later on, but it still remains very competitive.
Yeah, I think I want to say that while Newly did play fine on the LeBlanc, I think a lot of that game was 665. I think the early kill he found onto Goldtone, and that was, I guess, a team decision to do that invade, come back and look for Goldtone, because every jungler that plays Vi does know that you don't get Q because it makes your jungle clear so slow. You have to start with the W and the E, and after that, if you have taken your 2 spells to start work on the Gromp, you don't really have an escape. Realizes that, finds that first kill, goes bottom, finds a kill bottom, and then goes back to invade top and find another kill there on Goldtone. So starting the game out that powerfully as Viego, it felt pretty hard, really, for Halpigs to really find a foothold in that game, because Goldtone's so far behind, if he ults in, will just die. And we saw that a couple of times there, and yeah, I think MVP has to be 665.
Yeah, 100%.
But well played by the entire side. I want to say Prage, some questionable ults there, obviously ulting into a tower, not the ideal place to go as Kai'Sa, but was just so far ahead that it didn't matter.
Definitely agree. And what I will say is that despite that game looking pretty one-sided at the end, there was a couple times where it was very close, right? That Vi versus Viego under that top tower, if that had gone differently, Goldtone picks up the shutdown, maybe we see something different. Or if that level 1 doesn't come out, we could see a very different game as well, because a lot of those did snowball into the kill on Adiogs, picked up by Newly, so really felt like the snowball did get out of control there, and they did have snowbally champs, so it makes sense. But was pretty just, yeah, I could see this game going either way if they played it again, and I still feel hopeful, I guess, for Halpigs. Like, I don't think that game means they're suddenly a bad team.
No, definitely not. I think I definitely agree with you there. And I mean, now I want to ask you, because we do have that 3-way tie, who do you feel looks like the strongest out of the 3?
Oh, have I really been put in the spot like this? Yeah. I feel like it should still be Frank, right? Like, I think Frank, they continue to lose, but they're getting closer and closer to picking up some wins. I think they are going kind of back to their style. I honestly think once Pretender kind of comes back into form, they'll be back to being a strong team.
You say they're getting closer to getting wins.
No, they are.
Did you watch game number 1 tonight?
Yeah.
They got rolled.
I think that was closer than it looked.
Really?
Yeah, I really think that everyone on the team was doing pretty well, right? Like, the game, if you remember, was very close until Pretender.
Tristana.
Yeah, well, until Pretender was kind of running it and got caught over and over. But I think they had, arguably the winning position in their game. And then they ended up kind of giving it away.
Perhaps. I could see that. I mean, to be honest, I'm pretty unsure between the 3. I think Halpigs look strong because of their top. I think Taco, even in this game, he did solo die, but he was going for a dive on the Scion. And perhaps he was doing that because his team had already fallen so far behind, he felt like he had to do something. We'll take a look at the replay from the game, though. This is just going to be one of those fights pretty much after the game was already sealed. You have to feel.
Yeah, that vile dodge by 665 was really nice. And then the 4-man, I think, it feels like at this point, they're all balled up. There really is nothing to it. You just kind of take them all out.
Yeah, and it was really. But, I mean, Taco, to his credit, found time and time again kills here onto Prage. But it was just, I don't know. I think what I want to say about Halpigs, at least, is that I think you have to have Taco in a more carry champion.
I was thinking that too. Like, the Cassante did look good. I just wonder if they would have done better if they had just a stronger top laner, because maybe, you know, that provides the pressure to protect Godtone and his jungler, both at level 1 and some of those later invades. So it might be a case of, yeah, the Cassante, it looked very good on paper, but possibly not the best choice in the game, just for them.
Now, I think damage grabs don't really tell the story, because Victor is able to just continuously throw out those E's and it will land. Won't really mean anything, especially when you're doing it against the Ocean Sold Up team. So, yeah, I mean, he did the most damage, but I think the most impact in that game had to have been 665. Okay, in fairness, a lot of massive Magnet Storms.
There were,
but I still think 665
I think you're right. I think 665 probably was better, but Char right behind him.
Yeah.
Right? I think some of those Magnet Storms were absurd, and we'll see a couple of them. I think this
one was really a game changer.
I'm not sure how good this one actually was.
I think so.
I think Tide could have just altered. He had it up. And I think not catching Adiogs there was maybe a mistake. But ultimately, like, they still got a lot of kills off it, right? You can't really say it was a bad play. It just, I think it could have been better if he'd been able to find Adiogs in it. But that wasn't the one I'm thinking of when I was thinking that. See this one here? Yeah, this was a big one.
Yeah.
Imagine the catch 3. Now, this one Tide did not have ulti
it was like 10 seconds, if that, away from being up as well.
Yeah.
So perfect timing, really.
Yeah, that was really impressive. And I think, honestly, I'm not sure if it just speaks to the strength of the champ, but it feels like all the Rels are really, really good at finding these Magnet Storms.
Yeah, I mean, Kerez as well. I think he's looked phenomenal on that champion.
as well, even.
Yeah, true. I guess, there's not really been anyone...
A bad Rel, yeah. Oh, there's one bad Rel, I remember,
that was
actually. Yeah.
That was Hellpix. No. It was IC8. But in fairness as well to IC8, I think he looked fine on the Nautilus here. It was...
He had that one nice play on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, exactly, around the Baron. But in all honesty, it did really feel like it was just Viego got so out of hand so quickly that you really didn't have a chance around the map.
Definitely agree. And I think Viego is one of those more oppressive champs when he gets ahead. We've kind of memed on Viego a lot, but recently it's been finding the lead and then really snowballing. I do think it's a champ that, as we head towards playoffs, is likely to struggle more and more, because I think just in general, teams kind of clean up their act, get more solid as the season goes on. But it's a nice champ to kind of have in your pocket and get a bit of confidence on.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I mean, right now we're seeing pretty much the Maokai and the Sejuani be banned out so often that it means that you are having to look for these other junglers, because you're not able to just slap a Wukong in every comp, a Vi in every comp. So having something like the Viego, where perhaps you do need some more damage to come out of your jungler, does look very good.
I think so. I will say, Godtone, despite falling very far behind in that game, he did double his damage from the previous Vi game.
The one that he won.
Yeah, onwards and upwards, yeah. As we'll take a look at today's results, some fairly important ones, I have to say. You know, Beyond and PSG still securing the first place position there. West Point taking up Hellpigs. They do tie up that 6th place position, which we will see later on. And Frank, unfortunately, do not manage to turn their season around just yet.
No. And I think, the important ones there is that 1st and 3rd game. I think most of all, actually, in the last game, sorry, I should add. Those 3 really felt important. Obviously, the Flying Oyster Duish Ting game was an absolute roll. Could have been a perfect game, but chose to end it quicker rather than go for that. And yeah, I don't know. I think now that this is the end of the first round robin, looking at the standings here, it does really, really seem like it's very accurate to what level these teams are playing at.
I think so. I would be surprised if there were big movement, at least in the next couple weeks. If there were someone that's going to move the most, I'd actually say it's probably DCG, and they could move up or down. I feel like they're a team that they can consistently find these leads, but almost similar to Frank, they just always do something to mess it up, right? They're just not cohesive enough. They're not clean enough as a team to clean up these games against some of those higher teams, and maybe that's a chance for some of the bottom teams to kind of pierce into that top 5.
Yeah, and what do we think about the likes of Impunity and Duish team? Do we think they can turn around their season a little bit? I think right now, it's almost I know they're only 3 wins behind, which is 1 week of games. But it feels like they're a bit of a write-off for being able to find anything, but do you think they can at least find some success? Maybe Impunity find their 2nd win, not against Duish team, or Duish team find their 1st win?
I wouldn't be surprised to see either of those teams pick up a win in the next round robin, but I wouldn't expect them really to move in places. Some upcoming matches. This is for next week.
Game 3.
Yeah, Game 3, Game 5.
Game 1 even.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really good games. I think Game 3, I mean, that has to be the big one, right?
Yeah.
But I think Game 5 might be really good too.
Can be. And again, I mean, it's Mission against Driver. Former teammates from last split. I think Driver looking better this split than Mission has been, but still, it is a little bit of a narrative to go with, and I'm so excited for
There's
game
even
number 3.
Impunity versus Duish team on there. You know, that is going to be a really good day.
Banger.
You guys better be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to be honest, if for nothing else, you have game number 3, man. This is last time PSG got absolutely destroyed. It wasn't even close. It looked like it was Beyond versus Duish team for a bit there. Wako died level 1, and from there they just lost the entire game. It was terrible. But
that was also the last time Betty's getting Kaiser, so
yeah,
I'm sure we won't see
I
that
don't think he's getting Kaiser ever again. So it will be a different look, I'm sure, in the Champ Select. As well as Azir has now picked up 5 MVPs. That game he was a tank. He has picked up some MVPs on tanks, but maybe we'll see him go and exploit Lakai, similar to how Driver did, get himself a lead up in the top lane and win through there.
Might have to. I mean, it's just going to be so good. Do you want to give a prediction right now?
PSG.
You really?
Yeah, not even close.
Oh my god, no way.
Azir,
this guy's so deluded.
Azir's slapping that Lakai guy
Betty
around.
will 1v9.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I think Azir's been looking almost as good as Driver, and you saw what Driver did to that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree, but I just think Betty and Keres...
He's not getting Kaiser, man. He's not getting it.
No, he doesn't need it, though. Have you seen what he does in the other champs?
Not
Him
enough.
and Keres are unstoppable. I do think Wako is comparable to Betty, but I do think Keres is quite a bit better than Woody.
Yeah, definitely at least on the current meta champions. But I'm sure you all here walk the line. It's the favorite song here at the PCS, and it means that we have another week to look forward to next week. So please do join us on Friday. You saw the lineup. It's banger after banger, so I'll see you there.
What has been seen can't be unknown, and